My name's Adrian. I'm 29, and for most of my life, I've been the quiet one in the family, the one who shows up when invited, keeps the peace, and leaves before drama has a chance to find me. I work in IT, on a small condo, and live about 40 minutes away from most of my relatives. We're not the warm, every Sunday dinner kind of family, but we've always at least done the big holidays together, or so I thought. It was 2 nights before Christmas when I was scrolling through Facebook and saw it. A photo of my entire extended family seated around a long, beautifully decorated table. Silver candlesticks, crystal glasses, matching plates with gold trim. Everyone was dressed to the nines, smiling for the camera. The caption read, "Annual Family Holiday Dinner." Couldn't be happier to spend it with those who matter most. My stomach twisted. I checked the timestamp. It was posted an hour ago. No one had mentioned it to me. Not in the group chat, not in passing conversation, nothing. I stared at the photo, zooming in. My aunt and uncle were there. My parents were there. Even my cousin Evan, who lives out of state and never shows up to anything, was there. And me? Not a seed in sight. For a minute, I thought maybe it was some smaller, pre-holiday gathering, something that wasn't meant to be the main event. But the more I looked, the clearer it became. The place cards had names on them. Everyone had gifts under the tree behind them. This wasn't a casual get-together. This was the dinner. The one we'd had every year for as long as I could remember. The one where Grandma used to cook her famous roast before she passed. And we kept the tradition alive by rotating the hosting duties. Something in me clicked. Maybe it was pride. Maybe it was the sting of being excluded so blatantly. But I wasn't going to just sit at home and scroll through pictures like some stranger. I put on my best charcoal suit, grabbed the bottle of expensive wine I'd been saving for the holidays, and drove over to the address I recognized from the photo, my uncle's house. When I pulled up, cars were parked along the street, the house glowing with warm light from the inside. I could hear faint music through the walls. My breath clouded in the cold as I walked to the door and knocked. The man who opened it wasn't family. It was a hired host, clearly part of the catering staff. He smiled politely, but blocked the doorway. "I'm sorry, sir. This is a private event." The host requested no extra guests. At first, I thought I'd misheard him. "I'm not an extra guest," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "I'm family." He glanced at a clipboard in his hand and shook his head. "Your name isn't on the list." Something in my chest tightened. "Can you just let them know Adrian's here?" He hesitated for a moment, then stepped aside slightly to speak to someone over his shoulder. A few seconds later, my cousin Emma appeared in the doorway, wearing a deep red dress and holding a champagne flute. She looked me up and down, then smirked. "Oh, hey, didn't think you'd find out about this." "Find out about what?" "The dinner everyone forgot to mention," I asked, my grip tightening on the wine bottle. She laughed, a short, cold laugh that made my skin prickle. "It's not that we forgot. We just kept it small this year. You know, immediate family only." I glanced over her shoulder, seeing at least 20 people crammed into the dining room, including second cousins and plus ones I barely recognized. "Right. Immediate family." Emma's smirk widened. "Come on, Adrian. You know you're not really family. Not like that. We just didn't think you'd fit the vibe." For a moment, I stood there frozen. My ears burned, my heart pounding, but my voice came out steady. "Got it," I said quietly, turning away before she could see the heat in my eyes. I walked back to my car, the wine still clutched in my hand. I'd barely pulled out of their driveway when my phone buzzed. A new email notification from my credit card company. I glanced at it and almost swerved. "Transaction alert. $4,200. Catering by Ambrosia." My family's catering bill. On my card. It hit me like a punch. I'd lent my parents my card months ago when their own had expired, so they could book some travel reservations. They'd obviously kept the number. And now, here it was, paying for the dinner I'd been deliberately excluded from. I gripped the wheel tighter, every thought in my head boiling into one sharp, cold conclusion. This wasn't just a slight. It was an insult. And they just handed me the perfect reason to do something about it. But first, I needed to make a call. And that's when everything started to shift. I drove aimlessly for a while, trying to let the chill December air cool me down, but my thoughts kept circling back to the same point. This wasn't new. This wasn't even surprising. It was just the most blatant version yet of something that had been happening for years. I'd been the backup invite, the afterthought, the one they called when they needed help moving furniture or fixing their Wi-Fi. but never when there was a seat at the real table. The examples started flooding my mind, one after another. There was the year my cousin Evan got a new car, and the whole family threw him a congratulations cookout, like he'd just been accepted to Harvard. Meanwhile, when I bought my first place, the only acknowledgement I got was my mom texting, "Send us the new address." No party, no flowers, no "we're proud of you." Just a line in the group chat, so they knew where to send junk mail. Or the time my uncle's business was struggling and he borrowed my laptop for a few weeks because his was on the fritz. When I asked for it back, he acted like I was being selfish for wanting my own property returned, saying, "You don't even use it as much as I do." I ended up buying a new one just to avoid the drama. And then there was Emma, always the family favorite. She could forget someone's birthday, cancel last minute, or even forget to pay someone back, and it was brushed off as her being busy or stressed. If I so much as missed a single holiday event, it was "Adrian's pulling away from the family again," whispered just loud enough for me to hear. As I drove, I couldn't stop thinking about how deliberate this dinner exclusion felt. Not just a casual oversight. This had planning behind it. Someone had made a guest list, and at some point, my name had come up and been scratched off. I pulled into a quiet parking lot near a coffee shop that was closed for the night. I sat there with the engine idling, staring at that email notification on my phone. $4,200. That was more than I'd spent on groceries in 6 months. My mind kept going back to the moment Emma had smirked and said I wasn't really family. Not really family, but apparently close enough to foot the bill. The more I thought about it, the more the whole picture came into focus. I remembered last year's holiday dinner. I'd offered to split the cost with my parents, since they were hosting and paying for catering. They'd waved me off, telling me it was handled, and then later hinted that Emma had covered most of it. That little detail had been repeated all year, anytime Emma wanted to paint herself as generous. But now, I had to wonder, had my card been the most of it back then too? My phone lit up again, this time a text from my mom. "Mom, we'll pay you back next month. Don't make a big deal out of this. It's Christmas." No apology. No explanation for why I'd been excluded. No "wish you were here." Just a directive to stay quiet. I stared at it for a long time before the next one came through. "Dad, you know your sister, meaning Emma, has been under stress with work. We just wanted to give her a nice night. Don't guilt her over this." There it was. The unspoken rule of my family, spelled out in black and white. Emma's comfort comes first, even if it costs you. Literally. I typed out a reply, then deleted it. Typed another, deleted that too. I wasn't going to waste words tonight. Not when I had a far better way to respond. Still, I couldn't shake the image of them all in that warm, glowing room, clinking glasses and laughing, pretending they hadn't gone out of their way to leave me out. I imagined them opening gifts, telling stories, and when my name came up, if it came up, it would be with some offhand remark like, "He probably had something else going on." I'd spent years swallowing moments like this, letting them pile up quietly in the background. But this time, something was different. This time, the disrespect came with a receipt. I leaned back in my seat, letting the quiet hum of the car surround me, and made a decision I knew I wouldn't be able to take back. It wouldn't happen tonight, not yet. But tonight had planted the seed, and soon enough, they were going to find out exactly what not really family looks like. 2 days later, Christmas morning came and went without so much as a text from anyone in my family. Not even the usual generic "Merry Christmas" group message. I spent the day alone in my condo, trying to keep myself occupied, made coffee, half-watched some movie on TV, even went for a walk, but my mind kept drifting back to that night, to the smug look on Emma's face and the tight little smirk when she said I wasn't really family. By the afternoon, I was starting to think maybe I'd just let it go. Not forgive, never that, but at least shove it into the mental drawer where I kept all the other slights they'd handed me over the years. But then my phone buzzed with a notification from my bank, and everything inside me shifted. It wasn't a payment refund for the $4,200 they owed me. No, this was an additional charge. $1,800. From the same catering company. My chest went cold. I stared at the notification, thinking maybe it was some delayed processing from the original bill, but when I called my credit card company, the representative confirmed it was a new transaction. That's when I learned the truth. The catering company had processed a last-minute Christmas brunch order billed to my card again. And the delivery address? My parents' house. I hung up without saying much, my ears ringing. It wasn't just the money, it was what it meant. They hadn't even waited a week before using me like some invisible ATM. And they'd done it knowing full well that I knew about the first charge. No shame. No hesitation. I called my mom immediately, my voice tighter than I meant it to be. Did you just charge another catering order to my card? Her tone was flat, almost bored. Oh, that. Yes, we needed something for the brunch today. We figured you wouldn't mind since you weren't hosting anything yourself. Mind? You didn't even ask. Adrian. She interrupted, with that tone she used when she wanted to shut down a conversation. It's Christmas. Don't be petty. You make good money. This is nothing to you. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It's not about the money. It's about the fact that you didn't invite me to either of these meals, but you still think it's okay to bill me for them. You're overreacting, she said, and I could almost hear her rolling her eyes. We wanted to keep the gatherings stress-free. You tend to make things tense. I gripped the phone so hard my knuckles ached. Tense? You mean I ask questions you don't like? There was a pause, then she sighed. Honestly, Adrian, maybe it's best if you focus on your own life and let us handle ours. We'll pay you back when we can. And just like that, she hung up. I sat there staring at my phone, my heart pounding, my jaw clenched so tight it hurt. But as bad as that was, it wasn't the moment that really broke something in me. That came a few hours later, when I was scrolling social media and saw a new post from my cousin Evan. It was a video of their Christmas brunch. The camera panned across the dining table, fresh pastries, an entire roast ham, mimosas, trays of fruit, and then it stopped on Emma. She was holding up a glass and saying, "Huge thanks to Emma for covering the cost of today's brunch. You're amazing." Everyone clapped, and my parents, sitting right beside her, nodded along like it was the truth. That was the moment. Not the exclusion, not the charges, but the deliberate erasure, watching them hand my contribution to someone else's credit, smiling while they did it. They hadn't just used me. They'd rewritten the story so I didn't even exist. Something inside me went very still. It was like a switch flipped, and whatever part of me had been holding on to the idea that maybe, somehow, they cared, just shut down completely. I didn't feel hurt anymore. I felt focused. And for the first time in years, I knew exactly what I was going to do. The day after Christmas, I woke up to a quiet, so deep it almost felt heavy. No phone calls, no texts, no plans. Just me in my condo, the winter light dull and gray through the blinds. My friends were busy with their own families, posting photos of big dinners, goofy pajama traditions, and wrapping paper chaos. I scrolled through them with my coffee in hand, trying not to compare, but the truth was, I couldn't stop. I'd never felt more on the outside looking in. I'd been excluded before, sure, but this was different. This was the first time I realized I had absolutely nothing tying me to them except blood, and even that felt more like a bad contract I'd never agreed to sign. The next week dragged. Every time I opened my banking app, those catering charges stared back at me, still unpaid. My parents didn't reach out. Emma didn't reach out. The family group chat, silent for me, was apparently still alive for everyone else. I found out by accident when a coworker, who's friends with my cousin's wife, mentioned she'd seen all the funny New Year's photos your family posted. I tried to work, but even simple tasks felt like pushing through mud. I wasn't just hurt, I felt hollow. Like they'd taken something I'd been holding on to for years, some quiet hope that if I just kept my head down and did right by them, I'd eventually be accepted, and crushed it without a second thought. One night, around 1 a.m., I sat at my kitchen table with my laptop open, the glow of the screen reflecting off the cold mug of tea beside me. I pulled up my credit card account and stared at the dispute transaction button. My finger hovered over it. Part of me wanted to slam the button right then and there, wipe out both charges, and let the catering company chase them for payment. But I didn't click it. Not yet. Because the more I thought about it, the more I realized this wasn't just about getting my money back. This was about making sure they understood exactly what they'd done and that it wouldn't happen again. I started taking notes. Dates, amounts, the exact words my mom and dad had said on the phone. Screenshots of the catering charges. The brunch video where Emma got the credit. I saved them all into a folder on my desktop labeled simply F. It was almost therapeutic, collecting the evidence. For the first time since the dinner, I felt a little spark of control returning. I didn't know exactly what I'd do yet, But I knew I wasn't going to let this fade into just another story I vented about to a friend over drinks. This was going to matter. And then came New Year's Eve. I was sitting alone on my couch, flipping through TV channels, when a photo popped up on my feed, my parents' living room, filled with balloons and confetti, champagne glasses in hand. Emma was in the center, holding a giant gold 2024 sign. The caption? Another perfect year with the people who matter most. No tag for me. No mention. Just the same curated circle, smiling as if the world outside their little bubble didn't exist. That was the moment I closed my laptop, leaned back, and made the quiet decision I'd been circling for days. I wasn't going to chase them for inclusion anymore. I wasn't going to argue for a seat at their table. They'd taken enough. But the money? The disrespect? The public lie? Those, I was taking back, on my terms. January rolled in quietly, and for the first time in years, I didn't start the year by trying to mend fences with my family. No, hope we can see each other more this year messages, no polite holiday thank yous for things I didn't even want. I went silent. And strangely, that silence felt like breathing fresh air. Instead of waiting for an invite that would never come, I threw myself into work. My company had just landed a big contract with a tech firm overseas, and I volunteered for extra hours. The project was complex, high-profile, and exactly the kind of thing that could lead to a major promotion. I didn't mind the late nights. It kept my mind occupied and gave me a sense of progress, of momentum. By February, my efforts started to pay off. I got a glowing performance review and a quiet heads-up from my manager that I was in the running for a leadership role that would come with a significant salary bump. More money wasn't just nice, it was power. It meant more freedom, more options, and less dependency on anyone. Outside of work, I started fixing up my condo. Nothing flashy, just improvements I'd been putting off. New kitchen fixtures, repainting the walls, upgrading the home office. Every time I finished a project, I felt like I was taking back another piece of my life, one that wasn't tied to anyone's approval but my own. Socially, I began reconnecting with people I'd let drift away because I was always obligated to family events. Old friends from college, a couple of coworkers I'd never gotten around to hanging out with outside the office, even my neighbor across the hall who turned out to be a great cook. My weekends started filling up, not with people who saw me as an afterthought, but with those who actually wanted me there. And then, in early March, came the tipping point. My manager called me into her office and offered me the leadership position. Along with the raise, it came with a company card and a small team reporting directly to me. The kind of role that not only looked good on paper, but also meant I'd have a much bigger professional network. The irony wasn't lost on me. While my family was busy pretending I didn't exist, I was building a version of my life where I didn't need them at all. But the more my career and personal life improved, the more one thought kept circling back in my mind. I now had more leverage than ever to respond to what they'd done. I wasn't rushing it. I was letting the months stack up, letting them believe they'd gotten away with it. Every time they posted another family gathering without me, every time Emma smugly tagged herself in photos about her generosity, I quietly saved the screenshots. By spring, I wasn't just stronger emotionally. I had a financial cushion, a better job title, and the kind of connections that could open doors most people didn't even know existed. And I knew that when the moment came to act, I'd have the resources and confidence to make it count. Because revenge wasn't going to be some petty outburst or a one-time sting. It was going to be precise, public, and unforgettable. It was mid-April when the setup practically fell into my lap. I was at a corporate networking event, one of those slightly awkward mixers where you balance a drink in one hand while making small talk with strangers, when I overheard two people from the catering industry chatting near the bar. They were talking about high-profile clients, late payments, and how certain families in town had reputations. Something clicked in my head, and before I could overthink it, I struck up a conversation. I mentioned I'd had an unfortunate experience with a catering company recently, and within minutes, they were swapping stories with me. I didn't name my family outright, but I gave just enough detail for one of them, a woman who managed accounts for several local vendors, to recognize the situation. "That sounds like the Wilson events," she said casually, sipping her wine. "They're known for late payments, but they book big. Fancy dinners, brunches, holiday spreads. Always act like they're doing us a favor by hiring us." I smiled politely, but inside, my thoughts were racing. She didn't know the half of it. Over the next few weeks, I kept in touch with her. Nothing suspicious, just the occasional coffee meetup under the guise of learning more about the event industry. That's when she told me something that made my pulse quicken. Most catering companies in the city shared vendor notes. If a client had a history of late payments or disputes, it often got passed around informally so others could protect themselves. I didn't need to fabricate anything. I had the receipts, literally. 2 major catering charges on my personal card, unpaid. Screenshots of texts where my parents admitted they'd pay me back eventually. And the brunch video where Emma took full credit for paying. All of it documented, all of it ready. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized I could aim bigger. See, around the same time, my new role at work put me in charge of selecting vendors for our corporate events. The kind of events that catering companies would compete for. And as part of my new responsibilities, I now had access to a network of high-end service providers, many of whom my family had likely booked before. It meant 2 things. 1, I could control who got the big contracts from my company. And 2, I could quietly make sure certain clients didn't get the same warm welcome they used to. Still, I didn't rush it. I wanted to time it perfectly. So I watched. I waited. And then, in early May, my cousin Evan posted in the family group chat a message I was still part of, though no one spoke directly to me anymore. Save the date, June 10th. Big family reunion at the lake house. Catering by Ambrosia again. Same as last Christmas brunch. The same company. The same card-on-file system. And given how my parents still hadn't paid me back, I could guess how this one would be handled. What they didn't know was that by then, I'd already had a few quiet conversations with Ambrosia's accounts manager. Friendly, professional conversations, where I just happened to share the full story of my personal experience with this family, complete with proof. I didn't tell her what to do with the information. I didn't have to, because by the time June rolled around, my family would walk straight into a situation they couldn't charm, lie, or smirk their way out of. And I'd be watching every second of it. June 10th arrived warm and bright, the kind of day my family would have been bragging about for weeks if they'd bothered to invite me. I wasn't on the guest list, not that I'd have gone, but I knew exactly what time things would start. Evan's group chat message had been specific. Lunch served at 1 p.m. sharp. By 12:45, I was parked a good distance away from the lake house, engine off, windows cracked, sipping an iced coffee like I was just another passerby enjoying the afternoon. From where I sat, I could see the long gravel driveway and the steady stream of luxury cars pulling in. Guests in summer dresses and linen shirts carried wine bottles and coolers toward the sprawling deck that overlooked the lake. Everything looked picture perfect until the black Ambrosia catering van pulled up. 2 staff members hopped out, unloading trays, coolers, and chafing dishes. I recognized the taller one, Paul, the lead coordinator, because I'd seen his name on both my catering charge receipts. He carried himself with that brisk, professional air of someone who'd done this 100 times. But when he reached the porch, I saw him glance down at a clipboard, frown, and check it twice. I knew exactly what he was seeing. The accounts manager I'd spoken with had been thorough. She'd flagged my family's account internally with a payment hold notice. No food served until the bill was settled in full, up front, by the client. Not a family friend, not "we'll pay later," and definitely not someone's unsuspecting relative's credit card. From my car, I couldn't hear the conversation, but I didn't need to. I watched Paul speak to my father at the top of the porch steps. Dad's shoulders stiffened. He gestured toward the house, then toward his pocket like he was about to pull out a card. Paul shook his head. More gesturing. Then my mother joined in, her polite smile just a little too tight, like she was trying to charm her way through it. Paul didn't budge. By 1:10, guests were milling around with empty plates, clearly confused. By 1:15, the trays were still closed, and the staff were standing by the van, arms crossed. The sun was bright, the air was warm, and my family's big reunion lunch was turning into a slow-motion disaster. I pictured the texts starting to buzz through the group chat. I pictured Emma glancing nervously at the guests, realizing the spotlight was about to turn on her. And right on cue, I saw her storm out to the porch in a pastel sundress, phone in hand, pointing at the catering van like she was issuing a command. Paul stood his ground. See, Ambrosia wasn't just withholding the food. They'd also removed my family's pre-authorization from their system, which meant if my parents wanted lunch served, They'd have to produce a valid card on the spot and pay the entire amount, plus the outstanding balance from last December's unpaid charge. From the shifting body language, the heated gestures, and the way my father's hand froze midair when he pulled out his wallet, I could tell it wasn't happening. Maybe they didn't have the funds handy. Maybe they thought their reputation would carry them through. Either way, Ambrosia wasn't playing their game anymore. By 1:30, the catering van rolled away with every last tray of food. Guests started leaving in small groups, some shaking their heads, others clearly annoyed. My parents stayed on the porch, stiff and motionless, Emma pacing with her phone pressed to her ear. And me? I took one last sip of my coffee, started the car, and drove away. I didn't need to see the aftermath in person, because the best part was still coming. By the next morning, my phone was lighting up with more family activity than it had seen in months. Missed calls, voicemails, and a string of increasingly desperate texts. Mom, I can't believe you'd stoop this low. Dad, we had important guests there, Adrian. You embarrassed us. Emma, you've ruined your relationship with this family forever. Hope you're proud. I didn't answer any of them. I didn't need to. They'd already written the ending themselves. Word was spreading fast. A friend of mine who worked with one of the lake house guests sent me a play-by-play. How the reunion became a whispered scandal before the day was over. How a few relatives who'd always taken my parents' side were now openly questioning why they'd been treating me like the villain all these years. But the real hit came a week later. Ambrosia's payment hold note, now bolstered with the full record of unpaid charges, had circulated to nearly every major catering company in the city. My family was unofficially blacklisted. No one would book them without full upfront payment in cash. When I finally answered my father's call, it wasn't to apologize. It was to lay things out plainly. You've been using me like a credit card you never intended to pay. That ends today. I've disputed the charges, and the bank has sided with me. You can deal with the balance yourselves. There was a long silence before he muttered, "You've burned this bridge, Adrian." I almost laughed. No, you set it on fire years ago. I just watched it finally collapse. Over the next month, their silence became permanent. No invites, no fake pleasantries, no passive-aggressive comments about my absence. And for the first time in my life, I realized I didn't miss it. My life was full, my job thriving, my circle of friends real, my weekends spent with people who didn't see me as a wallet. Sometimes, on quiet evenings, I'd think about that day at the lake house. I'd imagine the moment when the last guest left, the deck empty, the table bare. My family, standing there with nothing to serve, no one to charm, and no one left to blame but themselves. And that image, of them holding their forks over empty plates, was all the closure I'd ever need. When I was 17, I stopped asking my dad for help. My name's Kevin. I'm 29 now, and if there's one thing life has taught me, it's that people will show you exactly who they are if you're patient enough to watch them long enough. And my dad? He made sure I saw it plain as day before I even hit adulthood. I grew up in a house that looked picture perfect from the outside. White siding, neatly trimmed lawn, my dad's name on the mailbox in big bold letters like he was the king of the cul-de-sac. Inside, though, things were different. My mom passed away when I was 9, and within 2 years, Dad had married Trish, a woman who never quite looked me in the eye unless it was to correct me or complain about something I did wrong. With her came Melissa and Haley, my new stepsisters, who were around my age but treated me like I was the house pet that overstayed its welcome. At first, I tried to fit in. I really did. I was the kid who thought if I just worked hard enough, got good grades, stayed polite, they'd accept me. But slowly, the imbalance started to show. Christmases where Melissa got new iPhones and I got secondhand sweaters. Dinners where Trish would make something I was allergic to and then tell me I was too sensitive when I didn't eat it. Family vacations where I was told there wasn't enough room in the van, so I stayed with my grandma instead. Still, none of it compared to what happened the summer before senior year. College had always been my dream. Not because I was chasing some fantasy, but because I knew it was my only ticket out. I spent hours researching scholarships, studying for the SATs, joining clubs I didn't even care about just to pad my application. I figured even if my dad wasn't the most affectionate guy, he'd at least help cover some of the cost. After all, he owned a local construction company that had 3 trucks with his name on the side and always seemed to be hiring. So when Melissa, who was a year older than me, got accepted into a private university across the country, I didn't think much of it. She wasn't exactly the academic type, but somehow she landed a spot in some communications program that probably cost more than our house's down payment. Dad threw her a party. I remember standing in the backyard, watching as he handed her a check in front of everyone, saying something like, "My little girl's going to conquer the world." I clapped, smiled, even helped clean up afterward. Then came Haley. She was my age, just a few months younger, but somehow everything always seemed easier for her. She picked a state school nearby and got in with average grades. Dad helped her move into the dorms personally, bought her new furniture, even upgraded her laptop because she'd need it for college work. When it was my turn, I sat down with him one night after dinner. It was awkward. He was watching some home improvement show, and I kept glancing at the screen like I was interrupting something sacred. But I cleared my throat and said, "Hey, I've been accepted into 2 schools. One's got a great engineering program. I just wanted to talk about, maybe, what kind of help I could get from you. Even partial, I can cover the rest with loans." And he didn't even mute the TV. He just turned to me, not angry, not annoyed, just flat, like he was reading the weather report. "You're a man now, Kevin. You need to figure it out for yourself." At first, I thought he was joking. I laughed nervously and said, "No, really." But he didn't blink. "Melissa and Haley are girls. They'll get married and settle down. You've got to make your own way. That's how the world works." I stared at him for a solid 10 seconds, trying to make sense of what he'd just said. I remember my heart doing this weird thud in my chest, not from anger, not yet, but from a realization that I'd been living in someone else's house this whole time. Not a home, not a family, just a roof where I paid rent in silence and obedience. I didn't argue. What was the point? That night, I went to my room, closed the door, and didn't sleep. I just lay there staring at the ceiling, wondering how 2 girls who weren't even biologically his could be showered with support, while I, his only son, was told to sink or swim. Over the next few weeks, I threw myself into finding a way out. I applied for every scholarship, every grant, every side job I could manage. I took a gap year just to save money, worked at a mechanic's garage during the day, stocked shelves at night. No one in the house noticed, or if they did, they didn't care. Trish would still ask me to take the trash out like I was some mooch sleeping on her couch. Melissa came home on breaks and acted like royalty. Haley got a car from Dad the summer after her freshman year, so she wouldn't have to rely on campus shuttles. Me? I was biking to both jobs on a rusted mountain bike I bought off Craigslist. And yet, even then, I didn't hate them. Not yet. I just accepted it. Thought maybe this was just how things were. Maybe this was just life giving me a rough hand, and I had to play it smart. But that changed one afternoon, 2 years later, when I came home early from work and overheard a conversation in the kitchen. Dad was talking to Trish. I stayed in the hallway, out of view, just about to walk in when I heard my name. "He's stubborn, that's for sure," Dad was saying. "But I think it's good for him. Builds character." Trish snorted. "You really think he'll make something of himself?" And my dad, the man who helped 2 girls not related to him chase their dreams without hesitation, chuckled and said, "Nah, he'll be back here in a few years, begging for a job. You'll see." I froze. Right there, 5 feet away, hearing my own father bet on my failure like it was inevitable. Like I was some long-shot horse in a race no one even wanted to watch. I don't remember walking to my room. I don't remember what I did that night. But something shifted in me. Something cold, quiet, and sharp. I stopped trying to be seen. Stopped hoping for validation. From that moment on, everything I did was for me. I enrolled in community college the next semester. Took classes while still working both jobs. Transferred to a university with a full-ride scholarship 2 years later. Studied business with a minor in mechanical engineering. Started freelancing. Built a small app that helped local shops manage inventory. It took off more than I expected. Got investors. Turned it into a real company. Grew it. Sold it. Started another. By the time I was 28, I wasn't rich, but I was stable. Comfortable. I owned my own house, my own car, my own future. I had an office downtown with a view of the skyline, and 10 employees whose lives I was proud to support. I even got featured in a local business magazine. That's how he found me. 12 years after that night in the kitchen, I heard a knock on my office door. My assistant popped in and said, "Hey, there's someone here asking to speak with you. Says he's your father." And just like that, I looked up, and there he was. Worn suit. Nervous smile. A man who used to speak with authority, now clutching a worn-out cap in his hands like he was the one asking for permission. "Hey, Kev," he said. "Mind if I come in? I need a favor." And that is where things got interesting. I didn't say anything at first. I just stared at him, my father, standing in the doorway of my office like a stranger who took a wrong turn. His eyes scanned the room like he didn't expect this, like he thought I'd be in some shared workspace or rundown garage office with a flickering light bulb and a rusty coffee pot in the corner. But no, behind me was a glass wall with a skyline view, the windows reflecting the amber tones of a late afternoon. On the walls were framed patents and press features. I'd even gotten a plaque recently, some local entrepreneur award that meant nothing to me, but clearly meant something to the investors and clients who came through here. And now he was here, standing right next to a water cooler with sparkling and still options, acting like we'd just bumped into each other at the grocery store. "Kevin," he repeated, this time softer, like maybe I hadn't heard him. I was hoping we could talk. I looked over at my assistant, Lila, who was lingering in the hallway, unsure if she should intervene. I gave her the smallest nod. "Yeah, it's fine," and she reluctantly returned to her desk. Dad stepped inside like he wasn't sure if his feet would be welcomed by the floor. He kept glancing around, half smiling like he was proud, like he wanted to say "you've done well," but knew better than to speak first. I gestured to the chair across from my desk. He sat. For a long time, I just let the silence hang. I wanted him to feel it. The weight of every year he wasn't there. Every birthday he forgot. Every Christmas card that said, "Happy Holidays," with no personal note. Every time I sat alone watching Haley unwrap a new iPad while I quietly pocketed a $25 gas card. He shifted in his seat. "You've got quite the place here," he offered. I finally spoke. "You didn't come here for a tour." He cleared his throat and nodded, rubbing the back of his neck like he always did when he was about to ask for something. "Yeah. No, you're right. I need a favor." Of course he did. "You remember my company? The construction one?" he asked, already knowing I did. "Things haven't been great. Had to let a bunch of guys go last year. Economy hit us hard. Materials went up, clients backed out, insurance got messy. We're in a tough spot." I didn't say anything. He pushed forward. "We're not asking for a handout. Just a bridge loan. Something to keep the doors open until we stabilize. You know the business. We've still got good bones. We just need a little boost." I should have said no right then, but I didn't. Not because I felt guilty, not because I cared, but because something in me wanted to hear more, wanted to see how far he'd go. I leaned back in my chair and asked, "How much?" His eyes lit up like he thought that meant he had a chance. 50, maybe 60,000. I almost laughed. Not because the number was ridiculous. I could have written a check that afternoon, but because the audacity was. "You're asking me for $60,000, I said slowly, "when you wouldn't even co-sign a $5,000 student loan 12 years ago. His smile faltered. "That was different. You needed to learn to stand on your own 2 feet. I was trying to raise a man. Were you?" He hesitated, visibly shaken. "I didn't mean it like that. Look, maybe I wasn't perfect, but..." "No, you were clear," I said, my voice sharper now. "You told me I had to figure it out myself because I was a man. And I did. I figured out every scholarship, every job, every night class, every couch I slept on when I couldn't afford rent. I built everything you see here without a single cent from you." He looked down. "I know. No, I don't think you do," I snapped. "Because while I was working triple shifts and studying on my breaks, Melissa was partying on your dime and failing her classes. Haley got a second car while I was patching a bike tire with duct tape." His jaw tightened. "That's not fair, isn't it?" I asked. Because to me, it sounds exactly like what happened. He didn't have a response. And that should have been the end of it. That should have been the final nail. But the truth is, the worst part, the real betrayal, that didn't happen until years earlier. And maybe I should have seen it coming. But back then, I was too tired, too numb, too busy surviving to understand how deep the favoritism really went. It started with something small. About 6 months after I started community college, I stopped by the house to grab a few boxes I'd left in the garage. I hadn't been around much, and that was by design. But Trish wasn't home that day, and Melissa was back at school, so I figured I could slip in and out unnoticed. While I was digging through the boxes, I found a manila folder stuffed between an old toolbox and a broken fan. Curiosity got the better of me, so I opened it. Inside were copies of tuition invoices. Not mine, obviously. Melissa's. Haley's. But what caught my eye was the breakdown. Room and board, textbook fees, meal plans. And on the bottom, in messy handwriting, were notes. Paid 6/5, paid in full, Dad covered. Melissa needs extra for summer session. And then, a receipt. A single sheet from a bank I didn't recognize, with my dad's name and Trish's listed jointly. A wire transfer, $35,000. I stared at that number for a long time. I didn't even realize my hands were shaking until I dropped the folder and half the papers scattered across the floor. That was the moment I understood. This wasn't about tough love. This wasn't about raising me to be strong. This was about choosing. He didn't forget me. He didn't push me to be independent. He just picked them over me. Every single time. The bitterness settled in my stomach like a stone, but I said nothing. I took my boxes and left. Fast forward to a year later. Melissa drops out of school. No big announcement. Just a quiet return home. A few vague excuses about changing majors and mental burnout. Dad spins it into some story about her being brave enough to try something new. Meanwhile, I'm at university now, living in a crummy off-campus apartment with a mold problem and no heating in the winter. I've got 3 roommates, 2 jobs, and 6 classes. And still, I get texts from Trish. Can you come by this weekend? Melissa needs help setting up her Etsy shop. We're having a family dinner. Don't be rude and skip it. The worst was the Christmas right before my senior year. I didn't want to go home. Everything about that house felt off. But I hadn't seen my grandma in months, and she was the only one who ever made me feel like I mattered. So I went. Dinner was awkward. Melissa had dyed her hair neon pink and was ranting about toxic corporate systems, while Haley live-tweeted the meal. Dad was quiet most of the night, sipping from his beer, pretending like we were all one big happy family. Then, after dessert, he cleared his throat and tapped his glass. I've got a little announcement, he said. Nothing huge, just a little early gift. He reached under the table and pulled out 2 small boxes, wrapped in silver paper with neat little bows. Haley squealed. Melissa clapped like a seal. They opened them in sync. Inside, keys to brand new cars. I remember sitting there, holding a paper plate with a half-eaten slice of pumpkin pie, thinking this was some kind of joke. They're used, Dad said quickly, like that would make it better. But good condition. Safe. Reliable. Everyone cheered. Except me. I stood up, left my plate on the table, and walked out without a word. No one followed me. No one called. A week later, I got an email from Haley, forwarded by accident, I think. It was a thread between her and Dad, discussing the specs of her new car and how Kevin was probably just jealous because he never learned to save properly. That was the breaking point. That's when something in me snapped. When the final thread of hope I'd been clinging to, the idea that maybe, one day, he'd realize what he'd done, finally dissolved. I deleted their numbers. Blocked Trish on Facebook. Stopped replying to group invites, birthday messages, fake attempts at connection. I shut the door and locked it behind me. Until now. Until this very moment, 12 years later, with my dad sitting across from me, suddenly humble, suddenly quiet, asking me for help. Please, Kevin, he said, voice low. I wouldn't be here if I had another choice. I looked at him for a long time. And just when he thought I might say yes, there was a knock on my door. Hey, Kev. Lila peeked in, hesitating. There's someone else here to see you. Says her name is Haley. I froze. And then, I smiled. Because I knew exactly what this was about. I hadn't seen Haley in nearly 7 years. Not since that Christmas with the car keys and the awkward silence I left in my place at the table. Not since I deleted their numbers and erased that part of my life like a corrupted file on an old hard drive. So when Lila said her name, something in me went cold. My father stiffened in the chair across from me. She's here, he asked, confused, and then quickly masked it with a nervous chuckle. Probably just wanted to come along, show support. Support. Right. I stood and walked to the door without saying a word. When I opened it, there she was, same carefully curated face, same posture like the world owed her a little more room than it gave everyone else. But there were new lines under her eyes now, slight bags that no concealer could fully hide. She wore a beige coat draped over one arm and clutched her phone like it was a shield. Kevin, she said, almost like she was surprised to see me, as if she hadn't just walked into my office. Haley, I replied, stepping aside. She entered slowly, scanning the room like she was trying to gauge how much success I'd gathered and whether it could be measured in square footage or decor. Her gaze flicked from the plaque on the wall to the designer chair by the window. She gave a short nod, then sat beside Dad without waiting for an invitation. "Long time," she said, folding one leg over the other. I didn't respond. She glanced at Dad. "He told you, right? About the business?" I raised an eyebrow. "Is that why you're here? To pitch me too?" "No," she said, but her voice wavered. "Well, kind of, but not just for that. Look, we know things between us haven't been smooth." I leaned against the edge of my desk, arms crossed. "Smooth?" Dad opened his mouth like he was about to jump in, but Haley shot him a look and he backed down. I watched it all with a strange sort of detachment, like I was watching a play I'd already seen the ending to. "We just thought," she started again, "maybe it's time to put the past behind us. Life's too short, right?" It was such a Hallmark line. Scripted, practiced, but not sincere. "What do you want?" I asked. She hesitated, then finally laid it out. The construction company was deeper in the red than Dad had admitted. Turns out, a few bad contracts, some tax issues, and poor planning had left them on the brink. They'd mortgaged their house, liquidated savings, even took out loans in Trish's name. And now creditors were circling. "We could lose everything," she said, voice trembling now. "Dad could lose his house. Melissa's still living there with her kids. Mom's freaking out. It's bad, Kevin." I stared at her for a moment, and then at my father. He couldn't even meet my eyes. "She's living there?" I asked. "Melissa? With her kids?" Dad nodded, barely. "She's going through a tough time. So let me get this straight," I said slowly. "The daughter who dropped out, never held a steady job, and had her tuition gift-wrapped for her. She's still in the house you mortgaged, while you're sitting here asking me for money to bail you out." "Kevin, don't do this," Haley snapped, the calm mask cracking for a moment. "This isn't about who got what years ago. This is about family. And right now, our family's drowning." "Our," I repeated. "Is it though?" Silence. That was the moment I realized. They hadn't come here for reconciliation. They'd come because the well had dried up everywhere else. And now I was the last faucet with a steady flow. And yet, despite everything, despite the years of bitterness I'd buried, I still remembered what it felt like to hit rock bottom. Because I had hit it once. It was after my second year at university. I'd overestimated my summer income, underestimated tuition hikes, and the scholarship I was promised got reduced due to budget constraints. I appealed, begged, filled out 100 more forms, but the answer was the same. I was $4,800 short. I didn't have it. My 2 part-time jobs barely covered rent and food. My roommate was moving out, and I couldn't afford the place alone. I couldn't get a cosigner. Couldn't qualify for a loan. I was a week away from being dropped from classes. I remember sitting in a dingy diner, staring at my cold coffee, just lost. I didn't cry. I didn't even frown. I just sat there thinking, so this is it, huh? I made it this far just to lose it now? I had no family to call. No backup plan. No safety net. That night, I slept in the back of my car. It was June. Hot. Mosquitoes buzzing through a cracked window. The seatbelt digging into my side. I used my backpack as a pillow and my hoodie as a blanket. And I remember thinking, I'll never forget this. No matter what happens later, no matter how far I climb, I will never forget this night. It was the turning point. The next morning, I dragged myself to the student union and offered to tutor calculus, physics, econ, anything I could. I talked to the department head, pitched a work-study program, offered to sweep floors if that's what it took. I started freelancing online, making logos and basic websites for anyone willing to pay $25. For months, I lived off canned soup and tap water. I learned how to stretch $1 so far it snapped. But I stayed in school. I finished that semester. And the next. And the next. Eventually, one of my freelance projects, a basic inventory tracker for a student-run coffee kiosk, got picked up by a local chain. They offered me a contract to build a more advanced version. That contract led to others. I learned to code properly, took night classes, grew my portfolio. By the time I graduated, I had enough clients to go full-time. I rented a tiny office above a dry cleaner and hired my first intern. That was the rise. It wasn't glamorous. It wasn't fast, but it was mine. Every inch of it earned. Every win paid for in sleepless nights and quiet resilience. So now, sitting in my sleek office, watching the two people who once watched me drown without lifting a hand. Now they were gasping for air. And they wanted me to be the life raft. Why now? I asked Haley finally. Why come here? After all this time? She hesitated, then said something so audacious it almost made me laugh. Because you owe us. I blinked. What? You're successful because of us, she said, voice rising. You wouldn't have pushed yourself so hard if things hadn't been the way they were. That pressure made you. Dad was tough. Yeah, but it turned you into this. She gestured around the office like it was part of her argument. My father nodded, slowly. She's right. I may not have done things perfectly, but I gave you the push you needed. You're strong because of it. That's gotta mean something. I stared at them in disbelief. And then, slowly, I smiled. Not because it was funny, but because I'd finally seen the full picture. They weren't just entitled. They were delusional. They truly believed that abandoning me had been a gift. That letting me suffer was some twisted version of love. That they had a claim to my success, like it was equity in a stock they'd invested in. I stood. This meeting is over. Haley's face dropped. Kevin, don't. Dad stood too. Just think about it. Please. I opened the door. Neither moved at first, but then Haley grabbed her coat and stormed past me without another word. My father lingered for a moment. I know I made mistakes, he said quietly, but I'm still your father. I looked him dead in the eye. No, you're not. And I closed the door behind them. I sat in my office for a long time afterward. Lights off. City glowing in the distance. My heart wasn't racing. I wasn't angry. I wasn't sad. I was clear. Crystal clear. And I knew exactly what I was going to do next. But not for them. Not this time. I didn't tell anyone what happened that day. Not my assistant. Not my COO. Not even Leo, my closest friend and unofficial business partner since college. But I thought about it constantly. It wasn't just the nerve they had, walking into my office like I was still some confused teenager asking for scraps. It was the entitlement. The gall to suggest they made me. As if neglect and favoritism were the ingredients to my success. As if watching me drown had been part of the plan all along. And yet, I couldn't stop replaying Haley's face. The crack in her voice. The desperation she tried so hard to mask with forced grace. She had always been good at that, putting on the polished, well-adjusted image while things fell apart behind the curtain. But the curtain had finally dropped. They were losing everything. The house. The business. Whatever illusion of control they'd built was crumbling. And I had a front-row seat to the collapse. I'll admit it, I liked the view. But revenge, I've learned, isn't about lashing out. Not for people like me. Not when you've spent your whole life being told to figure it out on your own. No, revenge is a long game. A slow, deliberate strategy. Like chess. You don't flip the board when you're angry. You study the position. You tighten the noose one square at a time. And I had just spotted my opening. 2 days later, I scheduled a meeting with Leo. He met me at our usual cafe. This quiet spot tucked between two office buildings with the best court-to-do in the city and a staff who didn't blink if you stayed for 3 hours on a single espresso. Leo was early, laptop open, already nursing his drink. He was tall, sharp-jawed, always wearing something halfway between streetwear and startup chic. One of those rare people who could be both brutally honest and completely loyal at the same time. What's up? He asked as I sat down. You've had that calculating vengeance look all week. I gave a dry laugh. Do I have a look for that? You do, he said. And you've been quiet. Which means either someone's about to regret everything or you've finally lost interest in your inbox. I took a sip of my coffee. Then I told him everything. About the visit. The ask. The smug entitlement. Haley's line about me owing them for pushing me. Dad's desperate pitch about the company. Leo didn't interrupt. Just listened, brow furrowed slightly, nodding every few minutes. When I finished, he leaned back, whistling under his breath. Man, he said. That's rich. Do they even know what we're sitting on? No, I replied. And I don't plan on telling them. Not yet. Because here's the thing. We just closed our Series B round. $15 million. Our startup, now a fast-growing logistics optimization company, wasn't just surviving anymore. We were scaling. Fast. Contracts with retail giants. A proprietary AI system that could reduce supply chain waste by 30%. Industry awards. We were on track for a massive acquisition within 18 months. And I'd made sure none of it led back to my legal name in public-facing press. Every article used Leo as the face. I was the architect behind the curtain. Deliberate. Strategic. Because I didn't want my family crawling out of the woodwork with crocodile tears and sob stories. But now they'd found me anyway. And they were drowning. So I made a decision. I want to buy them out, I told Leo. He raised an eyebrow. Buy them out of what? The construction company. He blinked. You want to buy your dad's failing business? Exactly. He leaned forward. Okay, I'm listening. But I need to hear where this is going. I opened my laptop and pulled up the public business registry. I'd already done the research. The company was bleeding, 6 months behind on taxes, massive debt owed to a materials supplier, pending lawsuits over unpaid wages. The building they owned had been used as collateral for multiple loans. Trish's name was co-signed on at least 2 of them. They don't know I know all this, I said. And that's the point. Leo's eyes gleamed. You're going to make them an offer. Exactly. But not as Kevin. Not as their son. I'm going to approach them through a holding company. A shell, essentially. Clean name. No personal connection. Just a local investor with an interest in flipping undervalued family businesses. And what's the end game? He asked, though I could already see the grin forming at the corners of his mouth. I take control of everything. The company, the property, their assets. I become the owner of the very thing my father clung to like a crown. And then, I paused. And then I show him what a real man does with power. Leo let out a low whistle. That's cold, Kev. But I like it. We spent the next 2 hours mapping out the plan. First, we registered a new LLC under Leo's name, Redbridge Holdings. Completely legitimate, with its own business email domain, voicemail inbox, and a polished website designed to look like a boutique equity firm that specialized in distressed family businesses. Then we drafted a letter of interest, casually inquiring about buying out the construction company. No hard pitch. Just a "we noticed you may be in need of assistance" approach. We made it sound like a lifeline, not a buyout. A fresh start. We mailed it. 2 weeks later, we got a response. They wanted to meet. I arranged for the meeting to be held at a neutral downtown co-working space, one of those glass and steel buildings with Scandinavian furniture and kombucha on tap. I didn't attend. Leo handled it, dressed in his best investor casual, black button-down, slim-fit slacks, Rolex just peeking from under the cuff. He said they looked uncomfortable. Trish was there too. First time she'd shown her face since my high school graduation. According to Leo, she spent most of the meeting cutting him off, trying to seem smarter than she was. My father, meanwhile, was quiet. Nervous. Probably sensing they were in deeper than he'd admitted. They said they'd think about it. 3 days later, they called back. They were interested in selling 51% to retain family control. We countered with 70%. They argued. We stood firm. Eventually, they caved. The documents were signed 2 weeks later. I owned the majority stake in the company that once shut its doors on me. And they still had no idea. The first thing I did was audit the books. It was worse than expected. They'd taken personal loans through the business. Used the company credit card for vacations. Paid Melissa under the table for consulting. Haley's name was on the payroll despite not having worked there in years. We fired the accountant. Installed our own. I replaced the old foreman with a competent project manager I'd worked with during a previous logistics project. He knew construction inside and out. Cleaned house. Streamlined operations. Cut the dead weight. Melissa stopped showing up entirely when we removed her access to the gas card. Haley called Leo directly, furious, demanding answers. He told her, politely, that the new owners were restructuring. That's when she threatened legal action, claiming emotional damages. It was laughable, but the real surprise came a few weeks later. A letter from the county. Trish had put the house up as collateral not once, but twice. One of the liens had defaulted, and now, unless someone cleared the debt, foreclosure proceedings would begin within 60 days. And the funniest part? One of the liens was technically under the business's name, which meant I now had legal leverage over their house. Poetic. I kept quiet for a while. Let it simmer. Let the panic start to rise. Let the silence from Redbridge Holdings unnerve them. And then, one rainy Thursday morning, I scheduled a meeting. This time, it would be in my office. Same chairs. Same skyline. Same manila folders with financial documents spread across the desk. But this time, I wouldn't be alone. Leo would be there. Our legal counsel too. Everything documented. Everything by the book. And for the first time in over a decade, I'd be sitting across from my father and his wife not as their struggling, neglected son, but as the man who owned their future. And this time, they'd be the ones with their backs against the wall. And I hadn't even played my final card yet. I sent the meeting invites out on a Tuesday morning. One to my father, one to Trish, one to Haley. The subject line was simple: Redbridge Holdings, ownership discussion. I didn't use my name. There was no need. They had no idea I was behind the curtain, and I wasn't ready to step into the spotlight, not until the final act. The meeting was scheduled for Friday at 4 p.m., the perfect hour. Late enough to ruin their weekend. Early enough to leave them stewing in the fallout for days. When they arrived, I was in the conference room, waiting. Leo sat at the head of the table, dressed in his signature charcoal jacket and white tee combo, fingers laced, calm, and unreadable. Beside him was our legal counsel, Ava, sharp, composed, and already flipping through the folder in front of her like she was reading the final chapter of a thriller she'd already guessed the ending to. They walked in like they owned the place. Haley in a beige pantsuit, clutching a leather binder, trying to look important. Trish in oversized sunglasses and a scarf, even though we were indoors. And my father, worn but trying to stand tall, still wearing that old leather jacket he thought made him look dignified. I recognized every twitch in his face, every mask he wore. They didn't notice me at first. I was at the far end of the table, behind my laptop. I'd intentionally kept my chair turned slightly, facing the skyline through the glass wall. To them, I was probably just another assistant or junior analyst sitting in. Until I turned. The moment my face came into view, Trish froze mid-sentence. Haley blinked 3 times, jaw tight. My father, he went pale, like he'd just seen a ghost. Kevin, he said. I didn't answer. Not right away. I wanted them to feel it. The dissonance. The walls closing in. Thank you for coming, Leo said coolly. Let's get started. The next 30 minutes were business. Leo walked them through the restructuring plan. Ava presented the compliance documents. They nodded, squirmed, feigned understanding. But I could see it. All of them trying to figure out what I was doing there. Why I was at the table. Why the air had changed. When Leo finished outlining the liquidation timeline for non-essential assets, my father finally snapped. Wait, hold on. You're saying we're selling the building? Ava nodded. Correct. As part of the debt recovery strategy. It's the only viable way to satisfy the lien on the property, which you used as collateral. You can't do that, Trish snapped. That house has been in our family. It hasn't, I said, finally speaking. It was bought 21 years ago, in your name, and then mortgaged 3 times. Twice to cover Melissa's credit card debt. Her mouth opened and closed like a fish. How do you know that? I smiled. Because I own it now. Silence. What? Haley whispered. Leo slid a document across the table. As of 2 weeks ago, Mr. Kevin Miller, acting through Redbridge Holdings, acquired a controlling interest in the business, its subsidiaries, and associated assets, including the deed on the office lot and the mortgage lien on the house located at 147 Creekside Drive. My father looked like he'd been punched. He stammered. I don't understand. You don't have to, I said. Just know this. You're sitting in my building, begging for air in my conference room, and the floor beneath your feet is already slipping. Haley stood. You're doing this to punish us. I stood too. Calm. Composed. I'm doing this, I said, because you taught me to be a man who stands on his own. Remember? My father blinked. You said it like it was wisdom, I continued. That men figure it out for themselves. That support is for girls. That I had to earn my worth. I leaned across the table. Well, I did. And now I've earned the right to take everything you thought was untouchable. Trish muttered something under her breath. Probably a curse, but I ignored her. We're offering you a graceful exit, Leo said. You can sign over your remaining shares and walk away debt-free. Or we can pursue liquidation and foreclosure. Your choice. You're bluffing, Haley hissed. Ava slid another document across the table, this one stamped by the county. Notice of intent to foreclose. My father reached for it with shaking hands. You'd do this to your own family? He said hoarsely. I tilted my head. You mean like when you let me sleep in my car? When you gave them everything and told me to figure it out? He didn't answer. Here's what's going to happen, I said. You'll sign the paperwork. You'll leave. You'll lose the house. You'll lose the company. But you'll get to keep your dignity, what little you have left. Because I'm not doing this out of spite. I paused. I'm doing it because I've finally accepted that I don't owe you anything. Not love. Not loyalty. Not mercy. Trish tried to argue. Haley slammed her binder shut. My father just sat there, eyes hollow. They signed. When they left, I didn't follow them out. I stayed behind and watched from the window as they walked to the elevator, slower now. Smaller. It was done. In the months that followed, everything changed. We sold the house. The buyer flipped it within weeks for a profit. I never stepped foot inside, not once. I didn't need to. The company was rebranded, modernized, and merged with a logistics subcontractor. The staff got better benefits. The books were clean. Melissa tried to call once, but I blocked the number. Trish emailed Leo some legal threat. It went nowhere. Haley, she disappeared off social media. I heard she moved to another state. Someone told me she was working at a mid-tier PR agency, back to square one. As for my father, I don't know. I don't ask. And I don't care. Because this story wasn't about revenge. Not really. It was about building something they couldn't touch. About choosing myself every single time they didn't. About rising quietly, patiently, until I stood tall enough to look them in the eye and say, "We're not the same anymore." And the last thing I ever said to my father was this: "You tried to bury me, but you forgot. I was a seed. I'm Lily. I'm 31, and I've always been the responsible one in my family, the one who organizes things, smooths over drama, and ends up footing the bill when someone conveniently forgets their wallet." For years, I convinced myself that being the peacemaker was a badge of honor, that maybe one day they'd see how much I did for them and appreciate me for it. Spoiler, they never did. But nothing, and I mean nothing, could have prepared me for what happened with the cruise, or how deeply I was about to be betrayed by the people I thought loved me. It started last spring. My mom had this grand idea to plan a once-in-a-lifetime family cruise to celebrate her and Dad's 35th anniversary. She pitched it over our monthly family Zoom, with the same wide-eyed excitement she used when talking about redecorating the living room or starting a garden she'd abandoned 2 weeks in. But I'll admit, this time it sounded nice. She wanted all of us together. Me, my younger sister Jenna, my brother Thomas, his wife and kids, even our grumpy Uncle Rick. 7 days through the Mediterranean, fancy dinners, shore excursions, the works. All we have to do is show up, she said. Except that wasn't true. She needed someone to organize it all, book the tickets, research the cruise lines, coordinate passports, and guess who she asked to help out? Yours truly. Now, I'm a project manager by trade. I do logistics for a living. So part of me enjoyed the control. I spent weeks poring over cruise line options, comparing prices, reading reviews. I negotiated a group package with a travel agent, reserved adjacent cabins, and even managed to secure a dinner reservation on the captain's night. I fronted the deposit myself, $4, $800, because everyone's money was tied up or payday hadn't hit yet, and we were on a deadline. My mom promised they'd all pay me back. And of course, because it was under my name, I was listed as the primary contact and booking owner. Keep that in mind. Things were fine at first. There was the usual flurry of group texts, outfit planning, itinerary suggestions, and passive-aggressive jabs from my mom about how Jen has been so busy with her new relationship and could I handle most of the organizing. Since I don't have a lot going on socially, whatever. I bit my tongue. I'd gotten good at that. Until one Sunday dinner at my parents' place, everything changed. We were eating on the patio barbecue, my dad's specialty, and everyone was chatting about shore excursions when Jenna, with this casual little grin, said, "Oh, by the way, I'm bringing Tyler on the cruise. We got engaged last week." Everything froze. My fork clinked against my plate, and my stomach dropped like a stone. Tyler? She was bringing Tyler? Tyler, who was my ex-boyfriend of 4 years. Tyler, who I lived with. Tyler, who proposed to me once and then ghosted me 6 weeks before our wedding, drained our joint account, and left me to explain to friends and vendors why there was no ceremony. That Tyler. I looked at Jenna, blinking. "You're engaged?" To Tyler. She rolled her eyes like I was being dramatic. "Yeah, I thought you knew we were dating." I hadn't. Not one whisper. Not a rumor. Not a clue. The last time I heard anything about Tyler, he'd moved out of state. Apparently, they'd reconnected through mutual friends last year, and somehow Jenna decided dating her sister's ex-fiancé was totally normal behavior. I turned to my parents, waiting for them to react, to say something, to stop this madness. But Mom just smiled and said, "It's not ideal, but you know, love finds a way." I nearly laughed. "You're seriously okay with this?" With her bringing him? Dad cleared his throat and mumbled something about second chances, and Jenna leaned forward with this smug little smirk. Look, Lily, it's not about you. This cruise is for Mom and Dad. Don't make everything personal. I stood up, shaking. I wanted to scream. But instead, I said, if he goes, I don't. Mom frowned. Lily, don't be selfish. Tyler's part of the family now. No, he's part of her drama. And he left me. Do you not remember what he did to me? Jenna crossed her arms. He made a mistake. People change. I'm happy now. Why can't you be happy for me? I stared at her. My sister. The girl who cried with me when Tyler disappeared, who helped me cancel wedding arrangements, who said she hated him. And now she was marrying him? Dragging him onto a trip I paid for? I walked out that night and didn't say another word to anyone for 2 weeks. Eventually, I got a text from Mom. We gave your spot to Tyler. He's covering his cost. Let us know if you change your mind. That was it. No apology. No acknowledgement. I wasn't even asked. I was replaced. On a trip I spent months organizing and fronting money for. Something in me snapped. Not in a screaming, throwing things kind of way. In a cold, calculated, crystal clear way. I logged into the cruise account that night, still listed as the primary. I checked all the names. Sure enough, they'd added Tyler to my spot. Not a new booking. My reservation. And no one had updated the main contact. So I started making calls. To the cruise line. To the travel agent. I played dumb at first, just double-checking I'm still the owner of the group booking. Yep, still me. Can I make changes? Absolutely, as long as I could verify my ID and booking number. Which I could. I waited. I gave them time to pack their bags, make their Instagram posts, load the car. Then, 2 hours before departure, I picked up the phone, gave them my credentials, and said, calmly, I'd like to cancel the group booking. All of it. The agent hesitated. You're sure? There are 9 people booked. Correct. Cancel it all. Please confirm the refund policy. There was silence. Then typing. Then the quiet, unmistakable click of every plan they'd made dissolving right in front of them. And then, I waited. I knew what time they were supposed to check in at the port. I knew what pier. I knew the group itinerary. I even knew Jenna was planning to wear a white sundress for embarkation photos. What I didn't know was how they'd react. Until the text started rolling in. Lily, what did you do? Lily, call me right now. They won't let us board. They're saying it was canceled? Mom is crying. Dad is yelling. Tyler is freaking out. This isn't funny. You ruined everything. I sat on my couch, phone buzzing in my lap, and for the first time in years, I smiled. But I didn't reply. I didn't reply that day. Or the next. I turned off my phone and drove upstate to a quiet cabin I'd rented in advance, where I had no signal, no guilt, and absolutely no intention of dealing with the fallout. I had a stack of novels, a playlist of music I hadn't listened to since college, and for the first time in years, a full week to myself with no expectations, no family guilt tripping, no emotional blackmail. Just peace. While they were standing in line at the port screaming at a confused cruise staff about how this had to be some mistake, I was sitting on a deck sipping iced coffee with a wool blanket wrapped around my legs and the sun on my face. I didn't even tell my friends what I'd done. Not yet. I needed a few days to process it myself. When I got back into signal range 5 days later, my phone blew up the second I turned it on. Missed calls. Voicemails. Long text messages in all caps. My mom had sent me 14 messages in a row, varying between, how could you? And please just explain what's happening. One voicemail from my dad was just him sighing for 23 seconds before muttering, this is ridiculous, and hanging up. Jenna sent the most. Pictures of her standing by the terminal in tears, one of her luggage by the curb, and then a long message that just read, I cannot believe you'd ruin Mom and Dad's anniversary like this. You are so spiteful and petty, it's actually disgusting. Tyler and I didn't deserve this. You ruined everything. Don't ever contact me again. And then, 20 minutes later, another message. Also, the cruise line won't issue a refund. You're the one who canceled. So guess what, genius? You owe all of us the money back. $8,000. Pay up. I laughed. Out loud. Sitting in my car in the middle of a grocery store parking lot. Just straight up laughed. Because of course she didn't read the fine print. Of course she didn't understand how bookings work. The refund was processed to me. I'd taken out cancellation insurance when I booked the cruise, knowing how flaky my family could be. I filed the claim the day after canceling. I wasn't out a dime. In fact, after some negotiation with the agent and a fee or two, I got nearly 95% of the total cost back in my account within a week. They got nothing. No cruise. No photos. No Mediterranean cocktails. No spa day. No formal dinner. Nothing. I didn't respond right away. I wanted them to stew, to let it sink in, to really understand what it felt like to be dismissed, replaced, and ignored like I didn't matter. And then, 3 days later, when the messages started tapering off into silence, I finally sent one text in the family group chat, short, cold, and crystal clear. You all decided I didn't matter. You gave my spot to the man who ruined my life, and not one of you defended me. You chose Tyler over your own daughter/sister. So I made a choice, too. Actions have consequences. I'm done being your doormat. That was it. No, let's talk. No open-ended olive branch. I wasn't looking for reconciliation. I was done. My mom called within 5 minutes. I didn't answer. The next morning, I woke up to a novel in my inbox, an email from her, full of emotional manipulation. We didn't think you'd actually cancel. You always take things too far. We were just trying to move on. She even had the audacity to write, Tyler is a good man now. Jenna deserves happiness. I deleted it. Later that week, I got a call from my cousin Melissa, who wasn't on the cruise but had apparently heard about the chaos through the family grapevine. She's always been one of the few in the family who actually listens and doesn't get swept up in the drama. When I answered, the first thing she said was, please tell me it's true. You really did it. I told her everything. She laughed so hard she snorted. I'm sorry, but that's the most savage, well-deserved thing I've ever heard. They're still furious. Your mom's been telling everyone you hacked the cruise line. That's when I knew they hadn't told the whole truth. They were spinning the narrative, painting me as unstable, impulsive, bitter. A woman scorned. But I didn't care. Because for the first time in my life, I wasn't explaining myself. I wasn't chasing their approval. I wasn't begging to be treated like I mattered. I was just free. Then came the kicker. A letter. Not an email, not a text. A handwritten letter from Jenna. It arrived in a cream-colored envelope a few weeks after the dust had mostly settled. Her handwriting, still the same bubbly loops from when we were kids, filled the page front and back. I sat on the couch, heart pounding, expecting a bomb. But what I got was worse. It was fake forgiveness. She wrote that she understood I was hurting, that she should have told me sooner, but that family is about forgiveness, and holding grudges is what destroys relationships. She never apologized, not really. Never admitted what she did was cruel. And she ended the letter by saying she hoped I'd be mature enough to attend their wedding, as a guest, of course. That was the moment I realized she genuinely believed she'd done nothing wrong. And I had one final decision to make. I folded the letter carefully, slid it back into the envelope, and stared at it for a good 10 minutes. My hands were steady, my breathing calm. But inside, something ice-cold had settled in my chest, a resolve I hadn't felt before. Because if Jenna thought I was going to read her passive-aggressive non-apology and come crawling back into the fold with some weak smile and a gift from her registry, she had another thing coming. I wasn't going to write her back. I was going to show her. Now, remember that cruise refund? I didn't tell anyone where it went. And they all just assumed I'd spend it on myself. Maybe a vacation, maybe clothes. In truth, I'd done something a little different. After months of holding back, I used that money to launch something I'd been dreaming about for years, my own consulting business. I'd had the idea simmering for ages, and the funds from the canceled cruise were exactly what I needed to finally make it real. Website, branding, legal filings, client outreach. I dove into it with the energy of someone who had nothing to lose and a lifetime of resentment to burn. And then, I got lucky. Or maybe I was just good. One of my old colleagues from a previous job heard about my services through the grapevine, and within a month, she brought me on to consult for her growing tech startup. That one contract led to another, and then another. And before I knew it, I had 5 clients, consistent income, and more peace of mind than I'd ever had in my life. I was working for me now. No more toxic bosses, no more family drama distracting me from deadlines, and best of all, no one second-guessing whether I mattered. That's when I got the wedding invitation. It arrived in late September. Jenna and Tyler had set the date for early November. It was a fancy card with gold foil edges, a picture of them standing on a dock at sunset, smiling like a Hallmark movie ad. And on the RSVP, in handwriting that wasn't Jenna's, someone had added in pen, "Please let us know if you've moved past things." I stared at it. Moved past things? They thought this was a petty squabble. Like I'd borrowed a sweater and forgot to return it. Like I hadn't been publicly humiliated, emotionally gutted, and thrown aside by the people who were supposed to protect me. They wanted me to come and clap politely while my sister married my ex-fiancé, to sit in a pew and smile while he slid a ring onto her finger. And so, I made my plan. You see, Jenna had always been obsessed with appearances. She curated her Instagram feed like it was a lifestyle brand, constantly posted about her journey, her healing, her chosen family. She wanted her wedding to be a social event, an image, and I knew just how to shatter it. I RSVP'd yes, not because I was going to attend, but because it gave me time and access. I started with the venue. I called and, pretending to be Jenna's assistant, her wedding planner had apparently quit over creative differences a few weeks earlier. I confirmed that I was allowed to send materials in advance to be set up on the day. The woman on the phone didn't question me. I used the same voice I used to manage clients, polite but firm. Yes, the bride just wants to make sure these personal letters from loved ones are displayed on the guest book table. Very sentimental. Then I got to work writing a letter. Not to Jenna, to Tyler. It wasn't threatening. It wasn't cruel. It was factual. I included the date he emptied our joint account, the receipts, the screenshots of our last messages before he ghosted me, the catering deposit I had to eat, and even a copy of the therapy bill I racked up trying to piece myself back together after he left. I printed it on heavy parchment paper, sealed it in an envelope with his name on it, and included a small note on the front that said, "You forgot some things. Thought you might want them back." I mailed it to the venue. I also scheduled a little something else, a Google ad. See, Jenna and Tyler had created a wedding hashtag. It was on the invite, on their wedding website, even included in the ceremony program. And they were encouraging guests to use it. What they didn't realize is that hashtags can be indexed. I bought a few targeted ads connected to that hashtag. Anyone who clicked on it during the wedding weekend, anyone searching photos, would see a sponsored post that read, "Curious about Tyler and Jenna's love story? You might want to read this first." It linked to a private blog post. Not dramatic, not emotional, just a calm, detailed recounting of my experience with Tyler. Dates, facts, screenshots, no commentary, just the truth. I didn't know how many people would see it. I didn't care. It wasn't for them. It was for me. A line in the sand. And the best part? I didn't even go to the wedding. I booked a weekend at a spa resort 2 hours away, turned off my phone, and let the storm unfold without me. I don't know exactly what happened when Tyler opened that letter, or how many people clicked on that ad during the reception. I don't know if the whispers started before or after the cake cutting, or if Jenna saw it right away or not until days later when the tag stopped working. What I do know is this. When I turned my phone back on Sunday night, I had 32 missed calls. 3 from Jenna, 4 from my mom, 17 from Tyler. The rest? From numbers I didn't recognize. No voicemails, no texts, just silence. And that silence? It was the sweetest sound I'd ever heard. When I saw the flurry of missed calls, I didn't panic. I didn't even flinch. I turned my phone face down on the coffee table and let it buzz itself into exhaustion. The days of me rushing to smooth things over were over. I wasn't that girl anymore. But I was curious. So I opened my laptop, pulled up the analytics from the ad campaign, and smiled. Over 2,100 people had seen the post. Nearly 800 had clicked through to the blog. The wedding hashtag? Scrubbed. Deleted from their Instagram captions. Their wedding website now redirected to a 404 page. Poof. Gone. Later that evening, I received one email. Just one. It was from Tyler. No subject line. No greeting. "You're unbelievable. You ruined my life. I hope it was worth it." I stared at that sentence for a long time, sipping chamomile tea like it was champagne. Then I hit reply and typed, "No, Tyler. You ruined your own life. I just told the truth." Then I blocked his email address. Permanently. A few days later, the real fallout began. Melissa, my cousin, called me in disbelief. "Did you hear what happened after the wedding?" "Nope," I said casually, folding laundry with one hand and holding the phone with the other. She was practically breathless. So apparently, after the letter got opened, yes, during the reception, by the way, there was a full-blown fight between Jenna and Tyler in the bridal suite. He accused her of setting him up. She screamed that he never told her any of what he did to you. She slapped him. He stormed out. Alone. I blinked. He left the wedding? Left. Didn't even spend the night. Their honeymoon flights were canceled. And get this, Jenna posted a photo the next morning of her alone in her wedding dress with a caption that just said, "Sometimes, love isn't enough." I nearly choked on my tea. Melissa went on. "Your mom's been trying to spin it as a bump in the road, but Aunt Grace told me your parents are furious that you embarrassed the family." Jenna's not speaking to anyone. She thinks everyone was in on it. And Tyler? Word is he's trying to move back in with his parents. Good. Let him explain that to his mom. I spent the next few weeks completely unbothered. I poured myself into growing my business, which, by the way, only gained traction thanks to the unexpected traffic from the blog post. A few women in tech who'd seen the story reached out privately, asking about my consulting services. Some just wanted to thank me for speaking up. Others hired me. Funny how speaking your truth opens more doors than staying silent ever could. 1 month later, I got a letter in the mail. This time from my mother. It was stiff, overly formal, and clearly written through gritted teeth. She apologized for the lack of foresight and the misunderstanding with the cruise. She said the family regretted how things unfolded and hoped I'd be willing to rejoin them for Thanksgiving. There was no mention of what Jenna did, no accountability, no acknowledgement of how deeply I'd been betrayed. Just a hollow olive branch wrapped in guilt and entitlement. I didn't reply. Instead, I donated $2,000 from my cruise refund to a women's shelter downtown and dropped off 2 boxes of supplies the next day. The staff hugged me. A resident cried when I handed her a brand new coat. It was the warmest holiday season I've ever had. By Christmas, I'd moved to a new city. Bigger, busier. No more running into family at the grocery store. No more awkward invitations. Just me, my clients, and the quiet satisfaction of knowing that I'd walked away without burning myself to keep anyone else warm. I unfollowed them all, deleted their numbers, blocked the guilt, shut the door, and I've never looked back. Because when someone tries to replace you on a cruise you planned, with the man who broke you, you don't chase after the boat. You cancel the whole thing and sail off on your own terms. Alone, but free. My name's Alex, I'm 34, and I've always been the kind of guy people describe as reliable. Not flashy, not the life of the party, just reliable. I'm the one who files taxes early, the one who remembers birthdays, the one who makes a budget spreadsheet for fun. I never thought those traits would end up making me the scapegoat of my own family. But here we are. Growing up, I was the invisible middle child. My older brother, Jordan, was the golden boy, varsity sports, endless praise, even when he crashed my dad's car in high school. My younger sister, Lily, was the baby, sweet, spoiled, and completely shielded from consequences. And me? I was just there. Not really praised, not really scolded. I got good grades, helped with chores, got into a decent college, and paid my own way. I didn't complain. I didn't make waves. That was my role. Stay useful, stay quiet. Things started shifting after I graduated. I landed a solid job in finance, moved into a modest apartment, and started building a decent life for myself. But almost as soon as the ink dried on my first paycheck, the requests started rolling in. It began small. "Alex, can you spot me $200 for Lily's books?" Or, "Alex, your dad and I are a little short this month. Can you help with groceries?" Every time I helped, I told myself it was temporary. I told myself this was what families did. But it never stopped. Over the years, the asks became bigger, bolder. Jordan decided he wanted to launch a startup. "It'll be huge," he promised. "You'll get in on the ground floor." I gave him $5,000. He spent it on a trip to Miami and a new gaming setup. Lily wanted to move to a city apartment to be closer to auditions. I co-signed her lease. She stopped paying rent after 3 months. My parents? They refinanced their mortgage twice and still managed to rack up more credit card debt than I could fathom. And every time something broke, figuratively or literally, I was the first call. At first, I justified it. I told myself they just needed time, that I was lucky, and lucky people helped. But then I started noticing the language. Subtle at first, my mom joking, "You're like our little emergency fund," or my dad smirking, "Alex always bails us out." Harmless, right? Except the jokes stopped being jokes. They started feeling like roles carved in stone. I tried to draw boundaries, once. 2 years ago. I told my mom I couldn't co-sign another one of Jordan's big ideas. She got quiet. Cold. I didn't hear from her for a month. When she finally called, it wasn't to apologize. It was to tell me my dad had thrown out his back and they needed help with medical bills. I caved. Again. But the final straw came a month ago. I had just finished a brutal quarter at work, 12-hour days, not a single weekend off, and I was finally starting to think about putting a down payment on a small condo. It felt huge. Like maybe, finally, I could build something for myself. Then my mom called. She wanted me to co-sign a loan. Again. This time, it was for Lily, who had found herself and wanted to open a boutique crystal shop with a friend she'd met at a weekend retreat. I laughed at first. I thought she was kidding. She wasn't. When I said no, calmly, respectfully, my mom exploded. I'll never forget it. Her voice rose so fast, so sharp, I had to hold the phone away. "You're just a burden we tolerate," she screamed. "You act like you're so noble, but you're just bitter and selfish. We've put up with your judgment for years." There was this silence after that. Heavy. I didn't say anything. I couldn't. I just stared at the floor, the phone pressed against my ear like it might apologize for her. I ended the call without a word. I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I didn't write a long, angry email. I just started packing. No dramatic confrontation. No slammed doors. I just left, took a few days off work, loaded my things into the back of my car, and disappeared. I didn't tell them where I was going. I didn't check in. I just turned off my phone, booked a short-term rental in a quiet town a few hours away, and tried to remember what peace felt like. The first few days were strange. There was a kind of hollow quiet in the air, like something had been cut out of me. I kept checking my phone out of habit, only to remember it was off. My brain kept anticipating guilt, texts from my mom, voicemails from Lily, calls from Jordan trying to smooth things over. But there was nothing, just silence. And then, exactly 2 weeks later, the silence broke. I had turned my phone back on for work. There were dozens of missed calls and messages. Most of them were from numbers I didn't recognize. But one stood out, a text from Jordan. Why was the mortgage declined? No greeting, no context, no apology, just that. I stared at it for a full minute, heart thudding. Not because I was surprised, but because it confirmed what I already knew. My name was still on their paperwork. My credit had still been holding up the fragile tower of their financial chaos. They hadn't even thought about me until the foundation cracked. I typed back one sentence. Asked the family that tolerated me. Then I turned the phone off again. And this time, it stayed off. But that was only the beginning. Because when people like that realize the person they've leaned on isn't there to catch them anymore, they don't fall quietly. They panic. They scramble. And they start revealing exactly who they are. The next time I turned my phone on, 3 days later, it practically vibrated itself off the counter. Missed calls. Voicemails. Messages stacked so high it froze my screen for a moment. My hands hovered over the screen, debating whether to even look. But curiosity won. I didn't listen to the voicemails. I just read the texts. Lily texted, "Where are you?" Mom's freaking out. "She said you sabotaged the mortgage." Jordan texted, "Dude, you couldn't give us a heads up? Now everything's on me." Mom texted, "I don't know what's gotten into you, but you're destroying this family." Dad texted, "This is bigger than you, Alex. Grow up." Mom again, "You're acting like a child. Stop pouting and call me." And then came the ones that made me stop scrolling entirely. Mom said, "I raised you. I made you who you are. And this is how you repay me." Jordan texted, "You've always been jealous. Admit it. You like watching us struggle." Lily texted, "Guess you were never really part of this family anyway." That one hit harder than I expected. I didn't reply. I didn't need to. They weren't looking for answers. They were lashing out, flailing in the absence of the scapegoat they depended on for too long. And the more I ignored them, the more their true selves surfaced. Later that week, I got an email from the bank, purely procedural. The mortgage had defaulted. Payments had lapsed months ago. Apparently, my parents had been living off extensions and partial payments, assuming I'd cover the gaps eventually. I didn't realize how bad it had gotten because, of course, they never told me. That same day, I got a text from my aunt, my mom's sister. We weren't close, but she had always been decent to me. The message was short. "I don't know exactly what happened, but I just want you to know, you don't owe anyone anything." I sat with that for a long time. You don't owe anyone anything. No one in my immediate family had ever said that to me. Not once. A week passed. Then two. The silence was eerie, but peaceful. I focused on work. I started jogging again. I even signed a lease on a new apartment, nothing flashy, just a quiet space with sunlight and a little balcony where I could drink coffee in the morning without anyone asking for anything. I thought that might be the end of it. That maybe, just maybe, they'd get the hint. But entitlement doesn't retreat quietly. The next escalation came on a Sunday evening. I was cleaning out my email inbox when I saw it, an event invitation. Lily's Crystal Boutique grand opening. I laughed. Out loud. Not because it was funny, but because it was insane. After everything, she had still gone through with it. The venue address was some overpriced space in a trendy part of town, and the RSVP link included a registry for donations to help fund her spiritual journey. I closed the email. The next morning, I got another message from Jordan. We're trying to hold this family together, Alex. But you've made it impossible. Mom's not sleeping. Dad's thinking about getting a second job. Lily's crying every day. Is that what you wanted? He really thought that would work. Guilt. The old reliable lever. But it didn't. I didn't feel guilt. I felt clarity. For the first time in my life, I wasn't propping up something broken just because it was familiar. Still, I wasn't naive. I knew they wouldn't let me walk away without one final stunt. And sure enough, it came the week after Lily's boutique opened. My manager at work pulled me aside. Said she'd gotten a strange call from someone claiming to be my concerned parent. Said I was in distress, not making rational choices, and possibly being manipulated by outside influences. I stared at her, stunned. That's completely false, I said. She nodded. I figured. But we're required to log the concern and follow up. After that, I changed my number. I updated every password, removed myself from every shared document and account I could think of. I even pulled my name from my parents' mortgage officially. Turns out they had forged a few things when they added me the second time. A lawyer friend helped me fix that. That should have been the end. But 2 weeks later, there was a knock at my door. And when I opened it, I found my mom standing there. Tired, pale, but not apologetic. Just waiting. She didn't say hello. Didn't ask if I had a minute. Didn't even bother to make it sound like this visit was out of concern or love. She just looked past me, at my hallway, at the apartment I had painstakingly put together piece by piece over the last month, and said, "So this is where you've been hiding." I stood there for a moment, one hand still on the doorknob, unsure whether to shut the door or let her speak. I hadn't seen her in person since the day she'd screamed that I was a burden. Now, standing under my doorway like some kind of ghost from a past I was still trying to bury, she looked smaller. Older, but not softer. "Mom," I said flatly. "Why are you here?" She stepped forward, boldly, like she still had every right to just walk into my life. Into my space. "We need to talk. You can't just run away from your family every time things get difficult." I almost laughed. "I didn't run away," I said. "I walked away. Quietly. After being screamed at, again, for setting the smallest boundary." She rolled her eyes, like I was being dramatic. Like none of this was serious. "You've always taken everything so personally, Alex," she said, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. "You twist things. We were upset. People say things in the heat of the moment. You know we love you." I stared at her, feeling a coldness settle in my chest. It was the kind of cold that doesn't come from winter air. It comes from years of being gaslit, dismissed, used. "You said I was a burden. That you tolerated me. That wasn't heat of the moment. That was truth. Yours." Her lips pressed together. She wasn't expecting resistance. She had come here thinking I'd fold, just like always. Then she sighed, dramatically. "Look, I didn't come here to argue. We're in a tight spot. The mortgage is overdue, the bank's threatening foreclosure, and your father, he's not handling the stress well. Jordan's too busy trying to find investors for his new project, and Lily is selling overpriced rocks out of a strip mall," I said. Her eyes narrowed. "See? That attitude is exactly the problem. You always think you're better than the rest of us." I stepped fully into the doorway now, not letting her inside. "No, I think I've worked hard, and I've been responsible. That doesn't make me better. That makes me exhausted." For the first time since she arrived, she looked uncertain, hesitant. "You really won't help us?" she asked quietly, almost stunned. I looked at her, my mother, who used my name like a debit card and called it love, who never asked how I was doing unless it somehow tied back to what I could do for someone else. "I already did," I said. "For 15 years. She didn't like that. The moment cracked, and the mask slipped. "We're your family, Alex," she snapped, her voice rising again. "You don't just abandon family because things aren't convenient." That was it. The word. Convenient. I stepped back just enough to signal what was coming. "I didn't abandon anyone," I said quietly. "I just finally stopped playing a role I never agreed to. And if you're here hoping I'll pick up where I left off, fix everything again, you should probably leave before you embarrass yourself." Her mouth opened. then closed. For a second, she looked like she wanted to scream, but she didn't. She just stood there, blinking rapidly, like maybe this wasn't how she imagined it would go. "I don't have anywhere else to go," she finally whispered. And for a heartbeat, something inside me wavered. Not because I believed her, but because for a second, I was 10 years old again, overhearing arguments I wasn't supposed to hear. Watching bills pile up. Watching my mom cry at the kitchen table, thinking no one could see. But I wasn't 10 anymore. I was 34. And I had seen what happened every time I gave in. I nodded slowly. "I'm sorry for that. I really am. But that's not my burden to carry anymore." Then I closed the door. And I stood there, hand on the knob, while the silence thickened on the other side. I thought maybe she'd knock again, or scream, or curse me through the door. But she didn't. She just walked away. Or so I thought, until a few hours later, when I checked my email. There it was. A forwarded message. Subject line: "Urgent financial misconduct by family member, sent to my workplace's HR department." And the sender? My brother. I stared at the screen for a long time. At first, I didn't even process what I was seeing. My brain couldn't compute the sheer audacity. Jordan had actually filed a formal complaint to my company's HR department, claiming that I was involved in fraudulent activities and financial misconduct tied to family funds. Funds that, mind you, I had been covering for them for over a decade. His email was dramatic, laced with just enough vague terminology to sound serious. Misappropriation, deceptive financial manipulation, breach of fiduciary responsibility. It was clear he didn't understand half the words he used, but it was also clear what he was trying to do. He wanted to ruin me, or at the very least, scare me into submission. The rest of the email was a mess of screenshots, none of which actually proved anything. In fact, most of them were just bank transfers from my own accounts to theirs. No context, no explanation, just raw data dumped like it meant something. But that didn't matter, because Jordan knew one thing. In corporate America, perception is power. A single accusation, even a baseless one, can cast a shadow long enough to wreck a career. And mine was something I had built, brick by brick, without shortcuts, without a safety net. It was all I had. I didn't panic. Not at first. I forwarded the email to my personal lawyer, Danielle, a friend from college who had gone into corporate law and owed me a few favors. She responded within the hour. "This is textbook defamation. Keep everything. Don't respond directly. Let me handle it." And I did. For 2 weeks, I stayed quiet. HR did their due diligence, as expected. I was called in for a routine discussion where I calmly explained that I had been financially supporting my family for years, and now, after cutting them off, they were retaliating. I offered bank records. I offered screenshots of the texts. I even showed them a copy of the message from my mom that read, "It was just a burden we tolerate." My manager, bless her, didn't even try to hide her disgust. "I've never seen anything this manipulative in my career," she said after the meeting. But it didn't end there. Because Danielle, my lawyer, wasn't content with just clearing my name. She went after them. We filed a cease and desist for defamation. We included a list of all the instances they had tried to damage my reputation. Jordan's HR email, my mom's fake call to my workplace about my mental instability, even Lily's social media posts that subtly implied I had stolen money from her spiritual fund. Danielle wrapped it all up in a tight little package, and we sent it out via certified mail, with legal letterhead and tracking. I didn't expect them to respond, but they did. Boy, did they. First came the crying voicemails, from my mom, of course. "Alex, we didn't mean for it to go this far. You're really going to sue your own family? We're struggling. We were just trying to get your attention." Then Jordan texted me, "You're seriously threatening legal action? You're insane. You used to be cool. Now you're just a corporate robot who forgot who helped him grow up." The irony was staggering. I forgot who helped me. I paid Jordan's rent for 4 years. I bailed him out when he maxed out 3 credit cards in college. I helped him buy his first car, and then his second one when he crashed the first drunk driving and begged me not to tell mom. I'd covered more for him than I had spent on myself in the last decade. And I was the one who forgot? But the final blow, the one that finally snapped whatever thread was left between us, came when Lily showed up. Yes, showed up. At my office. She waited in the building's cafe, apparently, and when I came down to grab lunch, there she was, wearing some gauzy pastel dress, holding a mason jar full of pink quartz crystals and looking like she had just come from a yoga retreat. Alex, she chirped. Too loud, too forced. Can we talk? I didn't want to make a scene. I pulled her aside, out of view. Lily, what are you doing here? I asked, voice low. She blinked innocently. I just want to understand why you're being so aggressive. We're family. There's no need for lawyers. You know how sensitive Mom is. You're hurting her. That word again. Hurting. Not protecting myself. Not setting boundaries. Hurting. You're not here to talk, I said. You're here to manipulate. Just like always. She looked offended. I came in peace. I nodded to the crystals in her hand. What's that supposed to do? Heal me into giving you another loan. Her smile cracked. You're being cruel. No, I said. I'm being clear. I turned to walk away, but she grabbed my arm. You'll regret this, she hissed. Family doesn't forget betrayal. That's when I realized they really saw me as the betrayer. Not Jordan, who tried to sabotage my career. Not Mom, who called me a burden. Not Lily, who tried to guilt me with spiritual nonsense after stealing thousands in unpaid rent. Me, because I'd stopped enabling them. I shook her off, walked away, didn't look back. 2 months passed. The cease and desist did its job. The emails stopped. The calls went silent. My HR team formally closed the investigation and offered a public clarification to my department that I had been cleared of all false claims. My manager even pulled me into her office and said, "For what it's worth, you've handled this with more dignity than most people twice your age." I started sleeping better, eating better, living better. Then, one evening, I got a letter in the mail. From the bank. The mortgage had defaulted. Foreclosure was moving forward. My childhood home, the place where I scraped my knees, the place I had painted with my dad in 5th grade, the place I had cried after every heartbreak, was going on the market. I didn't feel joy. I didn't feel vengeance. I felt peace. Because finally, it wasn't my problem to fix. I had warned them. I had tried. And when they chose entitlement over empathy, manipulation over honesty, they lost the last person still holding the structure together. A week later, I visited the house. It was empty. The windows were boarded. The grass had grown wild. The paint on the porch was peeling. But I wasn't sad. I walked up to the mailbox, dropped in a letter addressed to no one in particular, and walked away. Inside the envelope was a photo of a sign I now kept on my desk at work. It read, "You're not required to set yourself on fire to keep others warm." I don't know where they are now, and I'm okay with that, because I finally chose me, and I didn't look back. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. I'm Marcus, 32 years old, and if you asked anyone in my family to describe me, they'd probably say I'm the quiet one. Not in a thoughtful, mysterious kind of way, just the one who never causes trouble, never raises his voice, and never really takes up space. My mom has this habit of calling me the helper, like I'm some kind of household utility. She says it with this half smile, like she's proud, but there's always something dismissive in her tone, like she's describing a coffee table that's been around forever. Useful, familiar, and easy to forget unless it's in the way. I wasn't the golden child. That role belonged to my younger sister, Melanie, the professional attention magnet who could blink at a camera and end up on the cover of the family Christmas card. Then there was my older brother, Jared, charismatic, loud, always had a story, and never once paid for his own beer. Me? I work in data analysis, live alone, no kids, no drama, just a well-organized fridge and a decent credit score. This story starts a couple months ago when my cousin Emily got engaged. Now, I'm not particularly close with Emily. She once referred to me as the one who works with numbers or computers or something, but she sent me an invite to her engagement dinner at a high-end downtown restaurant. My name was on the email list, under +1, optional if you can find someone. Classic Emily. Still, I RSVP'd yes. Part of me thought maybe things would be different. My parents would be there, Jared and Melanie too, along with a handful of aunts, uncles, and assorted cousins. I hadn't seen most of them in months. I figured showing up was the polite thing to do. I even wore the navy blazer my ex used to say made me look like a CEO in training. When I arrived, I noticed immediately that everyone was already seated. Well, not everyone. There was one empty seat left. It was a small, uneven bar stool tucked between the restroom door and the staff kitchen. The kind of spot where the light flickers, the air smells faintly of industrial soap, and waiters keep brushing your back with trays. My mom spotted me and waved. "Marcus, over here," she called, then added in that loud stage whisper she uses when she wants to seem like she's just joking, but isn't. Sit there. It's closer to the exit. That way you don't ruin any photos. A few heads turned. My sister giggled behind her wine glass. Jared smirked. My dad kept chewing without looking up. I stood there for a moment, silently absorbing it all. Then I walked over, pulled out the stool, and sat without a word. I folded my napkin slowly, smiled at the waiter, tried to will the heat in my cheeks to cool. Throughout dinner, I barely spoke. I just listened as the conversation floated around me, wedding plans, baby announcements, stories from Jared's latest Cancun trip. When I tried to chime in about a recent project I was proud of, a predictive model I designed for a major logistics company, Melanie blinked and said, "Wow, that sounds complicated." And just like that, the subject shifted to Jared's new tattoo. Again, at one point, a family friend raised a toast to Emily and her fiancé. Glasses clinked. My chair wobbled. I felt like furniture, just something to lean on. I watched as Jared ordered 2 rounds of drinks for the table. My dad requested the chef's special without checking the price. My mom asked the waiter to box up 3 extra desserts to take home for later. Then the check came. A slick black folder placed neatly in the middle of the table. The waiter paused, then, after an awkward beat, set it directly in front of me. Everyone went quiet. I looked up slowly. Melanie blinked. Jared stared at his phone. My mom cleared her throat and said, "You don't mind, do you? You're always so responsible with money." I just leaned back in my unstable little stool and said calmly, "Don't worry, I wouldn't dare ruin the symmetry of your check, either." Then I stood up. No one moved. I heard Melanie hiss, "What does that even mean?" under her breath. Jared finally looked up and muttered, "Dude, chill." But I was already walking toward the door. I didn't say goodbye, didn't look back, just stepped out into the cool evening air, the sounds of muffled arguments beginning to bubble behind me. It wasn't the first time something like this had happened, not even close. But something about that moment, about the silence, the expectation, the way no one even questioned whether I should pay for everyone, it hit different. And for the first time in my adult life, I felt something shift. Not anger exactly, not even sadness, just a quiet, measured finality. Like flipping the last page in a book you've been reading out of obligation for years. I didn't go home right away. Instead, I walked 2 blocks down to a small 24-hour diner that smelled like burnt coffee and pancake syrup. The kind of place that didn't care who you were or what you were wearing, just that you wanted a booth and maybe a refill or 2. I sat in the corner, ordered a black coffee, and opened my phone. There were already messages. Mom texted in the family group chat. "That was rude, Marcus. You could have at least offered." Jared texted, "Real classy, man. Leaving us hanging like that in public." Melanie texted, "Don't be so dramatic. It was one dinner." And then, nothing. No one apologized. No one said they understood. Just a quiet expectation that, once again, I would be the helper. The easy one. The one they could poke fun at, lean on, and ignore in the same breath. I stared at the screen for a few minutes. Then I opened my banking app and stared at something else, a healthy savings account, carefully built over the last 10 years. While Jared was taking vacations he couldn't afford and Melanie was posting unboxing hauls from luxury brands she couldn't pronounce, I had been building something stable. Quietly. Alone. But maybe it was time to stop being so quiet. The next morning, I started pulling threads. First, I called my credit card company and removed Jared as an authorized user. That was a favor I'd agreed to 3 years ago, back when he just needed a temporary boost to his score. He'd racked up thousands in streaming services, takeout, and bar tabs, but always said he was figuring it out. My name was on the line. Not anymore. Then I logged into the family Netflix account. Guess whose name was on the billing profile? Mine. So I changed the password. Then the Disney Plus, Spotify family plan, the shared Amazon Prime. One by one, I reclaimed the things they had casually assumed belonged to everyone, when really, they belonged to me. Next came the big one. See, about a year ago, after a lot of pleading from my parents, I'd agreed to co-sign on a small business loan they were taking out to expand my dad's landscaping company. The bank wouldn't approve them alone, bad credit, spotty income, but with my signature, it went through. I didn't even get a thank you card. That loan was still in its early stages, and I remembered the clause that allowed a co-signer to initiate a liability review in the first 12 months. It was rare, buried in fine print, but technically legal if fraud or misrepresentation could be shown. So I hired a lawyer. It wasn't even about destroying their credit or bankrupting the business. I didn't want revenge, not in the fire and brimstone sense. What I wanted was distance. Legal, financial, emotional. A clean break. Meanwhile, the texts kept coming. Mom texted, "This is your father's dream. Don't ruin it over a dinner check." Melanie texted, "Are you seriously cutting us off over one bad joke?" Jared texted, "You're being a little girl about this. Grow up." But the best one came 2 days later, when I got a voicemail from Emily, the bride-to-be. "Hey Marcus. So, I heard things got tense at the dinner. I just wanted to reach out and let you know that we're finalizing the wedding guest list, and unfortunately, space is super limited. So we're gonna have to skip your invite. Hope you understand." Click. No rage. No shock. Just clarity. That was the final push I needed. I opened a private browser window and started looking up something I'd quietly dreamed of doing for years: moving. A real move. Not just to another neighborhood, but another state. Maybe even out of the country. Somewhere I didn't have to play the background character in someone else's story. Somewhere I could just be Marcus. Later that week, I sent one final message to the family group chat. No threats. No explanations. Just, "Please remove me from any future financial obligations or shared accounts. All access has been revoked. I wish you the best moving forward." Melanie left a thumbs down emoji. Jared replied, "LOL okay." My mom didn't respond at all. I waited. That Friday, my dad called. I let it ring out. Then he texted me, "Can we talk about the loan thing? It's urgent." Then Jared called. Then Melanie. By the time Monday rolled around, I had 17 missed calls and 4 emails with subject lines like "family emergency, please call," and "we need to resolve this ASAP." But I was already 3 states away, sipping a hotel coffee and watching the sunrise from a balcony I'd paid for with my own money, with zero guilt. For the first time in a long time, I felt light. They weren't just mad. They were scared. And the best part? I hadn't even played my final card yet. I spent the next 2 weeks in Asheville, North Carolina. It was supposed to be a pit stop, a breather before I figured out my next move, but the crisp mountain air and quiet pace suited me. The silence from my family didn't last long. It started with guilt. Mom texted, "I just don't understand why you're punishing all of us. We love you, Marcus." Families argue. It doesn't mean you run away. Then it turned manipulative. Melanie texted, "I hope you're happy. Dad's losing sleep over this." Jared's credit score dropped. And don't even get me started on Mom, she's sick with worry. And finally, when none of that worked, came the fury. Jared texted, "You seriously think you're better than us now? You think money makes you important? You're just a bitter little worm who got lucky with a boring desk job." That one actually made me laugh. It was so on brand, so cartoonishly predictable, I nearly spilled my coffee. Meanwhile, the fallout was growing behind the scenes. Remember the business loan I co-signed? My lawyer had uncovered that they had misrepresented their projected income and fabricated some invoice totals. That alone didn't trigger legal action, but it did flag the loan for reassessment. When the bank caught wind, they initiated a formal review and froze access to the remaining funds until it was sorted out. That meant the renovation project they'd started, new trucks, new office space, some flashy landscaping equipment, was now half finished and hemorrhaging cash. My dad had tied up their savings into the expansion. Without access to the full loan, they were in trouble. I knew all of this because one of my cousins, Erica, had quietly reached out. She wasn't part of the engagement dinner drama. She'd been traveling for work, but heard the stories flying around the family group chats. She called me one night and said, "Okay, I've stayed out of it long enough. What actually happened, Marcus? Because they're making it sound like you went full villain." So I told her everything. Not in a rant. Not with anger. Just facts. What they said. What they did. How they treated me like a wallet with ears. How, after years of being their backup plan, I finally said no. There was a long silence on the line. Then she said, quietly, "I believe you. And I'm sorry I wasn't there." We talked for an hour. It was the first real conversation I'd had with a family member in months that didn't leave me feeling smaller. When we hung up, I didn't cry. But I did stare at the ceiling for a long time and let myself feel something I hadn't felt in years. Seen. Then came the wedding. Emily's. Despite the earlier uninvite, I still received the occasional forwarded email from my mom's Gmail. Final details, registry links, updated seating charts. I guess no one had thought to remove me manually. That's how I found out Jared was giving a toast, Melanie was a bridesmaid, and my dad was covering the photographer's premium package. And that's when I decided to make one last move. A quiet one. Strategic. See, Emily's fiancé, Brian, works in marketing at a mid-sized tech company. He's ambitious, loud, and, as I recently discovered through some light LinkedIn digging, also applying for a new job at my company. In fact, he was 2 rounds into the interview process for a position just 2 teams over from mine. Funny how the universe plays its cards. Now, I had no intention of sabotaging his chances. I didn't need to, but I did make a point to mention it in a call with HR. Not as gossip, as due diligence. Hey, I said, casually, saw Brian Jenkins is in final rounds. Just FYI, we've crossed paths socially. Nothing serious, just a family connection. He might know me as the quiet one. But full disclosure and all that. HR thanked me and noted it. That was it. No drama. No need to push. But it meant they'd dig. And what they'd find, especially the way his name showed up on some of Jared's more colorful social media posts, might just make them pause. Especially the one from earlier that week, where Jared posted a blurry photo of me from a wedding years ago with the caption, "This clown dipped on the bill and torched the family loan. Guess some people were born to be disappointments." Tagged, Melanie, Emily, Brian. Public. No filter. I didn't have to lift a finger. Back in Asheville, I finally signed the lease on a small but modern apartment overlooking the river. Clean walls, quiet neighbors, and just enough space to stretch out and think. I moved in 2 days before the wedding. On the morning of the ceremony, I woke up to 15 missed calls. Then came the text from Erica, "You're not going to believe what just happened at the reception." And as I opened the message and read what she'd written, I smiled. Not a cruel smile. Not a gloating one. Just the kind that comes when the scales finally start to balance themselves. The message from Erica was short, frantic, and glorious. Brian got pulled out of the wedding an hour before the ceremony. Some woman from his company, like HR or something, showed up and asked to speak with him privately. Next thing I know, he's on the phone pacing like crazy, sweating through his shirt. Emily's mom said they were having a professional misunderstanding. But girl, Emily lost it. She screamed, threw her bouquet at him in front of the makeup team, and locked herself in the bridal suite. They're stalling the guest with extra champagne. Jared's trying to calm things down, but you know how that goes. I almost dropped my coffee mug. Not out of shock, but from the sheer poetic symmetry. I sat down at my kitchen table, reread the message 3 times, and just laughed. A quiet, full-body laugh that came not from revenge, but from relief. I didn't ruin Emily's wedding. I didn't sabotage Brian's job. I simply removed myself from the picture and let their own dysfunction fill the void I left. It turns out Brian hadn't disclosed some important things on his job application, like his history of using work resources for personal projects, one of which included creating wedding promo content for Emily's growing influencer platform during office hours. Worse, his social media footprint, courtesy of Jared's foolish posts, had started raising questions internally. According to Erica's follow-up texts, HR had flagged the situation and wanted clarification immediately before moving forward with his offer. Timing, as they say, is everything. But the wedding still went ahead. Sort of. 2 hours behind schedule, the ceremony finally began. Emily had calmed down enough to walk down the aisle, but according to Erica, who had full maid of honor-level gossip access, her eyes were red, and she didn't smile once during her vows. The photographer had to keep reminding her to look happy. Brian was visibly shaken, whispering aggressively to Jared during the processional. At one point, he actually dropped the ring. Not even joking. Afterward, the reception limped along. My parents were there, of course, sitting front and center, pretending like nothing was wrong. My mom wore a forced smile so tight it looked Botoxed. My dad apparently kept glancing at the exits, like he was expecting someone to crash the party. No one did. But I did post a photo that evening. Nothing dramatic, just me in my new apartment, holding a cup of coffee, a stack of books beside me, and the Asheville skyline in the background. The caption was simple. Sometimes peace looks like a 1-bedroom and a locked door. I tagged no one. Said nothing else. Within an hour, Melanie liked it. Then unliked it. Then liked it again. The week after the wedding, I got a package in the mail. No return address. Inside was a small envelope, the kind used for fancy invitations. Inside that was a handwritten note. "I'm sorry. I get it now." No signature. But I recognized the handwriting. It was Emily's. I didn't respond. I didn't need to. Over the next few weeks, the messages slowed. My mom tried once more, this time softer. "I miss you. Things haven't been the same." But I didn't reply. Not out of spite, but because the weight of those words no longer meant what she thought they did. Missing me only mattered if they ever truly saw me in the first place. Jared went quiet after that. Maybe someone finally pointed out that publicly insulting the guy who used to pay your credit card wasn't the smartest move. Or maybe he finally realized I wasn't coming back. Melanie, surprisingly, reached out 2 months later with a photo of a broken lamp and a short message. Okay, I get why you blocked us from the Prime account. Just tell me where you got this lamp. I love it. I sent her a link. That was it. No further conversation. Just a clean, civil exchange between two adults who had learned how to keep their distance. As for my parents, well, I heard through Erica that they were struggling with the business. Turns out, without the full loan and with several payments already overdue, they had to downsize. My dad sold off 2 trucks. My mom stopped her weekly salon visits. The expansion plans were shelved indefinitely. But they survived. They always do. People like them, people who think the world owes them just for existing, don't collapse in a single dramatic explosion. They erode. Slowly. Quietly. Until one day, they turn around, and all the people who used to hold them up are just gone. And me? I'm still in Asheville. I picked up hiking. Got into photography. There's a bookstore around the corner that hosts open mic nights, and I've even read a few essays there, stories about boundaries, about choosing yourself, about the quiet power of walking away. No one in the audience knows they're about my family. No one has to. A few weeks ago, a woman approached me afterward and said, "That one about the restaurant, that hit. I've been that person at the table." I smiled and just said, "Yeah, me too." And that's the thing. I didn't need revenge. I didn't need to flip the table or scream or make a scene. All I had to do was leave the table and let them pay the bill themselves. I'm Daniel, 34, and I've always been the responsible one in the family. Not the favorite, not the golden child, just the one who picked up the slack, made things work, and quietly paid the bills no one else wanted to talk about. My younger brother, Matt, is the opposite. Charismatic, spontaneous, reckless in that charming way that people somehow reward. He could crash a car and get offered a new one the next day, while I'd be told to be more supportive. And for the most part, I accepted that. I stayed in the background, helped when I was asked, and swallowed the unfairness like a bitter pill. But nothing prepared me for what happened the night of his engagement dinner. It was a warm Friday evening. I showed up to the restaurant a little early, gift in hand, nothing over the top, but thoughtful, a custom engraved decanter set, with their initials and engagement date. I'd also arranged a small surprise at the end of the night, champagne on me, a gesture I knew would go unmentioned but might earn me a nod from my mother, the family's self-declared social glue. I wore my nicest suit, smiled through the awkward family banter, and even volunteered to make a toast, short and sweet. To Matt and Leah, may your future be just as bright and loud as your group texts. Everyone laughed. Even Leah gave me a polite smile. But then, somewhere between the second course and dessert, the room changed. Leah, Matt's fiancée, had always been frosty. Not openly rude, just dismissive. Polite in a way that made you feel small. She came from old money and made sure you never forgot it. The type of woman who'd say, "Oh, I thought that car was discontinued," if you mentioned your vehicle. But that night, with drinks flowing and the attention squarely on her, she let her mask slip. "So," she said, turning to me with that tight-lipped smile, "Matt told me your mom basically begged him to invite you. Said she didn't want the photos to look too broken family." She laughed, gently, as if it were a charming anecdote. My fork paused midair. I blinked. "Excuse me." "Oh, don't take it personally," she added with a little wave. "She just didn't want to deal with any drama. You know how she is." I glanced at Matt, expecting something. A shake of the head, a quiet, "That's not what I said." But he just stared down at his plate, fiddling with his steak. Then he chuckled. Not loudly, but enough. Enough for my stomach to sink. Across the table, my dad smirked and muttered, "Well, you know how dramatic you can get." I wasn't sure what stung more, Leah's dig, my father's dismissal, or Matt's silence. It all washed over me in this strange, quiet wave. I wasn't angry yet. Just cold. Numb. I didn't make a scene. I didn't shout. I just folded my napkin, stood up slowly, and said, "I think I've had enough for one night." Someone said my name. I don't know who. I walked out of the restaurant and into the night like it was any other evening. But my heart was racing. In the car, I sat there for a long time, hands on the wheel, staring at nothing. My phone buzzed once. A text from my mom. "You could have stayed a little longer for your brother. Don't ruin this. Ruin what? A night where I was clearly an afterthought? A footnote in their perfect little photo album? I should have been used to it. For years, I let this kind of thing roll off me. I showed up to everything I was asked to, paid for things no one remembered. I co-signed the loan for Matt's first condo when he was 24 and had no credit. I helped Dad get out of a tax mess he still pretends didn't happen. I even paid for Mom's dental work last spring when her insurance accidentally lapsed. None of it was seen. None of it was appreciated. But that night, that comment, that was the turning point. Because what they didn't know, what no one at that table knew, was that I had been preparing a six-figure transfer for Matt. It was a surprise. Not a gift, exactly. A deal. I had quietly bought a small investment property a year ago. The plan was to sell it this quarter and transfer the funds to help Matt with the down payment for his dream home. He didn't know. No one did. I was going to tell him at the dinner. I canceled it the next morning, pulled the plug, reallocated the funds. And while I was at it, I went through every account, every payment, every little favor I'd been offering out of obligation. The gym membership my dad had accidentally linked to my card. The monthly transfers to my mom labeled miscellaneous errands. Even the Spotify family plan that included all four of them. Gone. All of it. I didn't send a message. I didn't answer any calls. I just started to disappear, piece by piece, from their lives. They still don't know what else I took with me when I left that table. Not yet. Because you see, I also had access to something else, something they really counted on. And the moment I walked out of that dinner, I decided I was done being the silent support beam they leaned on while mocking the foundation beneath their feet. Let's just say, the fallout is coming. And it's going to be loud. The silence after that dinner was almost eerie. No texts. No calls. Not even the passive-aggressive group chats that usually lit up with birthday reminders, photo dumps, or family news that somehow never involved me. At first, I thought they'd caught on, that maybe my quiet exit had made them pause. But then I remembered who I was dealing with. 3 days later, I got the first message. It was from Matt. Hey bro, just following up on that thing you mentioned a few months ago, the house fund? We're starting to look at listings this weekend. Let me know what you need from me. I stared at the screen for a long time. The casual entitlement in his tone. No, thanks for showing up. No acknowledgement of what had happened at dinner. Just picking up right where he left off, assuming I'd still play the part of the quiet, dependable wallet. I didn't reply. A day later, I got an email from my dad. Subject, utility overcharge. Daniel, the electric bill seems way higher than usual this month. Can you check on that? Might be a mistake with the auto pay. I almost laughed. There was no mistake. I had disconnected every auto pay from my accounts. I didn't even bother responding. I knew it would take them a week or two to realize just how many things were propped up by me. By the end of that week, the phone call started. First Mom, twice in one morning. Then Dad. Then Matt again. I ignored them all. I wasn't ready. Not yet. Because while they were starting to feel the inconvenience of my absence, I was setting something else in motion. Let me explain. I work in finance. Nothing flashy, mostly real estate and capital advising for mid-sized investors. But I'm smart with money. Smart enough to know how to move things quietly. About 6 years ago, Matt had come to me with a business opportunity. A wellness app startup with his friend, who had zero tech experience and was already $30,000 in credit card debt. Matt had no business plan, no pitch deck, just big eyes and bigger dreams. I told him no at first, but my mom called me that night crying. He just wants to prove himself for once, Daniel. Be the big shot. Can't you help him? So I did. I put up $80,000. Told him it was a loan, structured formally, with a timeline and exit clause. He signed the papers, smiling, not understanding a word of it. The app failed in 18 months. They all assumed I'd written it off. What they didn't realize was that Matt had signed over partial ownership of the online branding and digital assets as part of the repayment clause. And despite the failure, those assets had value: domain names, affiliate structures, subscriber lists. I'd quietly flipped them last year to a buyer for nearly $140,000. I hadn't told a soul. And now, that money was parked somewhere very useful, under a trust. A trust they couldn't touch. A trust they thought was going toward family investment. In fact, my mom had just asked me last month if that inheritance safety net was still being handled. I'd smiled and said, "Yep, everything's in place." What she didn't know was that I'd recently changed the beneficiaries. None of them were on it anymore. I also remembered something else, something more delicate. Matt and Leah had filed their engagement party budget through an account tied to my financial firm's client services arm. I'd offered to help them manage it so they could maximize rewards points and track expenses. It was a gesture of goodwill at the time. That account, still under review, because Leah, in her confidence, had made a few luxury purchases assuming I wouldn't look too closely. Dresses, spa retreats, a first-class flight she claimed was for venue scouting. She'd breached the budget terms and marked several items as business expenses. A few discreet conversations with my firm's audit department, and let's just say that's now a flagged account. Their shared credit line was suspended pending investigation. Meanwhile, the texts were escalating. "Daniel, this isn't funny. We need to talk. Did you cancel Mom's insurance auto-pay? She just got a notice. You're being immature. You always do this, make everything about you." But they still didn't understand. This wasn't about one dinner. This wasn't about a snide comment from Leah or a chuckle from my dad. This was about decades. Decades of showing up, giving more than I had, sacrificing weekends, vacations, peace of mind, so they could mock me at the table I helped set. And it wasn't just money. It was emotional labor. Sitting through family meetings where I was the mediator, cleaning up Matt's messes, offering to just help out when Mom needed someone to handle Dad's tax issues, being the one who quietly Venmo'd my sister when she didn't want to ask Dad for help with rent. They thought silence meant compliance. That quiet meant weak. That being dependable meant I was disposable. So I stopped being all of those things. And that's when the real fallout began. The group chat lit up, finally. Mom's panicked messages. Dad's passive-aggressive voice notes. Matt's ranting paragraphs about family betrayal. Leah even chimed in once, saying, "It's sad when bitterness poisons your ability to celebrate others." I almost replied. Almost. But instead, I sent one message. Just one. You don't get to insult the foundation and then cry when the house crumbles. Then I muted the thread. That same day, I got a message from my aunt, someone I barely spoke to. It read, "Whatever's going on, I just want you to know I see you. And I'm proud of you." It nearly broke me. But I wasn't done. Not yet. Because there was still one more thing I'd taken with me when I walked out of that dinner. And they hadn't noticed yet. And when they finally realize it, it's going to change everything. They didn't notice at first, of course they didn't. Because to notice would require paying attention, and no one in my family had ever made a habit of that. But slowly, piece by piece, the cracks began to show. And soon, they'd realize that the most valuable thing I'd taken wasn't money. It wasn't the trust account. It wasn't the real estate documents or the credit line oversight. It was the family business, or at least, the part of it they didn't know I owned. Back when my grandfather passed, he left behind a small chain of storage facilities. Nothing glamorous, but steady money. Reliable tenants, low overhead. My dad took over managing them, and as far as the family was concerned, he ran the show. But he wasn't a businessman, he was a figurehead. And when he got in over his head a few years ago, I was the one he came to. Quietly. Desperately. He'd nearly lost one of the properties after failing to pay the property taxes for 2 consecutive years. The county was about to seize it. He begged me for help, swore it was a one-time mistake, that he'd fix it. I agreed to cover the liens, but on one condition: he signed over a controlling stake in that branch to my name. He didn't even blink. He was so panicked he'd have signed away the title to his house. And so, without realizing the long-term consequences, he handed me control of the only part of the business that actually turned a consistent profit. Over time, I made improvements. Updated the software. Cut waste. Reworked the lease agreements. I took that one branch and made it flourish. Then I bought out a second one, this time legally, through a shell LLC. No one knew it was me. Not even him. I wanted it that way. Now, 3 of the 5 branches operate under my name. Quietly. Legally. With documentation they'd never bother to read because they always assumed they were smarter, more entitled, more central. And the only reason they hadn't noticed yet? I kept sending the quarterly reports to my dad's old business email, doctored to make it look like everything was status quo. He never checked the real books anyway. He just looked at the total income and assumed it was all his. But this quarter, I didn't send the fake reports. This quarter, I let reality hit. It started with a phone call to the property manager I'd hired, someone professional, discreet, and loyal because I pay well and treat people like human beings. I asked her to update the signage on the properties. Just a subtle change, removing the old family crest logo and replacing it with the new branding I'd been working on in the background. She texted me a picture when it was done. Black and white lettering. Clean. Modern. Simple. Daniel & Co. Storage Solutions. Secure your future with people who show up. The next call came from Matt, but it wasn't to me. It was to the property manager. Why did the signage change? Where's the old logo? My dad owns this place. Who approved this? She told him calmly, professionally, that any inquiries would need to go through the legal owner. And then she gave him my name. I can only imagine his face. That was the moment the storm broke. My phone rang for the next 6 hours straight. First it was Dad, demanding to know what I'd done. Calling it fraud, despite having signed every page himself. Threatening to call lawyers he couldn't afford. I let it go to voicemail. Then Mom, crying, accusing me of tearing the family apart. Telling me I was being cruel, vindictive, ungrateful. I stared at her message for a long time, that word, ungrateful, echoing in my skull. As if decades of thankless giving hadn't bought me even the right to walk away. Matt called next. 8 missed calls in a row. Then he finally left a voice message. I can't believe you do this. I don't even care about the money. Man, this was about family. About legacy. You just stole it because you're bitter. That's all you've ever been, jealous and bitter. Jealous? I nearly laughed. Not because he was wrong, no, he was exactly wrong. I wasn't jealous. I was exhausted. Tired of showing up and being told I was never really one of them. Tired of the smiles that curled into sneers behind closed doors. Tired of my presence being tolerated only because it was useful. So I took back what was mine. Not out of spite, but because I deserved better than to live as a footnote in my own family's history. The next day, I got an email. From Leah. Short. Cold. Predictable. Daniel, whatever your issues are, they shouldn't affect Matt's future. Be the bigger person. You've made your point. Now fix it before the wedding becomes a disaster. I stared at it for a while, heart calm, hands steady. Fix it? No, Leah. This wasn't something I was fixing. This was the part where everything they'd broken finally started to fall apart in their hands. And I hadn't even dropped the final shoe yet, because there was still one more thing they were about to lose. And this one would hit hardest of all. I waited a week, not because I was unsure of what to do next, but because I wanted the silence to sink in. I wanted them to sit in the wreckage of their own entitlement. I wanted the dust to settle just enough so when the final blow came, they'd have nowhere to hide from it. And when it came, it wouldn't be loud. It wouldn't be cruel. It would be quiet, precise, permanent. The final piece? The family trust. My grandfather was a planner, a military man turned small-town businessman. He believed in structure, order, and the idea that legacy meant something. When he passed, he left behind a modest but well-maintained trust. Its contents weren't massive: some land, a few investment accounts, and a stake in the storage business that was passed through the generations. But it was enough to give our family a comfortable cushion for decades. Enough to fund college tuitions, weddings, down payments. Enough to keep Matt in shiny new cars and let Mom live like a retired senator. What most of them never knew was that in the final years of my grandfather's life, I was the one who handled all of his paperwork. Not out of ambition, just duty. I visited him twice a week at the care home, read to him, helped him organize prescriptions, filled out forms, kept his lawyer updated on medical and financial decisions. I was there when no one else showed up. So one day, about 6 months before he passed away, he looked at me and said something I'll never forget. They'll circle like vultures the moment I go. Just make sure the one person who showed up doesn't get left with the bones. I didn't understand what he meant then. But now, it couldn't be clearer. When he updated the trust, he named me as successor trustee. Quietly, without ceremony. No one noticed. And I didn't correct them. They all assumed my dad was in charge. And that was fine. I never touched it. Never interfered. Not even when Matt requested an early withdrawal for a short-lived crypto adventure. Not even when Mom suggested we temporarily divert the education funds to pay off some medical bills she racked up from a boutique cosmetic clinic in Arizona. I played dumb. I let them believe Dad held the pen. But when I revoked all the authorizations that week, when I officially closed the old trust account and restructured the assets under a new portfolio, they noticed. Fast. The first call came from the lawyer Dad had used since I was in high school. I knew him well. His name's Rick, and he's a quiet man who doesn't like drama. Daniel, he said over the phone, his voice tight, your father is under the impression that I've frozen his access to the trust. I replied, calm as ever, that's because I have. You're the legal trustee now? I didn't answer right away. I let the silence stretch. Then I said, I've always been. He paused. You're aware this is going to cause some upset. I'm counting on it, I said. He exhaled. I figured. The fallout came the next day. Dad showed up at my office unannounced. He pushed past the receptionist, red-faced, already shouting. You think you can just steal from your own family? From your brother? From your mother? I didn't get up. I didn't even flinch. No, I said. I think I finally stopped giving to people who never said thank you. You're bitter. No, I repeated. I'm tired. There's a difference. And I've decided I'd rather be the villain in your story than the doormat in mine. He slammed his hands on my desk. You're going to ruin everything. You don't get to rewrite our family. I'm not rewriting anything, I said, standing now, voice low but unwavering. I'm just stepping out of the version where I exist to serve you. He stared at me. I saw it then, not anger, but fear. Not because he'd lost the money, but because he finally realized he'd never really understood me. When he left, I sat back down and stared at the documents on my desk. The new trust structure was airtight. The land that hadn't been developed yet? Already under offer to a buyer I vetted myself. The residuals from the business branches I controlled? Folded neatly into a fund set aside for someone they'd never expect. My niece. Matt's daughter. 6 years old. Sweetest kid I've ever met. She once sat next to me at Thanksgiving and asked if I liked being the helper in the family. I'd laughed, not really knowing how to answer her. But later that night, she slipped a drawing into my coat pocket, a picture of me wearing a superhero cape, standing next to a treasure chest labeled Mr. Daniel's Secret Gold. I didn't cry then, but I did later when I found it again. I'd seen enough to know that little girl didn't stand a chance in a household where validation came with conditions and love was transactional. So I made her the beneficiary. Full access when she turns 25. With one condition, no one in her immediate family gets a cent unless she decides to share it herself. The rest? It's going to charity. Educational scholarships for first-gen college students. Grants for kids who grow up being told they don't belong. Endowments for quiet people, the overlooked, the underestimated, the ones who keep showing up even when no one claps. The next week, I got the last call I'd ever take from my mother. Her voice was soft. Too soft. Danny, she said. What are you doing? I didn't answer. You're hurting people who love you. I breathed in. No, Mom. I'm hurting people who used me. There's a difference. She sniffled. You used to be so kind. I still am, I said. Just not to people who confuse kindness with weakness. And then I hung up. That was the last time I heard from any of them. I know what they're telling people. That I snapped. That I'm selfish. Cold. That I turn my back on my own blood. Let them. Because I know the truth. I know the long nights. The quiet sacrifices. The times I paid their bills and smiled when they thanked each other instead. The way they laughed at me, then came running when the lights flickered. The years I was the one they leaned on, while pretending I wasn't even in the room. Now, they can figure it out themselves. The storage facilities run like clockwork under new management. The trust is secure, the funds untouched. My niece's future is safe. And for the first time in my adult life, my phone is quiet. Peacefully, blessedly quiet. Sometimes people ask if I miss them. No, I miss who I thought they were, who I hoped they could become. But the version of me that stayed to wait for them, he's gone. The new version? He sleeps better, breathes easier, and smiles, not because he's being polite, but because he's finally free. They'll never know what I took with me when I left that dinner. Because it wasn't just money. It was myself. My name's Nate, I'm 29, and until a few months ago, I was the golden child, at least on paper. Steady job, no criminal record, co-signer on the house my parents live in, and the only one in the family who actually paid bills on time. I'm not saying I'm a saint, but compared to my older brother Adam, who once tried to write off poker losses as business investments, I was the responsible one. My parents, though, they never really saw it that way. Or maybe they did, and just resented it. Either way, what started as me helping the family eventually turned into me being the family ATM with zero emotional return. The voicemail came on a Wednesday morning. I was running late for work, had just spilled coffee on my shirt, and was debating whether I had enough time to turn around and change when I saw the notification light blinking on my phone. I tapped the icon and hit play on speaker while juggling my keys. You're out of the will, my dad's voice said, cold and clipped like he was reading from a legal memo. Don't bother coming back. You made your choice. I stood there in the parking lot, dumbfounded. That was it. No context, no explanation. Just a digital boot to the chest. I stared at my phone like it might cough up the missing pieces of the puzzle. Then I did what I always do when I get blindsided. I went numb. Texted back 2 words, got it, and went to work like nothing happened. It wasn't until later that night, sitting alone in my apartment with a microwave dinner I didn't even taste, that the shock started to fade and the anger kicked in. I replayed the voicemail. Again and again. Each time, it stung less and ticked me off more. Because I knew exactly where this was coming from. It was Adam. For years, he'd been the prodigal son in a constant state of return. He'd blow through jobs, girlfriends, and excuses like gas money. My parents always bailed him out. When he borrowed $12,000 from me to cover legal fees, read, Vegas debt, I never saw a cent back. When I confronted him, he told me I should be grateful he came to me first instead of some loan shark. Like I was supposed to be honored. But this was new, cutting me out of the will. After I'd co-signed their mortgage, bailed them out of foreclosure twice, and paid the property taxes for 3 straight years when my dad forgot. That wasn't just a slap in the face, it was a declaration of war. The next morning, I called my bank. Then I called my attorney. I didn't yell. I didn't even vent. I just moved, calm and methodical. It's amazing what you can do when you stop expecting people to treat you with decency. Apparently, my dad forgot that while he and my mom technically owned the house, the loan was in both our names. And without my signature, that $290,000 weight hanging over their heads was about to become a whole lot heavier. The first domino fell 48 hours later. I got the first call at 6:17 a.m. An unknown number. I let go to voicemail. The next came at 6:22, then 6:28. By 9 a.m., I had 71 missed calls, most from my mom, a few from Adam, and one from a number that belonged to a local real estate law firm. I listened to one voicemail, just one. My dad, panicked, voice cracking in a way I'd never heard before. Nate, I don't know what you think you're doing, but you need to stop. Now. This isn't funny. We could lose the house. I didn't respond. I just stared out the window, coffee in hand, heart still. I wasn't trying to be cruel. I was trying to be clear. You don't burn bridges with the only person holding up the structure and expect to keep your view. That afternoon, my cousin Jenna texted me a photo. She lives 3 blocks down from my parents and passes their house on her way to work. The picture showed a big white and blue for sale sign in the front yard. My name was still on the deed, but the bank had been informed. They were moving fast, faster than I expected. By 5 p.m., their lawyer had emailed me directly. The subject line read, urgent, property status and legal options. In the body, one line stuck out. Why would you do this? I didn't reply, but that's the thing. It wasn't a sudden decision. It wasn't spite. It was years of being the one who showed up, who gave, who kept everything running while being treated like a backup plan. And they'd finally pushed too far. The part that hurts the most isn't the house. It's not the will, either. It's that I genuinely believed, right up until that voicemail, that somehow I mattered more to them than what I could provide. But when they thought I was no longer necessary, they didn't even hesitate to cut me out. Now they understand just how necessary I was. And the thing is, this isn't even the worst of it. Because what I've done so far, that's just the beginning. The mortgage removal was the first chess move. They still don't know what I did with the account that's been paying their utilities, or what I'm about to tell the IRS. But they will. Very, very soon. By Saturday morning, the panic had mutated into full-blown chaos. My phone buzzed every 5 minutes with new calls, voicemails, and increasingly desperate texts from my mom and dad. I ignored most of them, but one message from my brother caught my eye. It said, "Are you seriously going to mess over your own parents like this? After everything they've done for you?" I stared at that sentence for a long time. Everything they've done for you. I nearly laughed. What? Like kicking me out at 18 unless I paid rent and took over the Wi-Fi bill because Adam needed a few years to find himself? Or using my college fund to cover his DUI fines and then shrugging when I had to drop out halfway through my junior year? Right. Still, the gaslighting had always been their strongest weapon. Twist the narrative, make it sound like I was ungrateful. It was their favorite trick. But this time, I wasn't playing along. I didn't reply. Instead, I logged into the shared utility portal I'd set up 3 years ago, the one connected to the autopay card in my name. Water, power, gas, trash pickup. I paused each one manually, staring at the confirmation screens like I was sealing a vault. Click. Pause. Confirm. Click. Pause. Confirm. By noon, a notification pinged on my phone. The electric company had processed the change. Then another. The gas suspension was active. I leaned back on my couch and exhaled, not out of satisfaction, but exhaustion. There's a strange kind of tired that comes with realizing you were never family, just funding. That afternoon, I got a knock on my apartment door. For a second, my heart jumped. Had they found where I lived? But it was just my downstairs neighbor, Mr. Callahan, asking if I wanted the rest of his pizza. I must have looked rough. I thanked him, smiled, and closed the door. Then I turned off my phone and let silence be my shield. The next day was Sunday. Normally, that meant family dinner. My parents had this passive-aggressive ritual. If I didn't show, I'd get texts like, "Hope you're okay," or "Guess you're too busy again." But this Sunday, it was radio silence. That is, until I turned my phone back on around 6 p.m. and found a message from an unknown number. "This is attorney Raymond Coulter, representing Mr. and Mrs. Lawrence. Please call me back as soon as possible regarding the property issue." I didn't call. Instead, I forwarded it to my lawyer with a note. "Keep an eye on this guy. They're getting nervous." Meanwhile, I began prepping what I knew would be the final blow. You see, my dad had a bad habit of listing me on things he didn't understand, just to make them go through faster. Case in point, a family trust account, with my name still listed as co-trustee. It had been dormant for a while, mostly serving as the funnel through which they handled a small business loan and declared nearly nothing in profits to avoid taxes. A few years back, I'd set up the trust structure for them, complete with tax ID and digital access. At the time, my dad didn't want to pay the accountant's fee, so I'd taken care of it myself, which meant I still had full administrative access. I checked the ledger. Red flags. Lots of transfers to Adam. Random consulting fees. And a few laughably fake vendor names that looked like they were pulled from a late-night infomercial. I documented everything, screen-capped each shady entry, and prepped a file for my lawyer. I wasn't trying to destroy them. I just wanted to be done being their doormat. But I knew the IRS wasn't as forgiving. Then came the part one hadn't prepared for. On Monday morning, my mom showed up at my job. I work in a mid-sized office. Nothing flashy, but enough foot traffic that a red-faced, teary woman marching into reception causes a stir. My coworker buzzed me and said, someone claiming to be your mom is asking for you." I almost said no. Almost. But some stupid part of me wanted to hear it. To hear her say it. Maybe, just maybe, she'd apologize. Tell me they made a mistake. That they missed me. That they realized Adam had manipulated them again. I stepped into the lobby, keeping my distance. She looked rough. Her hair was frizzed out. Her mascara was streaked down her cheeks, and she was gripping her purse like it held her last ounce of dignity. "Nate," she said, voice trembling. "Please, just come talk to us. Your father he's sick over this." "Sick?" I raised an eyebrow. He sounded just fine in the voicemail. "That was a mistake," she said quickly. "He didn't mean it. We were just angry." "Funny," I said, folding my arms. "I was angry too. For years. You just never noticed because I kept the lights on." Her lip quivered. "We didn't realize how much you'd done." "No," I said. "You did. You just didn't care. Because you thought I'd always keep doing it." She stepped forward like she might hug me, but I took a step back. "I'm not the same kid you could guilt into fixing everything," I said quietly. "And I'm done." That was the last thing I said before turning and walking away, leaving her alone in the lobby as the receptionist pretended not to stare. Back at my desk, I sat down, hands shaking a little. Not out of fear, not even from the confrontation, but from the finality of it. I'd spent years trying to be the good son, the responsible one, the fallback plan. And now, for the first time in my life, I was letting it all burn. But the fire wasn't finished yet, because by the end of the week, they were going to learn what happens when the foundation they stood on gets pulled out from under them, brick by financial brick. By Tuesday, the silence shifted from desperate to dangerous. Not the kind where people stop calling because they've given up, but the kind where they're plotting, regrouping. I knew that silence. It's the same kind my dad used to fall into right before making a power move, usually one that backfired spectacularly and cost me another $1,000 to clean up. So I braced myself. Sure enough, Wednesday morning started with an email. Not from them directly, of course. That would be too humble. It came from a mediation service downtown, one I vaguely recognized from a divorce settlement I'd once helped a friend through. Dear Nathaniel Lawrence, we have been contacted by parties wishing to resolve a financial dispute via third-party mediation. If you are willing to attend a preliminary session to discuss possible resolution terms, please respond to this email within 48 hours. No subject line, no signatures, just a sterile request dressed up as concern. I didn't respond, not because I didn't have anything to say, but because everything they wanted to say to me now was 20 years too late. They had always treated me like a safety net, reliable, invisible, and soft enough to absorb every blow. I'd get called when the water heater broke, when the car insurance lapsed, when Adam missed a payment on his fourth attempt at launching an e-commerce brand. But when I was hospitalized 3 winters ago for a collapsed lung, they didn't visit once. My mom sent a single "feel better soon" text. My dad forwarded a video of Adam's new apartment. I never forgot that. I had one last thread left to pull, something I'd been sitting on since this all started. A quiet ace I'd kept close to my chest, not because I was afraid to use it, but because I wanted to be sure I was ready to sever every last tie. Back when I first started handling my parents' finances, I convinced them to create a digital vault for security. It housed everything: insurance policies, bank account access, digital logins, copies of tax filings. They were lazy. I was thorough. Over time, they stopped keeping track of what was in there. It became my job to manage it. And one folder was labeled plainly, IRS Backlog. Just seeing the name again made my chest tighten. Inside that folder were years of ignored notices. Some had been opened and hastily scanned. Others were left untouched, complete with glowing red stamps. Immediate action required. My dad had told me it was just for reference, but the numbers didn't lie. Missed filings. Dubious deductions. At least 3 years where Adam had claimed business expenses while having 0 reported income. And guess whose name was accidentally listed on one of the filings as a secondary trustee? Mine. I could have let it slide. Could have kept playing the fixer. But I'd already been their scapegoat, their bank, their emotional punching bag. I wasn't going to be their legal fall guy too. So I sent one email. Just one. To a tax attorney I trusted. Attached the files. Subject line: urgent, potential liability, not my problem. Then I logged off. That night, I poured myself a glass of wine I'd been saving and sat on my balcony. The air was cool, and the street below buzzed with quiet traffic. I let the silence settle. Real silence this time, not the waiting kind. The peaceful kind. And it felt good. Strange, but good. Until the knock. It was just after 9 p.m. I wasn't expecting anyone. I turned off the lights and approached the door slowly, instinctively checking the peephole. Adam. Of course. He looked agitated. Sweaty. Wearing a wrinkled hoodie and holding his phone like it might explode. I watched him raise his hand to knock again, then hesitate, glance down the hallway, and finally mutter something I couldn't hear. I didn't open the door. Instead, I stepped back, crossed my arms, and waited. A moment later, my phone buzzed. A text. I need to talk to you. Just 5 minutes. Please. I stood there, staring at it. The same guy who once told me, "You're just a bitter little side character in this family," now begging for 5 minutes. I gave him none. Eventually, I watched him storm off down the hallway, muttering curses into the air. The building door slammed behind him. I didn't sleep much that night, not because I was unsure of my decision, but because I knew what was coming next. This wasn't just going to be about money anymore. This was about pride. Legacy. The illusion of control that my father had spent a lifetime trying to maintain. And now that I'd shattered it, I knew he wouldn't go quietly. The next morning, I woke up to an email from the IRS. An automatic acknowledgement. They'd received the documentation I submitted. And that, I knew, was the real beginning of the end. But the moment that truly changed everything, the one that let me know there was no going back, came 3 days later. Saturday afternoon. I was grocery shopping. Nothing dramatic, just eggs, bread, some orange juice. I was waiting in line when my phone buzzed again. A screenshot. Sent from Jenna, my cousin. It was a photo of my parents' front door. On it, taped crookedly, was a large yellow notice. Notice of federal tax lien. Property subject to seizure. I stopped cold in the middle of the store. Behind me, someone asked if I was in line. I barely heard them. I stood there, staring at the screen, heart pounding, not out of fear, but out of the surreal realization that, for the first time in my life, I had taken back all the power they'd drained from me. They made their choice. And now, finally, they were going to live with it. I didn't visit the house. Not when the lien notice was taped up. Not when the utility shut-off notices came. Not when Jenna messaged me 2 days later with a video of movers loading furniture into a rental truck under the gray eyes of a federal agent. I didn't need to be there. I had already lived in that house long enough, lived in it even when I didn't sleep there anymore. In every payment, every bailout, every time I'd opened my banking app and shifted money to cover another one of their messes. That was my real address for years. But not anymore. 3 weeks after the lien notice, their lawyer reached out again. This time, not with threats or vague, lawyerly or hoping for a resolution language. This time, it was raw. They've agreed to full financial separation. No contest. They're requesting that you rescind your IRS documentation in exchange for withdrawal of any claim on the family estate and a signed release of all shared accounts. I read that line 4 times. It was the first time in my life my parents acknowledged that I'd held the reins all along. But it didn't end there. The attached document had everything: notarized statements, copies of bank account closures, mortgage reassignment forms, full legal forfeiture of the family trust, and a formal renunciation of their own co-ownership on any financial structure we had shared. I forwarded it to my lawyer, who called me 10 minutes later. "You won," she said flatly. "This is their surrender." I should have felt triumphant. Some part of me did. But another part, the quiet part, the one that used to lie awake wondering what I did wrong to make my own family treat me like a backup plan, that part just felt tired. I signed the papers anyway. 2 days later, it was official. I was free. They weren't. The IRS doesn't care about family drama. It doesn't matter if you meant to fix it next year. The debt was real. The forged signatures, the shady deductions, the trust account payouts to Adam labeled as employee bonuses when he'd never lifted a finger in his life, all of it had consequences now. They tried to blame each other, of course. I heard through Jenna that Adam moved into a friend's basement to lay low. My dad apparently had a screaming match with my mom over the phone that ended in her tossing his phone into a storm drain. And their house? It was auctioned off 2 months later to pay down their owed taxes and penalties. Not the full amount, but enough for the government to release its grip. For now, they moved in with my aunt. Yes, the same one who once said I was too cold and should smile more after I paid for her daughter's hospital bill. Poetic. I heard she's charging them rent. Triple what I ever asked. Adam tried to call me once. Not from his number, he knew I'd blocked it, but from some unknown local number that I answered without thinking. I didn't say anything at first. Just listened. He didn't even try to apologize. Instead, he went straight into a monologue about how the IRS ruined their lives, how this wasn't how families are supposed to work, how I overreacted and burned down everything for no reason. When he paused, waiting for my response, I finally spoke. "You still don't get it, do you?" Silence. "You were the reason. All of you. Every single thing you got that I never did. Every time I swallowed it and paid the price. Every time I let myself believe you'd notice or say thank you, or at least stop blaming me for your own disasters." He started to interrupt, but I didn't let him. "I gave you years of silence. That was my mistake. You thought it meant obedience. It meant mercy. And I'm fresh out." I hung up, blocked the number, and finally, it felled over. In the months that followed, I changed everything. Closed the joint accounts. Got my own insurance. Paid off my share of the remaining student loans, one last trace of their legacy. Found a therapist, something I'd put off for years, and started unpacking the wreckage that I'd been calling family out of habit, not love. And little by little, I began living. I started traveling. Just small trips at first. A train to the coast. A flight to Denver to see an old friend I hadn't made time for in years. I got promoted at work, not because I was suddenly better, but because I had stopped dragging the weight of other people's choices around my neck. I even adopted a dog. A clumsy, floppy-eared golden retriever I named Milo. First creature in my life who wanted nothing from me but time and affection. I gave him both without hesitation. On Christmas, I got one more message from my mom. A single-line email. "I hope one day you'll understand we did what we thought was best." No apology. No responsibility. Just a final nudge of guilt, like a rusted reflex she couldn't shut off. I didn't respond. I don't check that inbox anymore. Sometimes, when I walk through the park with Milo and see families gathered around picnic tables, I wonder what it might have been like, having parents who showed up without strings, who didn't measure love by what you could provide or how well you played the role they wrote for you. But that feeling fades. Because now, I know something I didn't before. Family doesn't make you whole. Respect does. Boundaries do. And sometimes, the truest thing you can say to the people who raised you is, I owe you nothing. So that's my story. They told me I was out of the will. They never realized I was the will, the foundation, the paycheck, the life raft they poked holes in. And when I finally let go, they sank on their own. I didn't drown. I built something better on dry land. And for the first time in my life, I'm not holding anyone else above water but me. My name's Adam. I'm 32, and I've always been the quiet cousin, the helper, the extra pair of hands, the one who never quite fit in, but was always kept around, like a folding chair at a family barbecue. You don't notice it's there until you need it, and once you're done, you stack it away without thinking. That's how it's always been with my dad's side of the family. And I used to convince myself that was fine. I didn't need recognition, right? I didn't crave the spotlight or some heartfelt toast. I was content being useful, until the night I realized they didn't just take me for granted. They truly didn't see me as family. The wedding was for my cousin Stephanie. She and I are the same age, that you'd never know it by how she talks to me like I'm 12 and spilling juice on her dress. Her mom, Aunt Linda, is my dad's sister, and she's the kind of woman who makes backhanded compliments into an Olympic sport. Oh, Adam, you've put on some weight. Good. You were looking sickly before. Or, you're so good with tech, too bad that doesn't help you make real money like your cousins do. I wasn't even supposed to be at the wedding, not originally. Stephanie had planned it to be some sort of exclusive family affair, intimate, elegant, curated, as she wrote in that floral monstrosity of an invitation she sent to practically everyone but me. I only found out about the wedding from my younger sister Jenna, who got an invite with a +1 and casually mentioned it over lunch like it was obvious I'd be going too. I'm sure it was an oversight, Jenna said, stirring her coffee like it didn't matter. Steph probably assumed you'd be there. You always help with events. Yeah, I always help. That's the part they never forget. So I reached out, politely, and asked if they needed anything for the big day. Stephanie didn't even reply. It was Aunt Linda who got back to me, gushing about how they'd love some help behind the scenes and how I could make myself useful with setup, logistics, the boring stuff you're so good at. I should have said no. I should have drawn the line right there. But instead, I smiled through the phone, offered my congratulations, and agreed to help secure the venue, an upscale countryside estate with a lakeside view and a grand ballroom, the kind of place that makes you whisper when you walk inside. I booked it myself, using connections from a corporate retreat I'd planned for my job last year. Got them a steep discount, paid the deposit, didn't even ask for reimbursement, told them to settle it later. It's a gift, I said. I meant it, too. At the time, I arrived early the day of the wedding, in a plain black shirt and slacks, nothing fancy. I figured I'd help direct the vendors, maybe set up some lights. Nothing new. But from the moment I walked through the doors, something felt off. Nobody greeted me. Not a smile, not a wave. It was like I was invisible. Aunt Linda brushed past me, talking to a florist, and when I tried to ask where the seating charts were, she snapped, "Can you not bother me with this stuff right now? Maybe go check with the kitchen. They'll probably need help plating." I blinked. Plating? I wasn't even sure she knew what that meant. I made my way to the catering crew, who did, in fact, seem overwhelmed. They assumed I was staff, and honestly, I didn't even correct them. I rolled up my sleeves and helped unload trays of desserts, arranging them with care. I figured maybe this was just another example of me stepping up where they needed me. Maybe they were too stressed to show appreciation right now. Then I heard it. "Ugh, why is he even here?" Someone whispered near the doorway. I turned. Stephanie, in her white gown, perfect hair, champagne in hand, laughing, with her fiancé and 2 bridesmaids. Mom said he begged to be invited. Like, actually called her. So awkward. Another voice. Well, at least he's doing something useful. Imagine if he just sat around like he belonged at the head table. Stephanie sipped her drink. Please. He's lucky he's allowed in the building. He's not really family anyway. I froze. Not really family. That one hit deeper than I expected. My chest tightened. I wanted to say something, anything, but all I could do was stare at the reflection of myself in the dessert tray cover. Just a guy in black, sweating, helping out, uninvited, unloved. I backed away before they noticed me, swallowed the lump in my throat, and went back to the kitchen. I stayed quiet. Served drinks when the bar was short-staffed. Set out napkins when someone knocked over a display. I smiled when spoken to, nodded when dismissed. A few guests assumed I was working there. One even handed me a tip. I didn't take it. Dinner passed. Toasts were made. Not one mention of me. The DJ announced the cake cutting. That's when Aunt Linda found me again, holding a half-eaten macaron and looking me over like I was part of the decor. You should help refill the dessert trays, she said. You're good with your hands. And stay out of the pictures, okay? We're doing family shots now. I stared at her. She smiled. A sweet, dismissive, get-out-of-the-way smile. And that's when I felt something shift inside me, not anger, not sadness, just a clean, precise click, like a lock opening. I walked back to the service hallway, pulled out my phone, and opened my reservation app. The venue. Still under my name. The reception room booked until midnight. I hadn't transferred the reservation. They'd never followed up with the final payment. And I had the authority to make changes. But I didn't act immediately. I waited. Watched. The music swelled. The lights dimmed. Stephanie stepped out in her second dress, sparkling and smug. The MC was preparing to announce the first dance. Guests were gathering. Phones raised. The moment was seconds away, and I was already texting. I typed slowly, clearly, to the manager. Hi. This is Adam, the reservation holder for the Willow Ridge Ballroom tonight. Something's come up. I'll need to make some urgent changes to the evening schedule. The venue manager replied almost instantly. His name was Carl, a no-nonsense guy in his 50s who ran Willow Ridge like a ship captain during a storm. He didn't mince words, and he certainly didn't like last-minute chaos. But I'd worked with him before, and he remembered me. Trusted me. Adam understood. What kind of changes? I stared at the ballroom through the archway. Stephanie was holding hands with her new husband, swaying side to side while the MC prepped the mic. The guests were crowding the dance floor, murmuring excitedly, the lights shifting to a warm amber glow. I typed, please prepare to clear the ballroom. Reservation is being terminated effective immediately. I'll handle the fallout. Please notify security. There was a pause. A long one. I imagined Carl blinking at his screen, wondering if I'd lost my mind. Then came the reply, confirmed. Need 10 minutes to prep. Are you sure? My thumb hovered over the screen. Was I? Was I really about to pull the rug out from under my cousin on our wedding night? And then I remembered. Every single slight. Every rolled eye. Every condescending tone. Every unpaid favor. Every ignored invitation. Every time they needed a tech fix or a last-minute errand or a do me a solid, at a moment that I never got so much as a thank you for. And how, just 2 hours ago, I'd been told, with a straight face, to stay out of the family photos. I had sinned. Completely sure. I'll be at the entrance. I tucked the phone away, adjusted my collar, and walked toward the front lobby. My legs felt light, like I was floating. The weight that had sat on my shoulders for years, the quiet guilt, the craving for acceptance, the internal voice always whispering maybe next time they'll see you, all of it peeled away like dead skin. As I stepped out into the cool air of the foyer, I could hear the DJ announcing the first dance. A slow, soft song started playing. I leaned against the wall, arms crossed, and nodded to the front desk assistant as she received a quiet word from her earpiece. Her eyes flicked to me with a bit of confusion, then recognition. She tapped her tablet, and suddenly I heard the music fade. Not skip. Not stutter. Fade. Inside, voices rose, a few confused murmurs, then a wave of startled chatter. The lights flickered brighter. The MC stammered something awkward. I could hear Carl now, his unmistakable voice calling out above the crowd. Sorry, folks. Please remain calm. There's been a scheduling issue. I didn't move. I just waited. And then the doors burst open. Stephanie stormed out first, veil slightly off kilter, dress bunched in her fist like she was ready to throttle someone. Adam, she snapped, her heels clicking against the marble. What the actual? Her voice caught as she saw Carl behind her, holding a clipboard, face grim. I'm sorry, ma'am, he said before she could finish. The reservation was canceled by the account holder. Per contract terms, the event is being shut down immediately. You can't do that, she hissed. This is my wedding. Carl didn't flinch. I understand. But the reservation isn't in your name. Stephanie turned to me, eyes wide. You booked this place under your name? I shrugged. Aunt Linda said I was good at handling boring logistics. I guess she was right. But why would you cancel it? You're ruining everything. And there it was. That same tone. That same baffled entitlement. Like the idea of me doing anything outside of silently serving her was so foreign it had to be malicious. I didn't ruin anything, I said, calm. You just never realized who was keeping it all running. Behind her, Aunt Linda appeared, red in the face, dragging my uncle by the sleeve. What's going on? She demanded. Why are people leaving the ballroom? Stephanie pointed at me, fuming. Ask him. He's canceling everything. Linda turned to me like I just kicked her dog. Adam, are you seriously doing this? After everything we've done for you? I raised my eyebrows. Everything you've done for me? She didn't answer. Just sputtered. My uncle had the decency to look away. Carl cleared his throat. We need to begin clearing the space. Guests can use the courtyard for now, but the reception room is closing. There's nothing more I can do unless payment and authorization are sorted, and it's too late for that tonight. Stephanie's voice rose again. You can't just leave us like this. I smiled. I was told I'm not really part of the family anyway, so what does it matter? I turned to leave, but I wasn't finished yet. I had one last step to make it count. I stopped at the edge of the parking lot, pulled out my phone again, and tapped through to the vendor contact list I'd built for them. The caterer, the photographer, the DJ, even the shuttle service for guests staying overnight. All of it routed through me. All of it pending final approval. And all of it about to change. But that's when the real panic started, because the bride and her mother weren't the only ones about to find out how many strings I've been quietly holding this whole time. I stood there under the amber glow of the parking lot lights, phone in hand, as the sounds of confusion began to swell behind me. Guests trickled out of the main hall, muttering to one another, looking around for answers. The chatter had shifted, no longer polite and ceremonial, but urgent and irritated. A few people glanced at me in passing, clearly trying to figure out if I was staff, a guest, or something in between. That last category, in between, had basically defined my existence in this family since I was a kid. But not anymore. I opened the group contact list in my email, the one I'd built to coordinate everything weeks earlier. Not because they asked me to, they hadn't, but because Aunt Linda had no clue how to manage half of it, and Stephanie had only cared about picking colors and fonts and what hashtags to use for the wedding photos. So I stepped in, as usual, and got things done. Quietly, efficiently, invisibly. Every vendor had my name as point of contact. Every invoice was CC'd to my personal address. I had emails saved from the DJ asking me for cues, from the caterer confirming dietary restrictions, from the valet service asking when to arrive with the luxury shuttle for the bride and groom's hotel. I started with the DJ. Hi. Due to a major issue, we need to suspend services immediately. Please begin packing up. Don't worry, payment is being canceled via the main account. Thanks for your work tonight. Then the caterer. Please begin cleanup. The event has been canceled, and I'll follow up tomorrow to settle loose ends. Food past 9 p.m. was never confirmed, so per agreement, you're in the clear. I moved methodically, like flicking switches in a control room. With each message, the wedding unraveled a little more. And still, no one knew quite what was happening, only that it was happening fast. I turned just in time to see Aunt Linda standing on the edge of the stone steps, flanked by two flustered event staff and a furious Stephanie, who had now taken off her heels and was barefoot on the concrete, dress lifted awkwardly in one hand. You, Linda barked at me. You need to fix this. Right now? I don't care what's going on in your personal life. You are not going to ruin this day for our family. Not today. I tilted my head. Our family. She froze. I took a few steps forward so that we stood face to face. Her makeup was running just a little around the edges, the kind of thing she'd mock another woman for in a heartbeat. I made sure to keep my voice calm and low. I've spent my whole life trying to be part of this family. Helping. Giving. Doing things behind the scenes because I thought if I just worked hard enough, you'd see me. Appreciate me. Maybe even love me the way you love Stephanie. She scoffed. Oh, don't be dramatic. There it is again, I said quietly. That word. Dramatic. You say that every time I speak up. Every time I ask to be treated like I matter. You're being ridiculous. No. I interrupted, steady now. I'm being done. The guests were all outside now, some gathering in small groups, whispering, checking their phones. Word was spreading fast. Not everyone knew what was going on, but they knew something had gone very, very wrong. And then Carl approached again, clipboard in hand. We're now officially past the reservation window. Adam, should I inform the cleanup crews to begin disassembling the decor? Stephanie's voice shot out like a whip. No, you can't take anything down yet. This is still our wedding. Carl turned to me. I nodded. Begin cleanup. He turned on his heel and walked off. Stephanie let out a sharp, broken sound. Not quite a cry, not quite a scream, and dropped onto the steps, dress pooling around her. She looked like a child throwing a tantrum in a costume too big for her. Her husband hovered nearby, awkward and silent, clearly out of his depth. I didn't feel bad for him. He'd laughed earlier when she said I didn't belong. He could stew in the ashes with the rest of them. Linda looked around at the mess, the guests leaving, the musicians packing up, the venue staff folding tables, and then back at me. You've always been resentful, she spat. Always looking for an excuse to play the victim. And you've always needed someone to look down on to make yourself feel important. Her lips curled, but she had nothing left to say. Because she knew. Deep down, she knew this wasn't a sudden meltdown. This was years in the making. A slow boil. A lifetime of being tolerated, used, dismissed. Stephanie finally stood again, brushing dirt off the bottom of her dress. Her voice cracked. You're not even going to stay and explain? You're just going to ruin everything and walk away. I paused. I didn't ruin your wedding, Steph. I just stopped fixing it. With that, I turned and walked to my car. The valet had left early, at my instruction. The rest of the shuttles? Canceled. Let them figure it out. Let them call an Uber barefoot if they had to. As I slid into the driver's seat, I took one last look in the rearview mirror. Stephanie, disheveled and red-faced. Aunt Linda shouting into her phone. Guests standing around confused with to-go boxes in hand. The fairy tale had fallen apart. No music. No dancing. Just cold silence and flickering lights. And I was finally out of the story they kept writing me out of anyway. But I wasn't quite finished yet. Because there was still one thing left in the bridal suite upstairs. A little gift box with Stephanie's name on it. Inside was the real wedding gift they never saw coming. The gift box had been sitting quietly in the bridal suite all day, tucked beneath a table draped in champagne-colored linen, behind the silk robe and glassy-eyed bridesmaid emergency kits. No one noticed it. Of course not. Why would they? It was from me. And to them, that meant it probably held a mug or maybe a homemade card or something useful, like always. I could have wrapped a brick in it, and no one would have looked twice. But what was inside wasn't a mug or a brick. It was the final piece of a puzzle I'd been assembling for longer than anyone realized. Let's back up a little. 6 months ago, when I first heard about the wedding, not from Stephanie, not from Aunt Linda, but from my sister Jenna's boyfriend in a passing conversation, I'd laughed. Not a bitter laugh, just that soft, tired kind that slips out when life reminds you where you stand. Jenna was shocked I wasn't invited. She told me it had to be a mistake. That night, she forwarded me a copy of the invitation from her inbox. I read it 3 times. My name wasn't there, not even as a +1. That night, I did something I hadn't done in a long time. I opened a folder on my laptop labeled Family Business. It wasn't dramatic, just practical. Inside were years of notes, receipts, and records. I'd never thought of it as anything sinister, just a habit born from constantly being looped into errands, favors, and logistics because Adam's good with this kind of stuff. I kept tabs on the things I paid for, not because I expected repayment, but because it gave me some semblance of control. I had records of the time Aunt Linda needed last-minute car repairs, and I covered the $1,200 because we'll pay you back, sweetie. Never did. I had bank statements showing the $3,800 I transferred to help Stephanie when she couldn't cover her student loan and rent at the same time. She sent me an Instagram message 2 months later that just said, "You are a lifesaver." No thank you. No repayment. Just a casual vanishing of gratitude. There were dozens of those moments. Big and small. Enough to bury anyone's self-respect under an avalanche of unreciprocated loyalty. But I didn't keep those records out of resentment. Not at first. I kept them because they helped me remember that I was contributing. That I wasn't imagining things. That I had, in fact, been part of this family, even if they didn't say it out loud. But when I looked through it after reading the wedding invite I never got, something changed. The file stopped being a record of kindness and started becoming a map. A blueprint. That's when the idea came. Not revenge. Not yet. Just boundaries. The real kind. So I started booking things. I secured the venue under my name. Paid the deposit myself. I told Aunt Linda I was just helping make the process smoother. She practically melted. "Oh, you're such a darling, Adam. You're so reliable." I offered to manage the vendor communications. Told them to filter everything through me to avoid confusing Stephanie. They didn't even question it. And then I waited. Waited through every ignored group chat. Every comment about how, well, Adam's not really involved, but he's around if we need something. Every dinner where I showed up late because I was at a meeting with the DJ or confirming flower arrangements. So that little box I left in the suite, that was the culmination of all of it. It was a simple white box, no ribbon. Inside was a printed letter and a USB drive. That's it. The letter read, "To Stephanie and Aunt Linda, I figured you'd be too busy on your big day to read this, but maybe once the music stops and the guests go home, you'll finally have a minute. Inside this USB are copies of every receipt, every invoice, every email and text exchange related to this wedding. From the deposit on the venue, to the DJ's contract, to the agreement with the shuttle service you never noticed was under my name. You'll also find a record of every personal payment I made over the years. For your rent, Steph. For your car, Aunt Linda. For the emergency flights, the hotel rooms, the groceries you forgot to pay me back for. The total comes to just over $19,400. I don't expect repayment. Don't worry. This isn't about money. This is about acknowledgement. You spent years treating me like I didn't belong. Like I was an employee in the family you ran like a business. But tonight, I finally stepped out of the shadows you kept me in. Not for revenge. Just for clarity. You're welcome for the wedding. You're also welcome to never contact me again. Sincerely, Adam." When they found that box, and I know they did, because Jenna called me the next morning, nearly breathless, the aftermath exploded. Stephanie posted a teary message to her social media account claiming she'd been sabotaged by someone she trusted. Of course, she didn't mention names, just vaguely hinted at betrayal. But word got around fast. Turns out, when a bride sobs about being abandoned on her wedding night, but several guests saw her screaming at the cousin who was quietly fixing everything, the sympathy wears thin. Aunt Linda tried to salvage things by calling a few mutuals and painting me as mentally unstable. That didn't fly either, because people started asking questions. A lot of them. About why I'd been the one handling bookings, why everything had been under my name, why the family hadn't contributed a dime to the venue or services. And then Jenna, bless her heart, posted the letter, redacted, but enough for the truth to bleed through. Within days, my inbox flooded. Cousins, uncles, even old neighbors, some apologizing, some just trying to piece it together. I didn't respond to any of them. I didn't need to. I wasn't angry anymore. I was free. I blocked Aunt Linda's number. Blocked Stephanie too. I heard they ended up holding a redo reception 2 weeks later at a family friend's backyard. Plastic chairs, Bluetooth speaker, fold-out tables. It rained. I spent that weekend in a quiet cabin in the woods. No phone, no guilt, just peace. For the first time in decades, I wasn't waiting to be included. I wasn't hoping for a call that would never come or bracing for the next backhanded favor. I had drawn a line, lit it on fire, and walked away without looking back. And I've never felt lighter. Sometimes, family isn't about blood. Sometimes, it's about respect. And when you've been denied that long enough, there comes a day where you stop asking for a seat at the table and build your own. I built mine the night I canceled a wedding. And I never looked back. I'm Jordan. I'm 33 years old, divorced, and a single dad of 2 absolutely chaotic, hilarious, and painfully honest kids, Emma, 7, and Lucas, 5. I'm not perfect. I don't live in a big house. I don't have a high-status job. I don't wear tailored suits or own a Rolex. But what I do have is a whole lot of love for my kids, a mortgage I never miss, and a spine that's gotten pretty good at holding me up, even when the people who should have had my back were the ones pushing me down. My story starts, predictably, around the holidays. You know, that time of year when everyone's pretending their family isn't weird and dysfunctional. When social media is full of perfect matching pajama photos and cookie baking reels while behind the scenes, someone's mom is crying in the bathroom, and at least one uncle is drunk by noon. Yeah, that time. I grew up in a picture-perfect neighborhood with a picture-perfect family, or that's how it looked from the outside. My dad ran his own real estate agency and was obsessed with appearances. My mom was, well, let's just say she specialized in emotional gymnastics, flipping between doting and disappointed, depending on who was watching. And then there's my younger brother, Chase. Golden boy, Mr. Everything. Ivy League. Tall, handsome, charming. You know the type. If he were any more polished, he'd squeak when he walked. Growing up, Chase could do no wrong. He wrecked my dad's car at 17. Boys will be boys. I missed curfew once to help a friend having a panic attack. Irresponsible and untrustworthy. Chase got straight B's. Solid effort. I got 1 B+. What happened here, Jordan? By the time we were adults, the hierarchy was pretty well established. I was the you tried your best, honey disappointment, the one with the messy divorce and the difficult kids. Chase was the investment banker with the sculpted girlfriend of the month, the one who got a standing ovation just for existing. He could walk into the house late, say nothing, and somehow still dominate the conversation. But I tried to let it go. I really did. I swallowed the little digs. The fake concern. The way my mom would talk over me anytime I tried to share something good, like when Lucas got into a great preschool or when I landed a big client. That's nice, sweetie, she'd say, and then immediately pivot to Chase's latest vacation to Turks and Caicos or his new designer watch. Still, I kept showing up. For birthdays. For Thanksgiving. For the occasional awkward dinner when I could wrangle the kids into decent clothes and force a smile through the snide remarks. I did it because I still hoped, I guess, that maybe one day they'd stop seeing me as the screw-up who got divorced at 28 and started seeing me as a man who fought for custody, who went to every parent-teacher conference, who taught his daughter how to ride a bike and his son how to tie his shoes. Then came this year's Christmas invitation, or rather, the lack of one. It started as a text from my mom. Not a call, not even a voice memo. A plain, 4-line text message that hit like a slap. Hey Jordan, after a lot of thought, we've decided to keep Christmas small this year. Chase's new girlfriend will be joining us, and we really want to make a good impression. We'll do something with you and the kids after the holidays instead. Hope you understand. I stared at the screen for a solid minute, rereading it as if the words might rearrange themselves into something less insulting. Hope you understand. Understand what exactly? That my kids, their grandchildren, weren't worthy of being around for the family Christmas because Chase's new arm candy might find them too much? That I, their firstborn son, the one who spent the last decade rebuilding his life from the ground up, didn't make the cut? I called my mom immediately. She didn't pick up. So I tried Dad. He answered, but the conversation was brief. She's just trying to avoid any scenes, Jordan, he said. You know how high-strung Chase can get when things don't go smoothly. And this girl is important, apparently. Oh, I see, I said. So to keep his mood intact, you'll just erase me and your grandkids from Christmas? Sounds smooth to me. There was a pause. Don't make this harder than it has to be. Right. Because I was the problem. I didn't tell the kids. Not yet. Emma had already made little paper snowflakes for Grandma's tree, and Lucas had picked out a tie for Grandpa from the dollar store. I couldn't break their hearts just yet. So instead, I told them we might do Christmas a little differently this year. A surprise adventure, I said, while trying to ignore the heavy pit in my stomach. But here's the thing. The more I thought about it, the less okay I was with staying silent. My parents didn't just exclude me. They humiliated me. They made a choice to pretend we didn't exist, to hide us, like some inconvenient stain on the furniture. And all for the sake of Chase's new fling? Yeah, no. I wasn't going to just roll over for that. That's when I made a decision. A reckless, emotional, possibly petty decision, but one I don't regret for a second. I was going to show up anyway. And that's exactly what I did. I didn't tell anyone. Not the kids. Not even my best friend, who usually talks me down when I get these flashes of defiance. I just woke up on Christmas morning, dressed Emma and Lucas in their nicest outfits, loaded a few wrapped presents into the trunk, and drove to my parents' house like nothing was wrong. The snow had just started falling when we pulled into the driveway. The lights were twinkling on the roof. There were extra cars in the drive, one of them a sleek black Mercedes I didn't recognize. Emma clutched her little gift bag with both hands as we walked up the steps. Lucas was humming Jingle Bells under his breath. For a second, I hesitated. I almost turned around. But then the door opened. And that's where everything changed. Because the woman standing just inside the foyer, the woman in the crimson dress with the wine glass in hand and the perfectly curled hair, froze when she saw me. Her mouth parted. Her eyes widened. She looked like she'd seen a ghost. You never told me your brother was my ex, she whispered. And then she ran. Straight past my stunned parents. Past my gaping brother. Straight into my arms. I'll never forget the look on Chase's face. She hugged me like she'd been waiting a long time to do it. Not just a polite, nice to see you again kind of hug. I mean, she clung to me, her arms tight around my back, her cheek pressed to my shoulder like she was grounding herself. The kind of hug that says, finally, safety. And it knocked the wind out of me, because I knew that kind of hug. I'd given it to my kids more times than I could count. Behind her, Chase sputtered. What are you doing? She pulled back slowly, blinking like she was trying to snap out of a trance. You never told me your brother was Jordan. My mom's eyes were wide as saucers, her hand half raised like she couldn't decide whether to clutch her pearls or shut the door in my face. My dad had frozen mid-step with a plate of shrimp cocktail in his hand, and even Lucas and Emma were standing quietly, sensing something very not normal was unfolding. Chase's face morphed into this strange cocktail of disbelief, rage, and confusion. Wait, what do you mean, Jordan? You know him? Oh, we more than know each other, she said softly, and then looked at me with a small, sad smile. Jordan and I dated for almost a year. Back in college. You never told me his last name, Chase. How did you not tell me your brother was Jordan Monroe? There was a long beat of silence. You could have heard a gingerbread cookie crumble. And then Chase exploded. Are you freaking kidding me? He barked, slamming his wine glass on the nearest table so hard it splashed red drops across the tablecloth. This is some twisted joke, right? You're messing with me. Chase, stop. My mom started, but he wasn't listening. Why are you even here, Jordan? He snapped, storming toward me. Didn't we specifically ask you not to come? That was it. The moment I felt something inside me snap. All the little digs. All the passive-aggressive, maybe next time invites. All the years of being told I was too much or not enough. All the times I'd let it go, kept the peace, took the high road. I stepped forward and looked him dead in the eye. You didn't ask me. You uninvited me. You made it clear that I was an embarrassment. That my kids weren't good enough to be here. My mom's voice rose, panicked. Jordan, let's not do this in front of the children. You already did it in front of the children, I said, without turning to look at her. When you told them Santa couldn't visit Grandpa's house this year. When you sent that text like I was some distant cousin who'd lost his +1 privileges. You made that call. Lucas tugged gently on my sleeve. Daddy, are we in trouble? My chest tightened, but I shook my head. No, buddy, you're not in trouble. None of this is your fault. Chase scoffed, raking a hand through his hair. This is unbelievable. You're seriously going to ruin Christmas just because we wanted to make a good impression. I didn't ruin anything, I said. You did that the moment you decided that appearances were more important than your own family. Then I turned to her, the woman at the center of this accidental firestorm. I had no idea you were dating my brother, I said gently. None. She gave me a long, almost embarrassed look. Neither did I, apparently. My mom looked like she was about to faint. Can we please take this conversation into the other room? The neighbors. Oh, screw the neighbors. Chase snapped. You know what? No. Let's talk about this right here. Since Jordan wants to make a scene, let's just get it all out. He turned to her. Her name was Marissa, by the way, but somehow no one had bothered to introduce her officially before things blew up. You dated him? Seriously? For a year. I was 19, she said quietly. It wasn't a fling. We were real. Until I transferred schools. We lost touch. But yeah, Jordan and I were serious. You never even told me you had an older brother. You just said your family was small and close. You barely mentioned them at all. Chase's face twisted. Because he's not a part of it. He's a footnote. That was the last straw for Emma. She'd been clutching her little glittery gift bag this whole time, her eyes darting between the adults like a tennis match. But when she heard that footnote, she stepped forward, chin quivering. We're not footnotes, she said, her voice small but clear. We're family. And then she dropped the bag on the floor, the little present for my mom. A candle she made herself, rolling out onto the hardwood with a soft clunk. Silence. Dead, horrible silence. My mom bent down and picked up the candle like it was a used napkin, holding it between two fingers. She gave it a quick glance, then offered a tight smile to Emma. Thank you, sweetheart, she said, in the same tone she uses to tell the mailman that he left the wrong package. Very creative. Emma looked at me, then back at her grandmother, then down at her shiny shoes. Her shoulders slumped. That's when Marissa stepped in. You know what? She said, suddenly louder. No. This is insane. You treat him like garbage, and for what? Because he's not as shiny as Chase? Because he actually shows up for his kids? Jordan's the best man I ever dated. And if I'd known you were his family, I never would have walked through that door. Chase turned purple. Don't say that. I mean it, she snapped. You've been a complete narcissist since we met. I thought it was just stress. Or a phase. But now I see it's learned behavior. You treated your brother like he doesn't matter, and your parents let you. Marissa looked at my mom, then my dad. You don't get to look surprised. You built this. And then she turned to me. I'm so sorry. I didn't know. I swear I didn't. I believe you, I said quietly. Chase finally lost it. You think you're better than me? He shouted. You think showing up with your loser kids and your tragic divorce story makes you some kind of hero? That word hit me like a slap. Loser kids. Before I could respond, Lucas let out a little hiccup sob. That was all it took. Emma grabbed his hand, and the two of them bolted for the door. I turned on instinct, following them outside. It was snowing harder now. The car was already dusted white. Emma was trying to be strong, but I could see it. The way her lips trembled, the way she blinked too hard. I'm sorry, she whispered. I didn't mean to ruin Christmas. That nearly broke me. You didn't ruin anything, I said, kneeling beside her. I'm the one who brought us here. I thought maybe things would be different this time. Behind us, the front door slammed. Heavy footsteps followed. I turned, expecting to see Chase, but it was Marissa. She was shaking. I dumped him, she said, like it had just happened in her mind as well as in reality. I told him it's over, that I want nothing to do with any of this. I blinked. You didn't have to do that. Yes, I did, she said firmly. You were right. Family isn't about appearances. It's about showing up. And I don't want to waste another second pretending this family is normal. She looked down at Emma and Lucas and smiled through tears. You two are amazing. Don't ever let anyone tell you otherwise. I nodded, swallowing back a knot of emotions. Then the door opened again. It was Chase this time. But he wasn't alone. My dad stepped out after him, expression unreadable. He took a deep breath, looked at me, then at the kids, then back at Chase. And then he said something I wasn't expecting at all. Maybe it's time we had a real conversation. And that's where everything shifted. The dynamics, the power, the illusion of unity shattered, and the fractures had never been more visible. But what came next? What my mom said, what Chase did. That's when it all really went off the rails. I didn't answer right away. Not because I didn't have anything to say, trust me, I did, but because I was trying to figure out who my dad was really talking to. His words, maybe it's time we had a real conversation, just hung there in the snow-chilled air, suspended like the breath fog between us. But his eyes weren't on me. They were on Chase. Chase, who looked like someone had just knocked the wind out of him. What? He asked, squinting like he'd misheard. My dad didn't flinch. You heard me. And just like that, the family hierarchy, the carefully curated house of cards my parents had spent decades balancing, shifted. Not collapsed, not yet. But something tilted. Something undeniable. Inside, the door creaked open again, and this time my mom's voice cut through the air like an icicle snapping. Alan, what are you doing? She hissed. We agreed. No, my dad said, still not looking away from Chase. You agreed. I went along with it because I was tired, and honestly, because it was easier than fighting with you. But this, he gestured toward us, to the kids shivering beside me, to Marissa still trembling behind me. This is too far. Now Chase looked panicked. Wait, Dad, come on. Don't make this into some guilt trip. I didn't know she dated Jordan. That's not my fault. It's not about Marissa, Dad said calmly. It's about the way you've treated your brother for years. The way we've treated him. That last part. We landed like a cold stone in my chest. I'd spent so long believing I was alone in that realization. That maybe I was exaggerating or being overly sensitive, or that somehow I'd earned the scraps of love they threw my way. But hearing my dad admit it, even just a sliver of it, it stirred something in me. Not joy, not forgiveness, just confirmation. I wasn't crazy. My mom stepped fully outside now, her robe fluttering in the wind. Alan, this isn't the time or place. Maybe it's exactly the time, he said. Maybe if we'd had this conversation years ago, Jordan wouldn't have to keep proving he deserves to be in his own family. That did it. Chase threw his hands up. Okay, wow. So now I'm the villain? I get ambushed by my ex-girlfriend and my ex-brother, and I'm the bad guy. I finally spoke, my voice low but steady. You were never ambushed, Chase. You just got caught. And with that, I turned to my kids, unlocking the car with a soft beep. Get in, guys. Let's go home. Emma hesitated, her eyes darting between the adults, but then she nodded and helped Lucas into the back seat. Marissa hovered uncertainly. I'll be okay, I told her. Really? She gave me one last look, part apology, part admiration, and stepped back inside. I slid into the driver's seat, hands shaking just slightly on the wheel. As we pulled away, I didn't look back. But the silence in the car was loud. Too loud. I didn't put on music. I didn't try to distract them with games or promises. We just drove. About halfway home, Lucas spoke up. Daddy, yeah, buddy. Do we still get Christmas? I blinked hard, then laughed, not because it was funny, but because if I didn't, I'd cry. Yeah, I said. Yeah, we do. It just might look a little different this year. And that's how we ended up at a 24-hour diner in the middle of town on Christmas night. Vinyl booths, twinkling lights strung haphazardly across the windows, and a waitress named Diane who gave my kids extra whipped cream on their pancakes without being asked. We sat in that booth for over an hour, sipping hot chocolate and telling stories. Emma made up a game called Guess What Santa Forgot, where we each had to come up with the weirdest present Santa might accidentally leave behind. Lucas won with a whole giraffe that sneezes glitter. For the first time that day, they laughed, real, belly-deep giggles that melted something in me. That night, I tucked them into bed in our cramped little apartment, surrounded by the glow of mismatched fairy lights and the scent of the pine-scented candle Emma had made. It wasn't grand. It wasn't Pinterest perfect, but it was ours. And for the first time in a long time, I realized maybe that was enough. The weeks that followed weren't easy. After Christmas, the silence from my family was deafening. No apology, no check-in, not even a half-hearted Happy New Year text. My mom had gone full ghost, and Chase? I figured he was too busy licking his wounds and blaming everyone but himself. I won't lie, it hurt. More than I expected. I'd hoped that Christmas night might have been a turning point, that maybe my dad would follow up on that real conversation. But nothing came. I hit a low point around mid-January. The post-holiday blues. The weight of everything. The awkward stares from mutual acquaintances who'd heard something about the Christmas meltdown. I started wondering if I'd done the wrong thing by showing up. Then one day, as I was picking up the kids from school, Emma ran to me with a drawing clenched in her little fists. She thrust it at me proudly. It was a picture of the three of us in the diner booth, all smiling with syrupy pancakes in front of us. At the top, in big, blocky letters, she'd written, "My favorite Christmas ever." That hit harder than any lecture or apology ever could. That night, after they fell asleep, I made a quiet promise to myself. I wasn't going to let them grow up chasing approval from people who only gave love with conditions. I wasn't going to be that person. Not for them. Not for me. So I started changing things. Slowly. Quietly. At first, it was small stuff. I started waking up an hour earlier, making better breakfasts, taking time to actually sit and eat with them instead of rushing through the mornings. I made bedtime stories a ritual, voices, sound effects, even costumes when I could swing it. Then I updated my resume. I'd been freelancing as a graphic designer for years, scraping by with small gigs. But I knew I had more to offer. So I built a portfolio website. I reached out to old clients. I joined a couple of online design forums and started sharing my work. To my surprise, people noticed. In March, I landed a long-term remote contract with a small but growing startup. It paid better than anything I'd done before, came with flexible hours, and more importantly, respect. With the extra income, I started saving. Not just scraping by, actually saving. I paid off a credit card. Enrolled Emma in an art class she'd been begging to try. Bought Lucas the telescope he'd been eyeing for months. And one rainy Thursday in April, as I watched them both sprawled on the living room floor, one sketching dragons, the other pretending to find Jupiter, I realized something. We were happy. Not rich. Not fancy. But real, honest-to-God happy. And somehow, without fanfare or applause, I had rebuilt us. I still hadn't heard from my parents. Until May. It started with a knock at the door. I wasn't expecting anyone. I peeked through the peephole and nearly dropped my coffee mug. It was my dad, standing in the hallway with his hands clasped, looking older than I remembered. When I opened the door, he gave me a nod. "Can we talk?" I hesitated, then stepped aside. He walked in slowly, glancing around the apartment like he was seeing it for the first time. "It's nice," he said. "It's ours," I replied. He nodded, sat on the edge of the couch. "I've been meaning to reach out. I just didn't know how." I crossed my arms. "You could have started with 'I'm sorry.'" He looked up, met my eyes. "I am. And just like that, everything inside me clenched. He continued, I should have spoken up sooner. At Christmas, years before that, your mother and I, we got so wrapped up in making Chase feel like a success, we forgot we already had a son who was living it. I said nothing. Just let him talk. You're a good man, Jordan. A better father than I ever was. And I'm proud of you. I wish I'd said it sooner. It took everything in me not to cry. Instead, I just nodded. I appreciate that, I said quietly. He stood to leave. I won't ask you to forgive your mother. I know she's difficult, but I hope one day you'll forgive me. Then he turned to go, and as the door clicked shut behind him, I sat down on the couch, heart thudding. Not because of what he said, but because of what it meant. The cracks were finally showing. But the collapse? That came later. The real betrayal was still waiting, and when it came, it didn't just shatter trust. It turned everything upside down. Something changed after my dad's visit. Not outwardly. My mom still hadn't called. Chase hadn't texted. There was no grand family reconciliation or sudden group hug. But there was a shift, a subtle tilt in the universe, like the air before a thunderstorm. The kind where you don't hear the thunder yet, but you know it's coming. I didn't forgive my dad overnight, but I believed him. And maybe that belief cracked something open in me, because for the first time in years, I stopped hoping things would go back to normal. I didn't want normal. Normal was what led to being cut out of Christmas. Normal was pretending I wasn't being disrespected. Normal was Chase walking through life like the golden sun while I picked up the splinters he left behind. No, I was done waiting for them to see my worth. And I sure as hell wasn't going to raise my kids to chase love like it was a prize they had to earn. But revenge? That was something else entirely. Not the kind with torches and pitchforks. Not screaming matches or burning bridges. I wasn't interested in giving them more drama to twist into a Jordan's being difficult again narrative. No, if I was going to do this, it would be clean, strategic, quiet. I'd learned a long time ago that the best revenge wasn't loud. It was undeniable. And the first spark came from Marissa. It had been months since the Christmas fiasco. I hadn't heard from her since she walked back into that house after dumping Chase. I assumed she'd moved on, started fresh. Maybe even blocked every Monroe in her contacts. So imagine my surprise when she emailed me in early June. Subject line, I owe you an apology. And maybe an opportunity. I opened it cautiously, half expecting drama, but instead I found something much more interesting. She'd moved across town shortly after Christmas. Said she needed a reset. Turns out, that night had snapped something in her too. The lies, the manipulation, the casual cruelty. It wasn't just a one-off. It was a symptom of something bigger she'd been ignoring. I was so caught up in the idea of Chase being this perfect guy, she wrote. He said all the right things. But when I saw how your family treated you, and how you treated your kids in the middle of all that, it made me realize I'd been with a man who looked good on paper, but couldn't carry basic human decency in practice. She'd started working with a nonprofit that provided small business grants for single parents and marginalized entrepreneurs. And guess who she thought of when they launched a new initiative for digital creators? I remember you saying you were doing graphic design, she wrote. This program is offering mentorship, funding, and a community for creatives building their own business. If you're interested, I'll fast-track your application. At the bottom of the email was a link. I stared at it for a long time. Not because I didn't want it. I did, but because I knew what it represented. A door opening. A door that didn't lead back to them. A door that led away. I clicked it. The application wasn't long, but it made me think about things I hadn't put into words before. My goals. My mission. Who I wanted to serve. Why I started designing in the first place. To create things that made people feel seen. Not polished. Not corporate. Just real. I submitted the form and didn't expect to hear back for a few weeks. I heard back in 2 days. I'd been accepted, with a $10,000 business grant, 6 months of mentorship, and a feature spot at their annual showcase in September. When I read the email, I didn't scream or punch the air. I just sat there in the living room, the kids asleep in their beds, and let the warmth wash over me. For the first time in a long time, I had momentum, and I wasn't going to waste it. The next few weeks were a blur. I started building a brand, not just a portfolio, but a voice. My mentor helped me define my niche, custom branding for indie creators, small businesses, and nonprofits that didn't want the cookie-cutter corporate vibe. And the work poured in. Word spread. Clients referred friends. I set boundaries. I raised my rates. I hired a part-time assistant to help with admin. I bought better equipment. I redesigned my website. I even got featured in a design blog for my work with a local bakery that wanted to rebrand after the pandemic. By the end of July, I wasn't just making rent, I was saving. And through it all, I kept quiet. I didn't tell my parents. Didn't send them links. Didn't brag or gloat. But I knew it was only a matter of time before they found out. Because Chase, he hated being upstaged. Especially by me. And sure enough, the first crack came in the form of a phone call. It was my mom, which alone was enough to make me pause. I answered cautiously. Hello. She didn't waste time on small talk. I heard you've been working with Marissa again, she said. Not how are you? Not congratulations. Just that clipped, frosty tone she always used when she felt out of control. Working with her? No. She helped me get a grant. That's it. She made a humming sound. Interesting. Because Chase said she's been talking about you. Quite a bit, apparently. I raised an eyebrow, even though she couldn't see it. Did Chase also mention that he's the reason she left in the first place? She ignored that. Look, Jordan, I just want to make sure you're not planning to cause problems. With the showcase coming up and your sudden success, I know how easy it is for things to go to your head. I almost laughed. My success isn't sudden, Mom. It's just that none of you were paying attention before. There was a pause. Then she softened, or tried to. We're proud of you. You know that. No, I said calmly. You're concerned about how I might use it. That's not the same thing. She bristled. Well, I just hope you'll remember who supported you when it really mattered. I didn't respond. Because the truth was, they hadn't. They only showed up when they thought I had something to offer. And that realization clarified everything. The showcase was in early September. A big event, open to the public, attended by local press, small business owners, and potential investors. Each recipient got a booth to show off their work, tell their story, and connect with others. I poured my soul into that booth. Not flashy, but intentional, thoughtful. Every color, every layout, every example piece was a love letter to the people I'd worked with. I even printed a giant canvas of Emma's favorite Christmas ever drawing and mounted it in the back corner of my display. Visitors loved it. Asked about the story. I told them honestly. And then, just as I was talking with a bakery owner about a potential rebrand, I saw them. My parents. Walking through the event like they belonged there. Chase in tow. My dad looked slightly sheepish. My mom looked like she'd bitten into a lemon. Chase looked like he was doing math in his head, trying to figure out how this had happened without him knowing. They didn't come to support me. They came to assess, to see what I'd become, to measure whether it was worth crawling back into my life. I didn't wave. I didn't call them over. But they came anyway. Wow, Chase said, eyeing my booth like he was sizing up a competitor. This is the lot. I like it, my dad said quickly. Very warm. My mom nodded. Good use of color. Very family-oriented. I gave a tight smile. Thanks. They lingered, trying to make conversation. I kept it polite, distant. Every sentence calculated. Then, just as they were about to leave, my mom turned. Oh, by the way, she said, as if it had just occurred to her. We're hosting Thanksgiving this year. Thought we'd extend the invitation early. I blinked. Really? She smiled. We want to start fresh. New chapter and all. Chase added, yeah? No hard feelings, right? I looked at all three of them, and I realized something crucial. They weren't offering reconciliation. They were offering optics. Now that I was worth something, successful, visible, respected, I was useful again. A prop to hold up at dinner. Proof that they were a supportive family all along. But they didn't want me. They wanted the idea of me. The successful son. The entrepreneur. The redemption arc. And that's when the idea began to form. Slowly. Methodically. Not out of spite, but out of clarity. I didn't want their acceptance anymore. But I did want something else. Control. And if Thanksgiving was their next play, then I already had my opening move. Because this time, I would be the one writing the story. And I wasn't finished setting the stage. Not yet. It's funny how people assume revenge is about rage. About loud confrontations, public breakdowns, messy explosions. But that's not what real revenge looks like. Real revenge is subtle, calculated. The kind of thing that's already over by the time they realize it's begun. So when my parents extended that Thanksgiving invite, all smiles and false olive branches, I smiled back. Sure, I said. That sounds nice. And they lit up. My mom immediately launched into a monologue about seating charts and catering, while Chase smirked like he'd just won something. They had no idea what I was planning, but it had already started. The first step was easy. I said yes. I told them I'd bring the kids, bring dessert, even come a little early to help set up. My mom practically melted with relief. My dad thanked me, voice low and almost sincere. Chase was quieter, but I caught the side-eye glances he gave me during the showcase, like he was still trying to figure out how I'd ended up outshining him in a world he didn't even belong to. He didn't realize it wasn't about outshining anyone. I was just doing my own thing. But if he wanted to turn it into a competition, fine. I'd play. Step 2. I let the silence do the work. I didn't text them in the weeks leading up to Thanksgiving. Didn't offer updates or ask what to bring. I let them stew in uncertainty. Let them wonder if I'd really show or ghost them like they ghosted me last Christmas. But I did prepare. I spent the month doubling down on my business. I wrapped up 3 major projects. Booked 2 more. Finished the final design for the nonprofit that gave me the grant, and they loved it so much, they offered me a speaking slot at their winter conference. I also set up a small scholarship fund with a portion of my earnings to help young designers from low-income homes. I didn't announce any of this. I just did it. Because the best kind of revenge isn't revenge. It's success that doesn't need them anymore. Thanksgiving Day. I dressed the kids in matching fall outfits Emma picked out herself. I wore a simple navy sweater and jeans. Nothing flashy. Just clean, calm, present. Before we left, I made a quick stop. A small stack of envelopes. Labeled and sealed. 1 for Chase. 1 for Mom. 1 for Dad. I tucked them in my bag, heart steady. We arrived at noon. The house was immaculate, as usual. Fake pumpkins on the steps. A decorative chalkboard that read, "Thankful, blessed, family obsessed," in my mother's neat cursive. Emma rolled her eyes at it and whispered, "That's a lie," which made me almost burst out laughing. They greeted us at the door like nothing had ever happened. My mom swept the kids into a hug. My dad clapped me on the back like we were old friends. Chase. Chase offered a nod and a tight-lipped smile. I handed off the pie I'd brought, made by Emma and Lucas the night before, and said, "Give it 10 seconds before you pretend it's too sweet." My mom let out a tight laugh, missing the point. We settled in. The kids ran off to explore. Chase's latest date, some tall, willowy blonde named Erica, made polite small talk, but didn't seem all that engaged. Then came dinner. And the speech. My dad stood at the head of the table, carving knife in hand, and raised his glass. "This year," he began, "I want to give thanks to something unexpected." He looked at me. To reconciliation. To growth. To second chances. Everyone clapped. Everyone except me. I just smiled. And when the applause died down, I reached into my bag and pulled out the 3 envelopes. "I brought something too," I said. "Since we're doing gratitude." I passed them out, Mom, Dad, Chase, and leaned back in my chair. They hesitated, then opened them. And read. My dad's eyes widened first. My mom's face went pale. Chase. He went red. Because inside each envelope was a single sheet of paper. Not hostile. Not cruel. Just facts. Mom's envelope. A full summary of every tax deduction I'd tracked over the last year, including childcare, freelance expenses, and a recent charitable donation in her name to a shelter for domestic violence survivors. The same shelter she'd mocked once when I volunteered there, calling it a place for people who made bad decisions. At the bottom, a note. "You always said I'd never amount to much. I figured it was only fair to prove you wrong, and let you claim the credit for once." Dad's envelope. A copy of the keynote speech I'd been invited to give at the winter conference. Topic: Redefining Success. The power of building without a safety net. Underneath that, a signed thank you letter from the nonprofit director for the scholarship I'd created, in my dad's name. A scholarship for resilient individuals from unsupportive families who choose growth anyway. At the bottom, "Thanks for the silence. It taught me how to speak for myself." Chase's envelope. This one took longer. Inside, he found a breakdown of a business pitch he'd quietly submitted to the same nonprofit months earlier. A real estate tech idea he thought would impress the board. He had no idea I knew about it, but Marissa had quietly shared it with the committee after he'd ghosted her and tried to name-drop my success. The letter included their formal rejection and a brief note explaining why. "We don't partner with people who use others as leverage, nor with those who treat family as disposable." Your brother earned this opportunity. You didn't. I watched him read it twice. Then a third time. His jaw clenched. You sabotaged me. I shook my head. No. I just stopped cleaning up after you. My mom looked like she was about to explode. How dare you turn this into some spectacle? This was supposed to be a reunion. No, I said calmly. This was supposed to be another photo op. One where you could trot me out and say, look how far Jordan's come, like you had anything to do with it. I stood, slow and steady. The kids watched from the doorway, silent. You didn't want me here last year because you were afraid I'd embarrass you, I said. This year, you invited me because now I make you look better. You never wanted me. You wanted a version of me that made you look good. I turned to Chase. You used to look down on me. I let you. You treated me like a footnote in my own family. And I let you. Then I looked at all of them. But I'm not here to be forgiven. I'm not here to be accepted. I'm here to make something clear. I don't need any of you. My mom stood, tears in her eyes, but they weren't regretful tears. They were the kind people cry when their mask slips. You ungrateful little. I'm not ungrateful, I said. I'm done. And then I turned to my kids. You ready to go? They nodded. We walked out as the table erupted behind us. Voices rising, plates clattering. I didn't look back. I didn't need to. The fallout came fast. Chase tried to smear me on social media, said I'd lied, manipulated people, turned our family against each other. But I didn't respond. I didn't need to. People knew me now. Clients, peers, the community I'd built. And when someone posted screenshots of his nonprofit rejection letter, anonymously, but clearly legitimate, his credibility took a hit he couldn't spin. My mom tried to call a week later. I didn't answer. She left a message. Something about misunderstanding, about things getting out of hand. I deleted it. My dad sent a letter, handwritten, surprisingly thoughtful. He said he didn't agree with how I'd done it, but he understood. That he hoped one day we'd find a way back. I haven't replied yet. Maybe I will. Maybe I won't. But here's what I do know. My kids are happy. Safe. Loved. My business is thriving. My life is mine. And for the first time in decades, I feel like I finally stepped out of the shadow of people who needed me to stay small. This wasn't revenge. This was release. And as we drove home from that Thanksgiving dinner, windows down, music playing, Emma singing off-key, and Lucas trying to beatbox, I realized I didn't feel victorious. I felt free. They told me I might embarrass them. Turns out, the only shame they felt was watching me walk away without needing them at all. I don't usually post stuff like this, but I've been reading this subreddit for a while now, and I think I've finally reached a point where I need to get this off my chest. My name's Tyler. I'm 29, and let me tell you, there's nothing quite like being the invisible child in a family that pretends you don't exist unless you're useful. I used to think I was just imagining it, that maybe I was being overly sensitive or holding grudges over little things. But Thanksgiving this year was the kind of moment that makes your stomach turn. The kind of moment where time slows down and you see everyone in the room for exactly who they are. Let me back up. I'm the youngest of two. My sister, Michelle, is 31 and has always been the golden child. I used to think it was because she was older, more responsible, smarter, whatever. That's what I told myself growing up. Michelle got straight A's, student body president, full ride to college, law school, internship at a big firm. Our parents never missed a chance to brag about her. There were framed photos of her debate trophies, her graduation portraits in every room. Me? I got a good job, bud, if I made it to class on time. There's one photo of me in the house. It's from 8th grade. I've got braces, a bowl cut, and I'm half blinking. Now don't get me wrong. I wasn't some kind of slacker. I worked hard, just not in the way they valued. I went to a state college, majored in IT, took out loans, and started working before I even graduated. While Michelle was still being handed support and second chances, I was paying rent, fixing my own car, building a life from scratch. No big celebrations. No, we're so proud of you dinners. Just radio silence unless they needed something. The funny thing is, they've needed something a lot lately. My dad lost his job about 2 years ago. Company downsizing. He was in his mid-50s and had no backup plan. My mom worked part-time at a boutique, but it barely covered groceries. Suddenly, I was getting texts again. Not long ones, not emotional ones, just things like, hey, can you help cover the electric bill this month? Or, we're short on rent. It started small, a couple hundred here and there. Then it turned into a regular thing. I started sending them $1,200 a month, every month, for almost a year and a half now. No complaints, no drama. I didn't even tell my girlfriend the full amount because I didn't want to sound resentful. It was just expected. And I guess deep down, I still wanted to believe they'd appreciate it. Maybe even say thank you. Spoiler, they never did. Fast forward to this Thanksgiving. I almost didn't go. My girlfriend, Mia, warned me not to. She said, "You know how they make you feel. Why put yourself through that again?" But part of me still clung to this stupid hope that things would be different. That maybe this time they'd acknowledge me. Maybe just a little. I flew back home the night before. Took the red-eye, rented a car, brought a bottle of really nice wine I couldn't afford. When I walked through the front door, the house looked exactly the same. Down to the Thanksgiving banner Mom always reuses and the framed photo of Michelle shaking hands with some judge at her law internship. I barely had time to take off my coat before Mom ushered Michelle into the living room with, there she is, the woman of the hour, and a glass of sparkling cider. Michelle beamed. She always did. Hair curled, blouse pressed, that confident tilt of her chin like she knew she was the favorite. And she did. She always did. "Tyler," Dad said, glancing up from the TV. "Didn't expect you to make it." No hug. No smile. Just that. "I told you I was coming," I said. "Guess I forgot." I bit my tongue. I'd been awake for almost 24 hours. I wasn't about to start a fight 5 minutes in. I helped Mom with the green beans, tried to make small talk with Michelle, who acted like I was a stranger who wandered in off the street. She talked about her new condo, her new promotion, how she was getting flown out to LA for some conference. Mom and Dad hung on to every word like she was reading scripture. I mentioned that I'd just finished developing a new internal software system for a client that netted my company its largest contract yet. Crickets. Mom actually changed the subject mid-sentence. Dinner was at 6. Turkey, stuffing, mashed potatoes, the works. We all sat around the same oak dining table we've had since I was 10. I took my usual spot at the end, opposite my dad. Michelle was to his right, Mom to his left. As everyone started filling their plates, the conversation turned, as it always did, toward Michelle. How lucky they were to have her. How proud they were. How grateful. Then my dad raised his glass and said something I'll never forget. "To Michelle," he said, lifting his wine. "Without her, we'd be screwed. She's the only reason we're still afloat." I froze, fork midair. "Here's to our girl," Mom added. Michelle laughed, humble bragging. "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just glad I could help." I looked at them, waiting for some kind of correction. A follow-up. A joke. Nothing. My chest started tightening. I could feel it rising up from my gut like bad indigestion. I set my fork down. "What do you mean, only reason?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Dad raised an eyebrow. "Exactly what I said. Michelle's been carrying a lot lately." I glanced at Michelle. "How much have you been sending them?" She blinked. "Excuse me. You said you've been helping. Financially. How much?" I gave them $2,000 last Christmas," she said cautiously, "to help with the furnace." I laughed under my breath. My heart was pounding now. "Then what did you do with the $1,200 I've been sending every month for the last 18 months? There was a pause. Not silence. Not a casual lull. A vacuum. Like someone pulled the plug on the air in the room. Michelle dropped her fork. It clattered against the plate. My mom flinched like she'd been slapped. Dad leaned back, eyes narrowing. "What are you talking about?" I stared straight at him. "You really want me to spell it out?" $1,200. Every month. Since May last year. From me." He scoffed. That was a gift. Not support. A gift? It was paying your mortgage. It was keeping your lights on. It was covering the water bill. How is that not support? You never said it was a requirement." "I never said it because I assumed you were decent enough to at least acknowledge it." Mom started shaking her head. "Don't do this, Tyler. Not here." "Why not here?" "Because it's inconvenient. Because it makes Michelle look less like your savior and more like the cherry on a cake I already baked." I said don't, she snapped, voice rising. Dad stood up. "You're making a scene." "You made the scene," I said, standing too. "I've been footing the bills while you sang Michelle's praises like I was just some guest at your table. Mia always said I'd never get closure until I stopped pretending I didn't care. But in that moment, I cared too much. I cared enough to feel that sting in my throat, that shake in my hands, that heat behind my eyes I hadn't let out in years. And the worst part? I could see that they were more shocked that I'd spoken up than they were by what I said. I looked at Michelle. She wasn't gloating anymore. She looked like she'd just been hit with a brick. And that's when my mom started screaming. I stood there, not moving, not blinking, just watching my mom unravel in front of everyone. Her voice had taken on that high-pitched, breathless tone she only used when she felt truly out of control. How dare you bring this up right now? In front of your sister? During Thanksgiving dinner. Her hands were shaking, and I realized she wasn't just angry. She was embarrassed. Embarrassed that the neat little illusion she'd worked so hard to keep intact had just cracked wide open. Yeah, I said, my voice lower now. What a shame. Must have been hard lying this whole time. Dad barked out a laugh, but there was no humor in it. It's not lying. You offered to help. That's different. I offered to help because I thought you appreciated it, I said, feeling the words scrape their way out of my throat. I didn't realize I was just some anonymous donor you could forget existed. Tyler, Michelle said, her voice more unsure now. Why didn't you tell me? I turned to her. Why would I? So you could tell them how to better guilt me into sending more. Her mouth dropped open. That's not fair. No. What's not fair is sitting here while everyone clinks glasses for you like I've been doing nothing for 2 years. Dad slammed his hand on the table. That's enough. Sit down. You don't talk to your sister like that in this house. I stared at him. You mean your house, that I've basically been paying for? Don't push it, he growled. Oh, we're past pushing it. The room felt frozen in that weird, chaotic way, like nobody knew what came next. Like everyone was holding their breath and waiting to see who would break first. And somehow I did. Not in the way they expected. No screaming, no plates thrown, but something inside me buckled. I sat down, slowly, chest tight. My appetite was gone. I looked at the food in front of me and felt like I was staring at plastic fruit. I'd been so stupid. Flying out here. Buying that expensive bottle of wine. Telling myself maybe this time would be different. It never was. And I guess deep down, I'd known that. But I kept trying. I always kept trying. I barely touched my plate after that. The rest of the meal passed in weird spurts of silence and forced conversation. Dad made a show of bragging about Michelle again. This time about her sharp instincts and how lucky any company would be to have her. It was like he was trying to prove a point. Michelle mostly stared at her napkin. Mom went back and forth between glaring at me and wiping her eyes like she was the victim in some tragic family betrayal. Eventually, I excused myself and went upstairs to the guest room, formerly my childhood bedroom, now stripped of any evidence I'd ever lived there. The posters were gone. The bookshelf was empty. Just a twin bed, a nightstand, and a lamp that flickered if you touched it wrong. I sat there on the edge of the bed for a long time, hands in my lap, phone buzzing every so often with texts from Mia. You okay? Do you want me to call? Baby, just say the word, and I'll book a hotel for you right now. I didn't answer. I wasn't ready to talk. I needed to sit in the storm a little longer. Around 11, there was a knock. Michelle poked her head in, eyes soft, almost apologetic. Hey, she said. Can we talk? I nodded. She came in and sat on the opposite edge of the bed, like we were two strangers forced to share space at an airport lounge. I didn't know, she said. I figured. No, I mean really. I had no idea you were helping them like that. They never said anything. I looked at her. You believe me? She nodded. Yeah, you're not the type to make stuff up. That surprised me. Michelle rarely gave me the benefit of the doubt. Ever. I sighed. I guess I always assumed they'd tell you. I mean, you're their favorite. She winced. Tyler. It's fine. I'm used to it. No, it's not fine, she said. I'm not trying to be their favorite. I never asked for that. But you never turned it down, either, I said, a little harsher than I meant to. She looked down. I didn't know how much it hurt you. I don't think they care how much it hurt. We sat there for a minute. Just the hum of the heater and the creak of the old bed frame. Then she said something I didn't expect. I've been thinking about moving, she said. Like, really far. I've got a friend in Boston who offered me a spot on a startup. I blinked. What about the condo? Sublease it. You just leave? I'm tired too, Ty, she said. Everything I do, they blow it up. They tell me I'm perfect, and I'm not. They want to live through me, and I'm exhausted. It hit me then. She might have been the golden child, but she was still on a leash. Just a shinier one. She squeezed my hand before leaving the room. I don't think we'd held hands since we were kids. After she left, I lay down, staring at the ceiling fan, listening to it click with every slow spin. I didn't sleep much. The next morning, I packed my things before anyone else was up. I figured I'd leave early, grab a coffee on the road, and catch an earlier flight home if I could. I walked downstairs with my duffel and saw Dad in the kitchen, sipping his coffee. He didn't look surprised to see me. "You running away?" he said, not looking up. "I'm leaving," I said. "You'll have to get by on your own this month." He smirked. Real mature. I grabbed my keys and headed for the door. But just as I reached for the knob, he said something that made me stop. "You think you're better than us now, huh? Just 'cause you make a little money?" I turned slowly. "No. I think I'm done pretending that I don't matter." He sneered. "You'll come crawling back. You always do." I opened the door and stepped outside into the cold, crisp morning. The sky was pale pink, and the frost on the car windshield shimmered. For a second, I just stood there, staring at it. Then I got in and drove. But that wasn't the breaking point. That came 2 weeks later. It started with a voicemail. I'd been back home for a while, trying to decompress, talking things through with Mia, telling myself I was finally free from the emotional black hole that was my family. Then one evening, I saw a missed call from an unknown number. I usually let those go, but curiosity got the better of me. I listened to the message. "Tyler, this is Janet from Wells Fargo Mortgage Services. We're just following up regarding the joint account associated with your parents' home. We noticed a change in the auto payment routing and wanted to confirm authorization. Please give us a call back." My stomach sank. Joint account? Auto payment routing? I never put my name on anything. I was very careful about that. I called the bank immediately, asked for clarification. The woman was polite but firm. "Yes, sir. You're listed as a co-signer on the mortgage. The account was changed last week. The system still has your name as the primary backup on file." I felt like the floor had dropped out from under me. I told her there had to be a mistake. She double-checked. "Read my social security number back to me. My full name. My date of birth." I called my dad. No answer. I texted him. "Did you put my name on the mortgage?" Nothing. I called Michelle. She picked up right away. "What's going on?" she asked. "Dad used my name to co-sign the mortgage." Without telling me. There was a beat of silence. "Oh my God, I have no idea how he did it. But it's there. And if they default, you're on the hook." I nodded, even though she couldn't see me. My hands were shaking. "Ty," she said, "you need to talk to a lawyer. Right now." I hung up and just sat there on the floor of my apartment, back against the couch, staring at nothing. My phone buzzed again. This time, it was a group text. Family group chat. "Dad, Tyler, I need you to stop overreacting. It was just a safety net. You're acting like we robbed you." "Mom, we wouldn't have done it if we weren't desperate." "Dad, it's not like we took money. Your name is just there to help us qualify." "Mom, this is why we never tell you anything. You always make drama." "Michelle, are you serious right now? You forged his name. That's illegal." "Dad, no one forged anything." Tyler agreed. "Don't you remember, Ty? You said you'd always support the family. That this house was our legacy." I stared at the screen, pulse thumping in my ears. I didn't remember saying anything like that. Because I never did. And that's when it hit me. They'd planned this. Maybe not from the start. Maybe it started with a favor, a small lie, a tiny signature that didn't look important at the time. Or maybe they'd forged something after all. But they'd done it behind my back. They'd used me. And now I wasn't just the forgotten son who funded their life. I was the legal safety net tied to the thing they loved more than either of their kids, that house. I stood up slowly, vision blurry, hands clenched. They wanted to play dirty? Fine. I was done being the ATM. I was done being the scapegoat. I was done pretending this was a family. Because if they wanted a war, I'd give them one. I didn't sleep that night. I don't mean I barely slept. I mean I was fully awake for all 9 hours, staring at the ceiling, heart pounding like I'd run a marathon. My body wouldn't let me rest, like it knew something primal had just shifted. And it had. There's this moment, when you realize the people who raised you, the people who should have protected you, nurtured you, guided you, see you as nothing more than a tool. A name to slap onto paperwork. A wallet they could siphon from without shame. That was my rock bottom. I called in sick to work the next day. Not that I was sick in the traditional sense, but emotionally, mentally, I was falling apart. My mind was racing. How did they even get my information? Did they forge my signature? Did I sign something years ago without realizing? I dug through my emails, my texts, my call logs. Nothing. The only thing I could find were old bank transfers. $1,200, like clockwork. No contracts. No conversations about co-signing. Just money sent in silence. Because I thought I was helping. And now I was legally tied to a home I didn't live in. A mortgage I didn't sign up for. A family who'd sell my future to keep their fantasy alive. The next 48 hours were a blur. I called my credit union to see if they had any record of inquiries. I filed a fraud alert with Experian. I made an appointment with a lawyer, someone Mia's uncle recommended. Mia, God bless her, didn't say I told you so. Not even once. She just sat next to me, holding my hand through every call, every document review, every long sigh when I realized this mess was worse than I thought. The lawyer, Mark, was a 40-something ex-prosecutor turned real estate attorney. No nonsense, buttoned up, sharp as a blade. After skimming through what little I had, he leaned back and said, "If they used your name without written consent, it's mortgage fraud. Straight up. And if they forged anything? We're talking criminal charges." My stomach flipped. They're my parents. He looked at me, and I didn't have a good answer. I left his office with a file folder full of paperwork to submit, an action plan, and an overwhelming sense of dread. I didn't want to take legal action. I wasn't some vengeful son looking to bury my parents. But at the same time, they did this. They made choices. They lied. They took my name, my credit, my trust, and leveraged it for their survival without even telling me. And when I confronted them, they gaslit me. "You said you'd always support the family. Don't you remember, Ty?" I remember being 17 and hearing my dad say, "When you turn 18, you're on your own." I remember sleeping on a friend's couch my first year of college because they wouldn't co-sign then. I remember selling my PS4 to cover rent because I couldn't get a dime from home. But now, suddenly, they're framing me as some willing co-signer? I had to be smart. Careful. No impulsive moves. Mark helped me send a certified letter to the mortgage lender requesting all documents related to the loan. A week later, the package came. I opened it at the kitchen table with Mia, fingers trembling. And there it was. The forged signature. Not even close to my handwriting. My name, yes. But the signature? Sloppy. Rushed. Nothing like mine. The date? 9 months ago, during a period where I hadn't even spoken to them for 6 weeks. That was the proof I needed. Mark filed the first report on my behalf and reached out to the mortgage company's fraud department. Things were in motion. Slow, grinding, bureaucratic motion, but motion nonetheless. And still, I felt broken. Not because I was losing money, but because I had lost them. I didn't cry. I couldn't. It was like the part of me that cared had been cauterized. Numb. My childhood memories? The holidays, the school plays, the birthdays? They all felt fake now. Or maybe they had been real, but they didn't outweigh this. This betrayal rewrote the past. It painted every hug as conditional, every smile as transactional. I stopped calling. I stopped replying. I changed my number. Mom emailed me 3 times in December. One-liners. Guilt bombs. "We haven't heard from you. Christmas won't be the same without you. You're hurting your father." I didn't respond. Michelle reached out once. Just a text. "I'm so sorry, Ty. I didn't know they'd go that far. If you ever want to talk, I'm here." I mean it. I believed her. But I didn't reply to that either. Not yet. Instead, I turned inward. Rock bottom has a strange clarity to it. You see who's really in your corner. And more importantly, you start figuring out who you are without them. That's when the rebuilding started. Quietly. Slowly. Without announcements or social media posts. Just the kind of slow, silent work that nobody sees. The kind that actually matters. I stopped sending money to my parents. I canceled the auto transfers. Changed my bank login info. Flagged their accounts with fraud alerts. I kept everything documented, with timestamps and screenshots. Mia helped me organize a binder full of correspondence, bank statements, legal letters. I felt like a detective building a case file on my own family. But I didn't let it consume me. I put more energy into work. I was already a senior systems analyst, but I started pushing harder, volunteering for big projects, mentoring new hires, leading presentations. I stopped phoning it in. I took my frustration and turned it into fuel. I wasn't just trying to cope anymore. I was building. In January, my manager nominated me for a leadership program. By March, I was promoted to director of infrastructure. It came with a 30% raise, a corner office, and the kind of respect I hadn't realized I craved. Not because of the title, but because I earned it. No family favoritism. No handouts. Just sweat equity. Mia and I moved into a bigger apartment. One with an office and a balcony. She surprised me with a reclaimed wood desk and a leather chair that made me feel like an author in a cabin somewhere. It became my space, my sanctuary. I started therapy too. At first, I was skeptical. What was I going to say? Hi, I'm Tyler. My parents committed fraud, and I can't feel anything anymore. But over time, I started unpacking things I didn't even know I was carrying. That feeling of invisibility, the need to overachieve to earn love, the guilt of standing up for myself. My therapist, Julia, helped me see the difference between honoring your family and being shackled to them. You're not abandoning them, she said. You're just refusing to carry the weight they dumped on you. It hit me like a freight train. For the first time in my adult life, I felt light. Mia and I took a trip that spring, just a long weekend up in Vermont. Cabins, snow, no Wi-Fi. Just board games, campfires, and red wine. One night, while watching the fire crackle, she looked over at me and said, "You seem taller." I laughed. I think I finally stood up straight. You feel different. I am different. But the story doesn't end there. Because one morning, in early June, I got an email. Subject: Notice of Legal Hearing, State of California v. Redacted. It was real. The fraud case had moved forward. My parents had been officially served. A hearing date was set. The details are a blur. I won't get into the court side of it yet, because that's another mountain I had to climb, but the fallout was instant. Michelle called first. I didn't answer. Then she texted. They called me. Dad is furious. Mom's freaking out. What are you going to do? I didn't reply. Then came another message. Ty, he's saying you forged him. That you signed his name to frame him. I'm so sorry. I can't believe this. I stared at that message for a long time. They weren't just doubling down. They were trying to turn it around. Blame me. That's when something broke. Again, but differently this time. Not pain. Not grief. Clarity. Cold, unshakable clarity. They were never going to stop. They were never going to take responsibility. And if I kept waiting for them to change, I'd be stuck forever in this loop, begging for scraps, for fairness, for basic human decency. So I stopped waiting. I opened a blank document on my laptop, created a spreadsheet, labeled it Operation Break Free. Phase 1, Legal Firewall done. Phase 2, Credit Restoration in progress. Phase 3, Public Truth, TBD. I wasn't rushing revenge. I was planning my exit. And maybe, just maybe, something more. Because if they wanted to play games with my name, my signature, my credit, then they were going to learn the hard way what happens when the forgotten son finally takes the pen back. The morning I realized I wasn't afraid of them anymore was eerily quiet. No texts. No voicemails. No new messages in the group chat that I'd muted weeks ago. Just silence. And it was beautiful. I sat on the balcony with a mug of coffee, watching the sun spill over the skyline, and for the first time in a long time, I felt like the story I was living in was finally mine. Not theirs. Not some guilt-laced family drama where I played the role of the loyal, underappreciated son. I'd left that script behind. I was the author now, and I was about to write a very different third act. I called the plan Operation Break Free, but truthfully, that was just phase 1. Phase 2 was something else entirely. I didn't want revenge in the movie sense. No shouting matches, no explosions, no public humiliation just for the sake of it. What I wanted was something quieter, colder, permanent. I wanted them to feel what I had felt, exposed, helpless, discarded. And above all, I wanted control. But first, I needed to understand the full extent of what they'd done. I started with public records. With the help of Mark, my lawyer, we pulled up every document tied to the mortgage and property. The house was technically under both of my parents' names. But a few months prior, just around the time the new mortgage was signed, there had been a co-borrower reassignment. A form that added my name to the loan agreement. Not only had they used my name, they'd embedded me into the entire financial structure of their house, which meant I was now liable for any default or foreclosure. And worst of all, that form had a notary seal that should have been reassuring, proof that someone had verified it. But the notary's name was fake. Mark confirmed it. No such notary was registered in the state. The seal was a fabricated stamp. This wasn't just sketchy, it was calculated fraud. They'd gone to great lengths to make it look real. I remember sitting across from Mark in his office as he tapped the paper with his pen and said, "You don't do this unless you know what you're doing." So they planned it. I asked, voice flat. He nodded. Yeah, they planned it. I leaned back, jaw clenched. I could practically hear my father's voice in my head. It was just a safety net. Liar. Can we use this? I asked. He smiled. We will use this. Mark took over most of the legal side, working to remove me from the mortgage, pursuing damages, and exploring whether we could press criminal charges. But while he focused on the court, I started focusing on something else. My parents cared about three things: the house, their reputation, Michelle. Two of those things were already teetering. The house was now a legal battlefield, and Michelle, well, she wasn't as on their side as they thought. So I made a call. She picked up on the second ring. Ty. Hey, I said. You still in town? Yeah. What's going on? I need to talk to you. In person. We met at a coffee shop near her place. Neutral ground. She looked more tired than I remembered, like someone who'd been living under pressure for too long. She was still dressed like the golden child, blazer, watch, manicured nails, but the shine had dulled. She smiled when she saw me, but it didn't reach her eyes. I was starting to think you'd never call, she said. I shrugged. Wasn't sure if I could trust you. I get that. I sat down. How much do you know? She sighed. Only what Dad told me, which, according to your lawyer, is about 80% bull. He told you I forged his name? She nodded. Said you were trying to sabotage them. That you were bitter. Do you believe that? She gave me a look. You think I'm that stupid? I didn't answer. She stirred her drink. Look, Ty, I'm sorry. For everything. For not seeing it sooner. For letting them pit us against each other. I don't need an apology, I said. I need your help. She straightened in her seat. What kind of help? I pulled out a manila folder and slid it across the table. Inside were copies of the forged documents, the fake notary seal, screenshots of messages, bank transfers, everything. This is the full timeline, I said. Of what they did. Of what they made you believe. She opened the folder, skimming it. Her brow furrowed. She flipped through page after page, her expression shifting from confusion to disbelief to horror. Oh my God, she whispered. Yeah. She looked up at me, eyes wet. Tyler, this is illegal. This is insane. I know. She pushed the folder back. What do you want me to do? I leaned in. I want you to help me expose them. Her breath caught. Like, to the court? No, I said. To everyone else. Her eyes widened. You want to go public? Not me. I said. Us. That's when I laid it out. The whole thing. The plan I'd been carefully building for weeks. We'd go public. But not in a messy, angry way. We'd do it through a controlled, precise release of information. Start with their community. The country club friends. The church group. Their holiday card recipients. People who believed my parents were model citizens, generous, honorable, pillars of the neighborhood. We'd tell them the truth. But the real punch? We'd let them tell it themselves. Michelle, as the golden child, would call a family meeting. She'd say she was trying to mediate, trying to help us reconcile. And we'd get it on tape. Not secretly, openly. They'd agree, because they'd want to appear civil. They'd think it was a chance to win Michelle back to their side. But the moment they admitted the fraud, or dodged the question, we'd have it. On record. We wouldn't even have to publish it. Just the threat would be enough. And if that didn't work, then yes, we'd go fully public. Emails, social media, legal filings, public records. Everything in one curated, undeniable packet of truth. It wouldn't just ruin their reputation. It would isolate them. Because people like my parents don't survive without admiration. They need it like oxygen. Michelle listened the whole time, nodding slowly. Ty, she said softly, you're serious about this. I'm done playing defense. She looked down, then back up. I'll help. We scheduled the meeting for a Saturday afternoon in late June. Michelle told them it was a chance to clear the air, to come together again as a family. She said I was ready to talk, that I wanted peace. They bought it. Hook, line, and sinker. In the days leading up to it, I prepped everything. Mia helped me rehearse my talking points. Mark lent me a small, high-quality lapel mic for backup audio. Michelle agreed to record on her phone, out in the open, saying it was just so we don't forget what's said. Dad didn't even question it. He was too eager to win the argument. The day arrived. I wore a blue button-up and jeans. Nothing flashy. Calm. In control. Michelle picked me up, and we drove to our childhood home together. That drive was eerily quiet, both of us steeling ourselves for what was about to unfold. The moment we walked in, I could feel the tension. Dad was in the armchair, smug. Mom was pacing. She smiled too brightly when she saw me. Tyler, Oh, you look so good. I nodded. Thanks. We sat down. Michelle hit record and said, just for clarity, I don't want any more he said, she said. Dad grunted, fine. Then it began. They started with their version, how they were desperate, how I'd promised to support them, how they thought I wouldn't mind helping because I had so much going for me. Then I asked the question, why did you use a fake notary? Silence. Mom blinked. What? The seal. The notary. It's not real. Dad's jaw tightened. That's ridiculous. It's registered to someone who doesn't exist, I said. We have confirmation. Legal confirmation. Michelle looked at them. Did you fake it? They didn't answer. I pressed further. Did you forge my name? Still nothing. Michelle said, Mom. Dad, did you forge it? And that's when Mom broke. She looked at me, really looked at me, and said, we didn't have a choice. Dad hissed, Sharon. But it was too late. Michelle whispered, oh my God. I didn't smile, didn't gloat, just nodded. I stood up, tucked my phone in my pocket, and said, thank you for your time. As I reached the door, Dad stood too. If you go through with this, you'll ruin us. I looked back at him. You already did. And I walked out. It's strange how quiet revenge can be. After all the shouting, all the betrayal, all the unraveling, when the time finally came to act, there was no dramatic thunderclap, no courtroom screaming match, no explosive family implosion in front of a shocked crowd. Just a few carefully placed moves, each one sharper than the last, until everything they'd built came crashing down on its own. And I never raised my voice once. The day after the family meeting, I drove home with Michelle in silence. Neither of us spoke until we were halfway down I-5, the sun bleeding into the horizon like someone had slashed open the sky. Then she asked, are you really going through with it? I looked out the window. They confessed, Michelle. On tape. I don't need to burn the house down, but I'm not letting them stay warm in it either. She nodded slowly. Okay. I think part of her was still hoping they'd come clean, beg for forgiveness, show even a sliver of remorse. But they didn't. They had their chance. And instead of apologizing, they doubled down, like people who truly believed they were owed everything, even my future. So I stopped holding back. Mark filed the final set of documents the following week. With the recorded confession and the forged notary seal, the court fast-tracked the fraud complaint. Within days, the mortgage lender launched a formal investigation. The forged documents alone were enough to void the contract entirely, but the fraud charges? That opened the floodgates. My parents' mortgage was frozen. Their auto payments, which they hadn't made in 2 months, were flagged. The property was moved into pre-foreclosure status, pending legal resolution. And I was officially, permanently removed from the loan. But it didn't stop there. Mark advised we push forward with a civil lawsuit for damages. He told me we could sue for identity theft, emotional distress, credit damage, and even punitive damages. I hesitated at first. I didn't want to look like I was just chasing money. But when I saw the full scope of what they'd done and the risk it posed to my financial future, I agreed. They had played dirty. I was just following the rules. The case was airtight. Their confession, the paper trail, the fake seal, there wasn't much left for them to hide behind. They hired a lawyer, of course, but from what I heard through Michelle, their defense was paper thin. It was a family misunderstanding. He offered to help. It was all blown out of proportion. The judge didn't buy it. In a preliminary hearing, she ruled in my favor. They were ordered to pay over $72,000 in damages, including attorney fees, credit repair costs, and compensatory payments. More importantly, they were forced to publicly acknowledge their wrongdoing in a legal admission, which became part of the public record. That document, I had it framed. I didn't hang it on the wall. That would be petty. But I kept it in a drawer, just to remind myself that I wasn't crazy, that the gaslighting didn't win. And it wasn't long before the social fallout began. Their neighborhood, once a tight circle of country club friends and PDA holdovers, went cold. The news traveled fast, even faster when one of their neighbors, who turned out to be very fond of local Facebook drama, posted a not-so-subtle status. Sad to hear about a certain family in our community who committed mortgage fraud against their own child. Protect your credit, folks, even from your relatives. It got over 200 comments. I didn't read all of them. I didn't have to. The damage was done. The church committee my mom chaired, she was removed. The quarterly homeowners board my dad lorded over like he was king of the block, voted out unanimously. Even their Christmas party, the one they hosted every year like it was a royal event, was canceled. No one wanted to be associated with them anymore. And they felt it. They tried to spin it, of course. Mom posted cryptic Bible verses on her Instagram. Things like, "Let he who is without sin cast the first stone," and "families are tested through fire." Dad reposted conspiracy memes about cancel culture and family betrayal. But no one engaged. The likes dried up. The comments stopped. They were shouting into a void. Michelle and I talk more after that. Not often, but enough. She told me they'd begged her to come back to the house. She refused. "They keep acting like they're the victims," she said one night. "I can't do it anymore." "Same," I said. We weren't close, not like TV siblings who finish each other's sentences, but we had something better now: honesty. For the first time in our lives, we weren't competing for scraps of affection. We were just two people who'd survived the same fire and made it out on the other side. Then came the final blow. Mia and I got engaged that fall. It wasn't a grand proposal. Just a quiet moment on the same balcony where I'd rebuilt myself from the ground up. She said yes, cried a little, kissed me like I'd hung the moon. And for the first time, I realized how grateful I was that I hadn't let my family poison the idea of starting one of my own. We sent out the save the dates in October. Michelle was invited. My parents were not. They found out anyway, of course. Michelle had posted a single photo of the ring, and Mom saw it. She sent an email the next day. Just 4 words. "You'll regret this forever." I read it, deleted it, blocked her address. No reply, no anger, just silence. It was the most powerful response I could give. And on the day of our wedding, surrounded by real friends, chosen family, and the sister who finally chose me back, I stood under the autumn trees, took Mia's hands in mine, and said the vows I wrote the night before. I grew up thinking love was conditional. That support had strings attached. That forgiveness had to be earned with silence. But you showed me something different. You showed me that love doesn't ask for sacrifice. It offers it. Freely, fiercely, and forever. We kissed. People clapped. And somewhere in the distance, the echo of my parents' empire crumbled to dust. I didn't burn their house down. I just made sure they couldn't live in it anymore. And that was enough. They say money changes people, but I've learned it just reveals who they really are. I'm Nathan, 32, and up until this year, I used to think of myself as the lucky one in my family. Not lucky in the lottery winner kind of way, but lucky to have clawed my way out of the hole we were all born in. I grew up in a small town where ambition got you mocked, and success meant someone else felt entitled to a piece of it. Still, I worked hard, got into college on a scholarship, and after years of quiet grinding, I landed a solid job in cybersecurity. I kept to myself mostly, paid off my loans, started saving. I didn't brag or flash my lifestyle. I just helped where I could. That's probably where the problem began. It started with small things: my cousin Levi borrowing a few hundred here, my aunt asking for help with groceries, or someone's car breaking down and me covering repairs just this once. I'd tell myself it was fine. Family helps family. But there's a difference between helping and being picked apart like a carcass. I didn't see that yet. Not until this past summer. Every July, we hold a big family cookout at my mom's house. Burgers on the grill, kids running through sprinklers, my uncle telling the same 3 stories he's told since 2005. It's tradition. I usually help cover the cost because no one else steps up. Fine. But this year, I noticed something strange even before the smoke hit the air. Levi pulled into the driveway in a brand new lifted truck with all the bells and whistles. His wife, Tasha, stepped out in designer sandals with her nails freshly done and a $1,200 iPhone in her hand. I recognized the model because I'd been eyeing it myself but hadn't justified the splurge. They smiled big and loud, like the kind of people who think confidence erases debt. Levi clapped me on the back. "Nate the Great. Still saving the world from hackers?" I gave him a tight smile. "Still trying." He laughed like I'd told the best joke in the world. "Must be working, judging by that parking spot out front." He nodded toward my modest but reliable Camry. "That was Levi complimenting you with just enough acid to make your stomach turn." The cookout went as expected. People ate, laughed, drank too much. Levi was louder than usual, cracking jokes at my expense, my single status, my apartment, even my Spotify playlist when it accidentally connected to the backyard speakers. "Bro still listens to Coldplay like we're stuck in 2009, he yelled across the yard. I laughed it off, but something inside me twisted. There was an edge to it this time. Like he wasn't just being obnoxious, he was testing boundaries. Later that evening, I went inside to grab my laptop bag. I'd stashed it in the guest room closet for safekeeping. I transferred some funds earlier that week and hadn't had a chance to move them into my business savings. The bag had a physical hard token I use for authentication, plus my backup external drive and some paperwork. But when I opened the closet, my bag was gone. I froze. The closet was shut, exactly how I'd left it. But my bag, the one I never let out of my sight, was missing. I checked the bed, the drawers, under the furniture. Nothing. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, so I quietly asked my mom and aunt if they'd moved anything. They hadn't. My palms started to sweat. I went to Levi. "Hey, did you see a black laptop bag in the guest room?" I asked, keeping my tone casual. He tilted his head, smiling. "Nope. Why? It's just missing. Had some stuff in it I need." He shrugged, took a sip of beer, and said, "Maybe you misplaced it, Mr. Cybersecurity." Then he turned away before I could respond. That night, I went home early. I didn't want to accuse anyone without proof. I called my bank. That's when my stomach dropped. A transfer had been made for digits, not earth-shattering, but still money I'd worked hard for. It went to an unknown Venmo account that had used my backup email and authorization token. Someone had used my stuff to set it up. Someone who knew what they were doing, or at least had watched me closely enough to fake it. I sat in silence for almost 2 hours. I didn't cry. I didn't punch anything. I just sat, thinking. I'd spent my life trying to be the better man, the guy who rose above, who didn't make waves. But I finally saw the truth. Being the better man in a pit full of piranhas just means you bleed slower. 2 days later, Levi texted me. Not about the bag, not to check on me. Just a photo of him holding a new set of wireless headphones, captioned "Treating myself." I responded with a thumbs up. By the end of the week, I confirmed it. The account the money had gone to was linked to a phone number that matched Levi's burner. He'd used it before in some dropshipping business scam he tried to rope me into last year. It was clumsy, honestly. Amateur stuff. But it worked because I trusted him enough to leave my guard down. I debated calling the cops. But then I remembered something. Levi's wife, Tasha, was on probation for a fraud charge a few years back. Her record was clean for now. Any involvement in financial theft would land her right back in hot water. And she knew it. I called her. "Hey, Tasha," I said, keeping my voice calm. "Just wanted to ask, did you or Levi happen to grab a laptop bag at the cookout?" Silence. Then a sharp inhale. "Why would we do that?" "Not accusing you," I said. "Just trying to track it down before I file a report. You know, once the police get involved, it gets complicated. Especially if anything illegal happened. But if it's a misunderstanding, I'd rather keep it between us." Another pause. "I'll talk to Levi." An hour later, my bag magically reappeared on my mom's porch. No note. No explanation. But it was empty, files wiped, token missing. The nerve of it made me laugh. I didn't say anything. Not yet. I waited. A week passed. Then I got an invite to another cookout, this time at Levi's place. Supposedly a redo to make up for the bad vibes at the last one. I RSVP'd yes. The day of, I arrived early with a smile and a bottle of wine. I mingled. I laughed. I even let Levi tease me a little more, this time about being paranoid and too uptight. I waited until after dinner, when the crowd was tipsy and full, sprawled across patio furniture, breathing heavy with beer and brisket. That's when I excused myself and went upstairs. I didn't take long. Just 5 minutes to drop a single USB stick behind a certain dresser. Just long enough to trigger the prearranged signal from a friend in law enforcement. One who owed me a favor after I helped him track down a ransomware trail last year. I had everything I needed: IP logs, data access records, the spoof trail they left behind. Back downstairs, Levi gave me that smug grin, as if none of it mattered. But when I stood up and looked him in the eye, he raised an eyebrow. "What, you going somewhere?" "Yeah," I said. My voice was calm. Too calm. "I think you'll appreciate the surprise I left upstairs." Tasha choked on her drink. Levi tilted his head. "What surprise?" They all laughed. Right until tires screeched outside. The kind of screech that says someone isn't here to join the barbecue. Red and blue lights flashed against the windows. Shouts came from the front lawn. A knock, loud, demanding, rattled the door. The music cut out. Silence rippled through the backyard. And then chaos. The first person to move was Tasha. She nearly tripped over the fire pit trying to get inside. Eyes wide, whispering something to Levi under her breath. I stood by the grill, casually swirling what was left of my wine, watching it all unfold like a scene from a movie. A very predictable, deeply satisfying movie. The front door opened before the officers even had to knock again. One stepped in with a clipboard. The other followed with a camera already rolling. I recognized both Officer Mahoney and Detective Claire. Not only had they handled the case I helped with last year, but they also owed me one. And they were very thorough. Tasha's voice rang out first. There must be a mistake. Mahoney didn't even blink. Ma'am, your name was attached to a digital transaction involving unauthorized access to protected personal accounts. We have a warrant to search the premises and seize any connected devices. Levi stood frozen, jaw tight. Wait, this is insane. This is harassment. He pointed at me. He's making this up. He's trying to embarrass me in front of my family. Oh, I'm just the IT guy, I said with a shrug, feigning confusion. You know, paranoid, uptight, all that. Not the type to notice when someone uses my multi-factor authentication token and fakes my credentials. Not at all. Claire held up the warrant and nodded toward the stairs. Two other officers entered behind them, gloves on, straight to the second floor. Levi finally snapped. You set us up, man. You planned this. That got a few murmurs from the crowd. My aunt clutched her purse like she thought she might be next. My uncle, who had just refilled his plate, slowly slid it onto the table without a word. I kept my voice steady. No, Levi. You set yourself up. I just stopped cleaning up after you. Tasha was pacing now, muttering about lawyers, about this being nothing. But I caught the tremble in her hands. She knew what was on the line. The crowd began to disperse. Nobody wanted to be part of whatever this was. Even the nosiest cousins made polite excuses and backed away like the patio was radioactive. I don't blame them. They'd been fed Levi's stories for years about how I was stuck up, stingy, too good for family. And for years, I let them believe it, because it was easier than dragging everyone into the ugly truth. But tonight, the truth dragged itself into the front lawn in a cruiser with sirens still flashing. Officer Mahoney called Levi and Tasha over to the side. They weren't handcuffed yet, but they were being questioned under the awning, out of earshot. I saw Levi waving his arms, defensive, trying to act like none of this was a big deal. Tasha had gone quiet, arms crossed tightly, eyes darting around as if she were calculating escape routes. That's when my mom appeared beside me. I didn't even hear her come up. Nathan, she said quietly, what is going on? I glanced at her. Her face was pale, unsure. She looked smaller than I remembered. You want the polite version or the real one? Her lips parted. No words came out. Levi stole from me, I said flatly. Not the first time. But it's the first time I stopped pretending it didn't happen. But he's your cousin. Yeah, I said, setting my glass down. And I was his bank account. She opened her mouth to speak again, but I stopped her with a look. Don't defend him. Please. Not this time. A beat of silence. Then another. I didn't know, she finally said. I swear I didn't know. I nodded. Maybe she didn't. Or maybe she just didn't want to know. The officers came down a few minutes later with Levi's tablet, Tasha's phone, and a small USB drive I recognized instantly, the one missing from my laptop bag. Claire gave me a glance on the way out, just a flicker of acknowledgement. They didn't arrest them on the spot. These things take time, but I knew the evidence was strong. And Levi and Tasha knew it, too. The panic in their eyes said everything. Levi tried to follow the officers to their car, asking questions, insisting there was a misunderstanding. But they weren't listening anymore. The show was over. The lights dimmed. Curtains drawn. I left without saying goodbye. As I walked past Levi's new truck in the driveway, leased, not owned, I knew from the documents I'd peeked at, I couldn't help but tap the hood lightly with my knuckles. Nice ride, I muttered. Shame if it ends up as evidence. The moment I got home, my phone lit up. First, a text from Tasha. You're disgusting. You've always been jealous of us. I hope you're proud of yourself. Then one from Levi. I'll fix this. You're gonna regret messing with me. I didn't reply. Not because I didn't have anything to say, but because I had something better. Silence. The kind of silence that comes after you finally stop allowing people to chew through your boundaries like termites through floorboards. But I wasn't done. I still had one more move to make. Something they didn't see coming. Something personal. And it was waiting in the envelope I'd slipped into the glove box of my car earlier that day, labeled with Levi's full name, and the date he signed a very specific, very traceable lease agreement. The kind I'd co-signed 2 years ago, back when he said he just needed a leg up. The kind of lease where, if one party defaulted and the co-signer had paid most of it for over a year, they were entitled to reclaim the property under breach of contract. All I had to do was drop off the letter. A copy had already been notarized. This wasn't about just getting even anymore. This was about finally cutting the cord for good. I didn't sleep much that night. Even after the officers left, even after the house had gone quiet and Levi's backyard party had scattered like roaches under a flipped light switch, I couldn't settle. I kept turning the envelope over in my hands, thick paper, cream-colored, edges slightly creased from the glove box. I'd had it prepared for months. I just never thought I'd actually use it. At first, co-signing that lease felt like a gesture of good faith. Levi had come to me with this big story about turning things around. He and Tasha wanted to move into a better neighborhood, get out of the cycle of bouncing between landlords, maybe even start a legitimate business. I should have known better. But I told myself I was helping them help themselves. That's what people like me do, right? The responsible one. The solid cousin. The guy who always shows up. Except the payments kept slipping, then disappearing. And every time I brought it up, Levi had a new excuse, a bad client, a banking error, a friend who was supposed to pay him back and flaked. I ended up covering their rent more often than not, afraid missing a payment would hit my own credit. It was like trying to hold a roof up with my bare hands while they danced on it. So I documented everything. Quietly. Every payment. Every excuse. Every instance I transferred money from my account to cover their side. I even kept screen recordings of our texts. Months passed, and eventually, I consulted a friend, an attorney I trusted, who told me exactly what to prepare if I ever wanted out. That envelope? It was the legal key to evicting Levi and Tasha from the very house they flaunted at every cookout, every gathering, every smug social media post. And tonight, I wasn't just ready, I was done. The next morning, I pulled into their driveway just after 9 a.m. I didn't want to see them. That wasn't the point. I wasn't doing this for drama. I was doing it because some people only understand consequences when they show up in the form of a signature and a deadline. I slipped the envelope into the mail slot, took a photo for documentation, and left without knocking. By noon, I'd already received 2 calls, both ignored, and 1 voicemail from Tasha that started with, "Are you serious right now?" and ended in what I can only describe as shrieking static. I didn't listen to the whole thing. By 3 p.m., Levi had texted a photo of a crumpled envelope and said, "You're ruining everything. Over a couple thousand? You're sick." I didn't reply. At 6:15, I got a group text from my mom. "Family meeting tonight. Please come. We need to talk this through like adults." I stared at the message for a full minute before responding. "I'll be there. Bring everyone." I arrived at my mom's place just as the sun was setting. The living room was already full. My aunts, uncles, a few cousins, Levi slouched in the corner with a hood over his head, Tasha pacing like a caged animal, and my mom sitting rigidly on the couch with a tray of untouched cookies in front of her. Family meeting, indeed. I walked in without a word, dropped my coat over a chair, and sat down like I had nothing but time. It was my Uncle George who spoke first. "Nathan, what's going on? Your cousin said he said you're trying to get them kicked out of their house." I nodded slowly. "I'm not trying. I am." Gasps. Tasha actually scoffed. Levi muttered something I didn't catch. Mom looked at me with that tired disappointment she reserved for family drama she didn't want to be part of. "Why would you do something so extreme? You two grew up like brothers." "Because I'm tired," I said. "Because I've paid their rent for 14 out of the last 19 months. Because Levi stole from me. And because no one here seems to care until the consequences land in their own backyard." The silence after that wasn't peaceful. It was heavy, suffocating. Tasha threw up her hands. "You're acting like we're criminals." "You are," I said, finally meeting her eyes. "You access my accounts. That's wire fraud. You wiped my files. That's tampering. You used my trust to keep your lifestyle afloat. That's manipulation. And now, you're reaping the reward." Levi stood suddenly. "You think you're better than us? Just because you've got a degree and some boring job? You're not special, Nate. You're just petty." I stayed seated. Calm. Too calm. "No, Levi. I'm just finally finished pretending that being generous means being a doormat." Mom tried to intervene again. "Sweetheart, please. We can fix this. Maybe if we talk to the landlord." "I'm the landlord," I snapped, and the room went still. I hadn't meant to say it like that, but it was the truth. See, part of what I'd done with my savings and the extra income from the side consulting gigs I never told the family about was invest. Quietly, smartly. And one of those investments had been in the property Levi and Tasha rented. The owner had wanted out, and I saw an opportunity. I bought it anonymously through an LLC with a friend's help. They never knew. Until now. Levi's mouth opened. Nothing came out. You've been living in my property, I said. On my dime. And now, you violated that lease and stolen from me. So yes, you're being evicted. You've got 2 weeks to vacate. And if you so much as touch another dime of mine, I'll see you in court. Tasha sat down hard, like her legs had given up. No one spoke after that. I stood, put my coat on. And just before I left, I paused by the doorway. Oh, I said without turning around, you'll be receiving notice soon about the outstanding utilities I've covered in your name. That's separate. Then I walked out. Outside, the air was crisp, almost sharp. My chest felt tight, but not in a bad way. Like I'd finally exhaled after holding my breath for far too long. But as I reached my car, my phone buzzed again. Not Levi this time. Not Tasha. It was a cousin I hadn't heard from in years. The message read, "Hey man, just heard what happened. I need to talk to you. It's about Uncle George. And your mom. Something weird's been going on." I stared at it, pulse quickening. I hadn't expected this. Not now. Not when I thought the storm was clearing. I stood in the driveway for a long moment, phone in hand, that message staring back at me like a crack forming in glass I thought had finally stopped splintering. It's about Uncle George. And your mom. Something weird's been going on. I had come for closure. Finality. Revenge, sure, but clean, surgical, overdue revenge. The kind that wraps up neatly, with consequences and consequences only. But this felt like the start of something else. Still, I couldn't ignore it. So I texted back, "What's going on?" The typing bubble appeared, then vanished. Then appeared again. Then finally, "You need to see this for yourself. You free tomorrow morning?" I agreed to meet at a cafe across town, neutral ground. No chance of running into anyone else. No family photos on the walls. No familiar eyes watching from behind counters. The next morning, I showed up 5 minutes early. I always do. Aaron, my cousin on my dad's side, was already there, seated at the back, nervously picking at a blueberry muffin. I hadn't seen him since our grandfather's funeral. He'd always kept his distance from the rest of the family, worked construction jobs up north, and mostly stayed out of the drama. The fact that he was reaching out now told me this wasn't gossip. It was something real. He slid a manila envelope across the table. "What is it?" I asked. "Stuff I found when I was helping Uncle George clean out the garage last month." He asked me to burn it. I didn't. I opened it slowly. Inside were copies of old bank records, receipts, scans of checks made out from my accounts. Several of them forged, my signature perfect, but not mine. Some dated back 3 years. Others more recent. But they all had one thing in common. They were processed through a shared bank account I didn't even know existed. Aaron leaned in. "Look at the name on the joint account." I did. My stomach turned. Margaret Ellis. My mother. I flipped through the pages again, my hands going cold. A slow numbness spread through me as the realization settled. For years, my mom had quietly siphoned money through an account I never authorized, under the guise of helping the family, I assumed. Rent here, a bill there. A small loan she never mentioned. All backed by my identity, my income, my credit. "Oh God," I muttered. Aaron looked uncomfortable. "I didn't know if I should tell you. But after what happened with Levi, I figured you deserve the full picture." I sat back, dazed. This wasn't just betrayal. This was systemic. Calculated. A long con. My mother, the woman who taught me to save, who praised my responsibility, who cried when I bought her a new refrigerator, had been skimming off me behind the scenes. Quietly. Regularly. Enough that it added up. I thought she didn't know. I whispered. "What?" "Last night." She said she didn't know what Levi had done. I looked up at Aaron. "But she did. She's been doing it." Aaron nodded grimly. They all knew. George helped set up the account. Levi bragged about it once when he was drunk, said your money was basically family funds. My jaw clenched. How long? 5 years. Maybe more. I felt like I couldn't breathe. All the emergencies. The times I bailed people out. The lost checks, the unexplained withdrawals I chalked up to error. I thought I was paranoid. I thought I was just being cautious. But I wasn't cautious enough. I left the cafe in a fog, the folder tucked under my arm like a loaded weapon. My thoughts raced. Fury flared, then dulled. I felt hollow, betrayed in a way I hadn't even thought possible. Not by a cousin or a sibling, but by the person who'd raised me, who told me to trust her, who always made me feel like I was part of something larger, family. By the time I got home, I knew what I had to do. I wasn't going to scream. I wasn't going to cry. I was going to finish what I started. First, I made copies of everything, paper and digital. I sent encrypted backups to 3 different locations and added password locks just in case. I pulled every statement I could find from the last 6 years and began highlighting the transactions that matched what Aaron had shown me. It was methodical, cold, necessary. Then I called my lawyer. I need to file fraud charges, possibly embezzlement. I have evidence, names, documents. There was a long pause on the other end. Then, Nathan, this is going to be messy. Are you sure? I didn't even blink. I'm done paying for everyone else's mess. The next step was the hardest, but it had to be done. I drove to my mom's house that evening, the same house where every Christmas photo was taken, where I learned to ride a bike, where I first brought home a report card with straight A's and she hugged me like I'd saved the world. She opened the door in slippers, her face lighting up for a moment before freezing. Nathan? I held up the folder. We need to talk. I didn't go inside. I made her read the paperwork on the porch under the same porch light that used to guide me home after curfew. Her eyes moved over each page slowly, then faster, then with trembling hands. When she finished, she looked up at me, pale. Nathan, it wasn't like that. It was just temporary. I was going to pay it back. I raised a hand. Don't. Please. I only did it for the family, she whispered. You never asked what we needed. You just assumed throwing money at us was enough. You stole from me, I said. You lied. You let them treat me like a stranger while you emptied my accounts. Tears welled in her eyes. I didn't think you'd find out. And there it was. Not guilt. Not remorse. Just fear of being caught. I took a shaky breath. You have 7 days to repay what you can. After that, the lawyer files. And Mom, don't call me again. We're done. Nathan, please, she whispered. I'm your mother. No, I said, turning away. You were. And I walked back to my car. The drive home was quiet. No music. No distractions. Just the hum of the engine and the distant echo of what had been my family shattering for good. I knew they'd spin it. Call me cruel. Selfish. Heartless. Let them. For the first time in my life, I wasn't going to explain or defend myself. I was done being the reliable one. The fixer. The background wallet. I filed the paperwork that Friday. Levi and Tasha were served formal charges for cyber fraud. Uncle George received notice of pending investigation for aiding financial manipulation. And my mother, Margaret Ellis, was hit with a court summons and a request for repayment totaling just under $68,000. I changed my number, locked my accounts, cut ties completely. It's been 7 months. They're still dealing with the fallout. I know because I get updates from Aaron, who ended up testifying in the case. He's doing better now. Moved away. Started fresh. Sometimes we talk. Not often, but enough. As for me, I'm okay. I'm not the same person I was before the cookout. Not softer. Not harder, either. Just aware. Awake. I go to therapy. I sleep better. I don't flinch when my phone buzzes anymore. And my money? Every cent stays exactly where I put it. I still get the occasional message from extended relatives, half guilt, half blame, but I don't read them. They're just echoes now. Faint, distant. Because the truth is, sometimes family is just another word for people who feel entitled to you. And sometimes, the only way to protect yourself is to finally say no. For good. They gave me the worst room on the family trip and laughed, saying, "You'll get what you deserve." I smiled quietly and waited. I'm Lucas, 28, and my family has this running joke that I'm the quiet one, which is their way of saying I'm useful when they need something and invisible when they don't. Growing up, I learned to take up less space, speak softly, and carry a mental notebook of who showed up and who didn't. I'm the oldest of 3. My brother Ethan is the golden child who can do no wrong, and my sister Brooke is the diplomat who plays both sides like a hobby. Our parents, Mark and Diane, are the kind of people who narrate your life as if they wrote it. Lucas is practical, steady, not exciting, but reliable. You'd think being reliable would be a compliment, but in our house, it was a role that came with chores and a silence clause. The family trip was supposed to be a reconciliation of sorts. We hadn't really been together since my grandmother's memorial 2 years ago, where Ethan decided to deliver a toast that mostly congratulated himself on his recent promotion. That day, my father grabbed my shoulder afterward and said, "You just need to be more bold. You're always careful." I remember hearing laughter in the kitchen as Brooke told Mom, "Lucas is probably going to open a savings account to celebrate." I laughed along even then. Laughing has always been my way of moving past things without letting them plant roots inside me. The truth is, while Ethan and Brooke were collecting visible trophies, I was learning how to read people, how to make decisions without broadcasting them, and how to build something solid where no one could tear it down. This trip landed on a long weekend in late spring, the kind of weather that makes even grumpy people linger outdoors. We were meeting at a coastal town that my parents loved from their honeymoon days. Breezy boardwalks, weathered shingles, gulls that yell at you like they own the pier. The group was large: my parents, siblings, aunts, uncles, cousins, and a few people who always get called family friends, but whose names rotate unpredictably. The invitation came from Aunt Linda, who lives for group texts and uses an excessive number of ellipses, as if every sentence whispers a secret. "We found a great deal at the hotel," she wrote, "and they even said they could give us a discount if we booked as a group. We just need someone to put a card down for incidentals." 10 seconds later, "Lucas? You're usually good for that, right?" I typed, "Sure," because it was easier than watching the typing bubbles go quiet. Here's something my family doesn't know. I've worked quietly for the last 5 years consulting for small hospitality companies on operations and turnaround. I started with spreadsheets and late-night calls in a one-room apartment that needed both a humidifier and a fan. I did well enough long enough that a small fund asked me to lead a boutique hotel acquisition, renovation, rebrand, management, the whole package. It was a risk. I hesitated. And then one day I woke up to the exact sentence my father had been telling me my whole life: be bold. So I did it. We bought a tired seaside property with great bones and a view that could calm a storm. We closed off the books under a quiet holding company name, hired well, treated the staff like human beings with ideas, and spent a year making sure the paint wasn't the only thing new. I never mentioned it to my family, not because I wanted to surprise them someday, but because I wanted to keep one area of my life free of commentary. We arrived at the hotel lobby on a bright Friday, the kind of light that makes the polished floor look like water. The front desk staff greeted us with the smiles I never pretend to ignore. Hospitality is theater and hard at once. But before I could step forward, Ethan placed himself squarely at the counter. "Reservation for the Anderson party," he said, loud enough to declare something that wasn't his. He turned, winking at Aunt Linda like he had personally arranged the sunrise. The manager on duty, a calm woman with a pin clipped neatly to her collar, confirmed our cluster of rooms. That was when the room selection game started, a family tradition where seniority and volume decide who gets what. I called dibs on the ocean view with the balcony. Ethan said, spinning the keycard envelope between his fingers like a coin trick. "Brooke, you take the one next to us. Mom and Dad. Obviously you'll get the suite, king bed, and the soaking tub. Aunt Linda, you and Uncle Arthur should be on the same floor as the parents." The manager, politely amused, glanced at me for a beat. I smiled and said nothing. In my family, offering a challenge is like setting a place at the table for an argument. Aunt Linda clapped her hands. "Perfect. Lucas, there's a small room off the stairwell they said they could give us at a discount. We'll put you there. Saves the family a few bucks. You're so good with practical things. I'm not sure what it is about family that turns you into your childhood self in half a second." I felt that old heat in my face, that old urge to nod so no one had to shift. "Sure," I said evenly. "Stairwell room for me." My mother squeezed my arm like I just carried a box for her. "You're a sweetheart. Besides, you'll be out and about, right? You don't need a view." Behind her, Ethan lifted his keycard like a trophy. "I'll send you a picture from our balcony at sunset," he grinned. Brooke, who always wraps her comments in a compliment, added, "It'll be nice for you, actually. Less noise from the elevators." Then she took the corner room with the wraparound windows. If you're wondering how a family convinces itself this is kindness, the answer is simple. They dress convenience as fairness and call it a family trait. We all took the elevator, minus me, to the 5th floor and watched doors close in unison like a synchronized swim routine. The The stairwell did smell faintly like bleach and a hint of something metallic, maybe an old pipe. My room door opened to a bed that was technically full-sized if you ignored the way the mattress dipped toward the middle. The window overlooked a flat roof covered in white pebbles and two humming metal boxes. The bathroom sink was new, good, though the towel rack sat a fraction of an inch crooked bad. I noticed things like that. It's what made me good at my job. It's also what made me feel suddenly protective of this place, the way you feel protective of a friend who is doing their best for people who won't care. When I came back down, the family had camped in the lobby with iced teas. The jokes started gently. "How's the maintenance suite?" Ethan asked. "Did they at least leave you a mop?" Brooke laughed, but tried to make it sound like she was laughing with me, not at me. My father crossed his arms, surveying the room like he owned it, which is his favorite stance in unfamiliar places. "It builds character," he said. "I stayed in worse in my day. I knew better than to ask when." My mother added, "It's only 2 nights." Aunt Linda leaned in conspiratorially. "Anyway, since you're on the stairs, you'll get your steps in," she said, as if that made it a fitness perk. I nodded, because letting other people's words settle is a skill I have perfected. The group wandered to lunch. The restaurant was light and open, with plants that actually looked alive, small things guests notice subconsciously and feel as a sigh of relief. Our server recommended the catch of the day, and Ethan announced he would do the tasting for the table like he was a judge on some food show. I asked for the same dish quietly, and he smirked at me as if I'd copied his homework. When the food arrived, conversation turned to summer plans, Brooke's trip to the vineyards, Mom's gardening, Dad's ongoing war with the neighbor's tree. When it was my turn, I said, "I'm working a lot this season." Aunt Linda waved her hand. "You're always working. At some point, you have to live." I almost told her that work is how I built a life, but I didn't. It's hard to explain to people that responsibility can be a kind of freedom if you actually chose it. Small things piled up like folded napkins. At check-in, Ethan accidentally added room service to my incidentals. At the pool, my father used my towel because "yours looks nicer" and handed me a damp one in exchange. Brooke texted me from her balcony asking if I could grab her a spare phone charger from the front desk, because "you're down there already." In the afternoon, we took a walk along the boardwalk and stood at the rail while the ocean did its endless thing. My mother wrapped her arm through mine. "You know," she said, "you should be more like your brother sometimes. He just goes for it." I kept my eyes on the horizon. I thought about the contractors who worked nights to finish the East Wing on time, about the general manager who took a chance on me when I looked 21 and spoke like I ought to apologize for it, about every salary we raised because we wanted to do right by the people who make a place worth returning to. "I do go for it," I said. "I just don't narrate it." That evening, the plan was a family dinner in the private dining room. Aunt Linda loves words like "private" when she's part of the group allowed inside. She'd arranged a long table with place cards, her second favorite thing. Mine said "Lucas, Stairwell Suite" in her looping pen. "Just for fun," she chirped. "It's a memory." The room was warm with horn lamps and low music. The hotel staff had set things beautifully. Linen that actually felt like linen, water glasses with a precision fill line. The manager from earlier stepped in to confirm the wine choice, and Aunt Linda told her, "We'll go with what my nephew picked. He has a good palate." She pointed at Ethan, who nodded like a magnanimous captain. I watched the manager remain patient, kind, professional. It made me proud and a little protective again. I excused myself and walked out to the hallway, just to breathe. Hospitality teaches you how to be invisible while making people feel seen. My family has spent years perfecting the opposite. In the hall, I texted someone I trust, our general manager, Adam. "How's everything?" I wrote, a normal check-in dressed as casual curiosity. "Good." He replied immediately, because he is always paying attention. "Full house tonight. Family group seems spirited." I smiled at the phone. "I'm here too," I typed. "Text me if you need me." When I walked back in, the room was louder. Ethan was telling a story involving a client, a boat, and a crazy weekend, and everyone was leaning back in their chairs, laughing in the way that says, "Tell us we are impressive for listening." My father reached for the wine bottle. "Lucas," he said, "be useful and pour." It was not a request, it was a choreography we all knew. I took the bottle. It was a good choice, actually, and poured evenly, resisting the impulse to correct for Ethan's light hand by giving him exactly the same as the person beside him. Our server brought appetizers, and as she set a plate in front of me, Aunt Linda leaned toward her. "We stuck him in the little room," she said, head tilting toward me like I was an inside joke. "But he's tough." The server looked at me and then at Aunt Linda with a small, unreadable pause. "I hope you're comfortable," she said to me. "Let us know if you need anything." Later, when the main courses arrived, Brooke decided to make it a toast. "To family," she said, rising just enough so the chair legs made a soft scraping sound. "To people who know you best." She looked at me when she said, "No," and the table murmured in appreciation. My father clinked his fork to his glass. "And to teaching the next generation to go for the best," he added. He nodded at Ethan's balcony photo from earlier, the sunset turning the glass into a triumphant little tile on his screen. Ethan took it from there. "Lucas, take notes," he said, lightly enough to be deniable, sharp enough to land. "There's an art to picking the good things. You can't be afraid to ask. It's a strange sensation to feel a place behind your bones stiffen and settle, like a ship adjusting to a hidden current. The thing about being quiet is that people confuse it with empty, and that confusion has been a soft moat around my choices for a long time." I looked around the table, the people who could make me 8 years old in a minute and call it love, and I realized I wasn't defensive or angry. I was simply done with a story I never agreed to star in. The manager appeared at the doorway, met my eyes for a half second, and I realized she was asking a question only I could answer. How much of myself do I want to put on the table tonight? I wasn't planning a grand reveal. I didn't arrive with a speech folded in my pocket. I had intended to get through the weekend the way I always do. Help, pay, disappear. But something about the crooked towel rack in the stairwell room and the way Aunt Linda turned people into punchlines stirred a line in me I hadn't crossed before. When dessert menus came, Ethan announced he'd put 3 on my room, since your rate is cheaper, and the table laughed like someone had lobbed a beach ball, and they were all obligated to keep it aloft. I set my napkin down. "Actually," I said as calmly as I know how, "there's one thing I should clarify." Brooke tilted her head the way she does when she thinks she's about to broke her piece. "Oh." My father leaned back, prepared to weigh in. My mother's smile held steady, the trained expression of a hostess. Aunt Linda clasped her hands. "Yes." Even the chatter from the hallway seemed to dim, like the hotel itself was listening. I kept my voice even, the way I would in any meeting that mattered. "The stairwell room rate isn't cheaper," I said. "We don't have tiered rates by room here." "Not exactly." "We?" Ethan repeated, amused. "You mean they?" "No," I said, still very calm, still wondering if my hands looked steady resting on the linen. "I mean we." I let that sit for a breath, then added, not loudly but clearly enough to reorder the air in the room, "I own this hotel." For a second, nothing moved. No fork clinked, no chair creaked, no one inhaled sharply. Then 3 things happened at once. Brooke's eyes flicked from me to the manager at the door, as if triangulating truth. Aunt Linda made a small laugh that sounded like a hiccup, the sound people make when their story doesn't align with what's in front of them, and Ethan leaned back like the chair had decided to tilt. My father's mouth opened to say my name. Just my name, not a sentence yet. In the doorway, the manager's posture changed by a fraction, professional to attentive, and 2 members of security walked past behind her on their normal evening rounds, pausing when she held up a hand. The dining room temperature didn't change, but something fundamental in the space did, like scenery adjusting behind a curtain. I didn't look away. I didn't fill the silence. Years of being quiet had finally prepared me for this precise kind of quiet, the kind where you don't rush to make everyone comfortable. I could feel the questions freighted onto that calm. Was I serious? Since when? Why didn't I tell them? What did owning mean? Who, suddenly, had authority in this room? My father closed his mouth, then opened it again. "Lucas," he said, softly this time, as if the name itself was new. On the far end of the table, Aunt Linda's hands slowly unclasped. Ethan tapped the bottom of his glass with one finger that didn't tremble but wanted to. The manager stepped inside at last, directed her words to the table, and still, somehow, only to me. "Is there anything you'd like us to do, Mr. Anderson?" she asked. The room absorbed the title like a drop of ink in clear water, color spreading in undeniable lines. My mother's posture shifted, 100 memories recalibrating behind her eyes. I rested my palm on the table, feeling the grain beneath the linen, feeling the building I loved, the team I trusted, the dozens of choices and repairs and kindnesses that made a place more than walls. I glanced at the two security staff waiting just outside the threshold, attentive and ready, then back at my family, every face reorienting to a reality they hadn't planned for. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't need to. First, I said, the staff is not a prop for our jokes. We don't comment on a guest room choice like it's a party game, and we don't make a server feel small because we're trying to impress one another. That's not how this house runs. The word house made my father blink, like the floor plan he held in his mind had just been redrawn. Across from me, Brooke's diplomatic smile thinned. "Lucas, you know Aunt Linda was just teasing," she said, gently, the way a person tries to blow out a candle by fanning the air. "We're all having a nice time." Ethan tapped the stem of his glass. "Yeah, man. You own the place? Cool. So get yourself a better room. Put me next to the stairwell. I can handle it." He laughed like he'd just offered a noble sacrifice he knew would never be accepted. The manager waited in the doorway with the patient attention I knew well. It wasn't deference to me. It was deference to process. She was also reading the table for the first sign this would tilt from awkward to unsafe. I turned to her. "Could you have Adam bring the incidentals ledger for our group?" I asked. "And the service team's notes from this afternoon." She nodded and stepped back out. Ethan's eyebrows went up. "Ledger?" He laughed. "What is this, a courtroom?" He looked at Aunt Linda for a smile and got one that didn't quite reach her eyes. "We don't need to make this formal," Aunt Linda said. "We can just move some things around, right? Switch rooms, add a dessert, call it even." She reached toward my plate as if to demonstrate adding something, her bracelet clinking lightly against the china, a sound I had heard my whole life that always meant a conversation was about to be steered without anyone admitting it. My mother, to her credit, was quiet. She watched me the way you look at a photograph you've seen 100 times and suddenly notice a detail in the background that's been there all along. My father, however, straightened in his chair, the old command posture. "Son," he said, "we're not doing a performance here." He gestured toward the hall, as if the hotel itself were a theater that had gone off script. "You should have told us. It's not right to spring something like this at dinner." I let that one pass through me like wind through reeds. "I didn't spring anything," I said. "I corrected an assumption. There's a difference." He opened his mouth, then closed it. He didn't have a category for that sentence. Adam appeared with a leather folder and a small notepad, crisp as always, every line of his suit saying ready. He set the folder by my hand, but addressed the table. "Good evening, everyone. I hope you've been enjoying your stay so far." He meant it. That's the part that always mattered to me, meaning it. Per Mr. Anderson's request, I've brought a summary of the group incidentals, as well as today's service notes. I'm happy to review them with you, or handle anything privately. The word privately hung in the air like a rope we could choose to grab. Aunt Linda smiled brightly at him. "No need for all that," she said. "We trust you. We can sort things among ourselves." She glanced at me, a small warning wrapped in charm. "Right, Lucas?" I opened the folder and skimmed the afternoon entries. The housekeeping call for extra linens at 2:14 p.m., the room service charge at 2:32 p.m., the additional minibar restock request at 3:05 p.m., the poolside towel discrepancy at 4:11 p.m., and felt my jaw unclench not in anger, but in relief. It wasn't the money. It was the predictability. Patterns are easy once you stop pretending they're complicated. "I'd like to handle this here," I said, closing the folder lightly. "There are a few misunderstandings I'd like to clear." Ethan snorted. "Misunderstandings?" "So I ordered wings to your room as a prank." "Big deal. You own the place. Consider it, like, brand testing." Adam didn't flinch. "For clarity," he said, "the room service order was placed from the main suite's phone and requested to be billed to the stairwell room. When our team asked to confirm, the caller insisted the stairwell room would approve. That's not our policy. We comped the order to avoid delaying the service during peak hour, but it did create confusion in the system." He glanced at me, then at my father, then back to me. "We've adjusted it off your folio, Mr. Anderson." My father shifted. "Comped?" He repeated, a little heat in the word, the way a person reacts to losing control of the scoreboard. "No one needs to comp us. We're family." Adam's face remained neutral. We comp when we need to keep service flowing and protect staff from conflict. It's about workflow. Brooke tucked a piece of hair behind her ear with her peacemaking hand. Lucas, if you felt slighted about the room, we can deal with it, she said. You can have ours. We'll take the small one. It's not a big thing. The offer was kind in shape and hollow in center. I could see the calculation behind it, the mental note she had just scribbled to remind herself she attempted fairness. It's not about trading rooms, I said. It's about respect. For the people who work here. For me. For the place we're in. I looked at Aunt Linda. And it's about not turning people into punchlines when they're trying to do their jobs. She waved a hand again, the bracelet chiming. You always take things so seriously, she said. It's a hotel, not a hospital. She laughed lightly. Everyone needs to relax. The housekeeping supervisor knocked softly and stepped in with the manager's nod. Her name tag read Marisol. I knew her attention to detail, knew she trained new hires by folding a bath towel, then unfolding it to show exactly where the crease should lie so it would sit perfectly on the rack. I'm sorry to interrupt, she said. We had an urgent note. The balcony railing in Suite 506 is loose. I sent maintenance, but the guests said they were too busy to allow access. It's a safety issue. We need to secure it tonight. Ethan lifted his hands. We're in the middle of dinner, he said. We'll be back up later. Tomorrow morning's fine. Marisol looked to me, then to Adam, concern threading her voice. We can't leave it until morning if it's loose. She held up a small bag containing 2 long screws and a bracket. These came out. We don't know how. You don't need an investigation to know how balcony screws come out. You need a mental image of a person sitting on it like it's a bar stool for a photo. My father pointed a finger vaguely. If maintenance had done a proper check before guests arrived, he began. Adam cut in gently, refusing to place blame on anyone without evidence. We'll secure it now, he said. Mr. Anderson? His eyes asked a second question. Do you want me to handle this quietly, or do you want to set a standard in front of your family? I felt the room watching. I felt the staff, too, the way they weigh whether leadership will support them when someone decides a policy is optional. Policies aren't fences to keep guests out. They're rails to make sure no one falls. Please coordinate with security, I said to Adam. If the suite can't be accessed, we'll temporarily reassign them to a different room until maintenance is complete. Safety overrides convenience. Ethan laughed, incredulous. You're kidding. We're not moving for a couple of screws. We have a view. Can't your guys just be quick? He turned to Aunt Linda, looking for backup. Tell him, Aunt Elle. We're the paying group here. Aunt Linda nodded firmly, encouraged. Yes, we're not going to uproot everything, she said to Adam, as if issuing a decree to the staff at a banquet she chaired. We have reservations. Reservations come with responsibilities, the manager said calmly. Quiet hours, safety compliance, respect for staff. We apply those consistently. Her tone was even, and because it was even, it held. My father's jaw shifted. Enough, he said. We're getting carried away with rules. We're family. We don't need to go by the book. He looked at me with that old look, the one that says step back. Let me take over. We will end this my way. I met his gaze without moving. We will go by the book, I said. That's why the book exists. Across the table, Brooke's eyes softened. Lucas, she said, quieter now, more to me than to the room. Why didn't you tell us? It wasn't accusatory. It was almost curious. I took a breath. Because I wanted to build something without having to justify every decision, I said. Because I didn't want to hear that playing it safe is small and then, in the next breath, be told to put my card down whenever it was convenient. Because I wanted one area where I wasn't the reliable tool you reach for without thinking. Saying it out loud untied a quiet knot in my chest I had been carrying for a very long time. Silence took a seat at the table with us. The server stepped in lightly to clear a plate and stepped out again, eyes reading the room faster than weather. Aunt Linda recovered first. Well, she chirped brightly. This is all very moving, but we're on vacation. Let's not make it a tribunal. She arranged her napkin, then offered the room a compromise only she could accept. How about this? We keep the rooms as is. We'll sign something about the balcony. Everyone promises to be on their best behavior. And, she smiled toward Adam. We forget the little mix-ups from earlier. Her eyes flicked to the leather folder as if it were a stack of napkins. Adam's phone buzzed once. He glanced at it, then at me. The front desk just notified me, he said carefully. 2 of the cards on file have declined for pre-authorization. It happens, he added quickly, compassionate, factual. We can resolve it easily, but we do need active payment methods on each folio by midnight, per policy. It was a small thing, administrative, uneventful, until the table processed what it meant. Aunt Linda's smile froze, just a hair too long. My father looked annoyed at the idea that the system could deny him anything. Run them again, he said. It's a glitch. Adam nodded. We did, twice, as the system requires. Ethan leaned back, then forward. So what, you're going to kick us out? Over a pre-auth. He looked at me and tipped his chin like he'd found my weak spot. Come on, big man. Don't hide behind policy now. We're your family. The word family landed differently than he intended. It didn't feel like a rope. It felt like a hand pushing. I looked at the security team in the doorway. Not looming, not threatening, simply present. I looked at Marisol holding the small bag of screws. I looked at the manager, steady as bedrock. Then I looked back at the people who raised me and taught me that the world bent when you pressed hard enough. Here's what's going to happen, I said, level and unhurried. Each word light as a glass set precisely on linen. We're going to handle safety first. Suite 506 will be vacated immediately so maintenance can secure the railing. We'll reassign you to another room for the night. Tomorrow, once it's safe, you can return. Second, each room will place their own card on file for incidentals. I'm removing my card from the group. That's standard. Third, there will be no more jokes at the expense of the staff or each other's rooms. If anyone has a request, you'll ask kindly. If anyone has a complaint, you'll bring it to the front desk like adults. I paused, not to threaten, but to let the shape of the evening become clear. If that's not agreeable, we'll end your stay early and process checkouts tonight. Aunt Linda sputtered. Lucas, she said, as if my name were a lever she could pull to reset me. You can't be serious. We drove hours. We have plans. We made a reservation. Brooke stared at her hands, then looked up at me with a question that wasn't about rooms. My father's eyes went cool with a pressure I recognized. You're enjoying this, he said. The accusation slid across the table like a coin. You've waited your whole life to have the upper hand. He leaned in. That's not leadership. That's pettiness. I'm not enjoying this, I said softly, and I wasn't. I spent a year making sure strangers felt welcome here. I won't let my own family make it smaller than it is. Ethan's chair scraped slightly as he stood halfway, then sank back down, torn between theater and calculation. Fine, he said, reaching for his keycard, then tossing it back on the table. Move us. But we're not apologizing for having fun on vacation. He looked toward the door, raising his chin. Are we done? The manager nodded once to security, not as a signal to remove anyone, but as a cue to prepare to guide. They stepped a fraction closer, hands open, posture neutral. Adam's phone buzzed again. He glanced down, then up, and the lines around his eyes tightened. We also have a complaint from a neighboring room about noise and something thrown over the balcony earlier, he said, voice still calm. Housekeeping recovered a broken glass near the courtyard planters. Security logged it at 5:22 p.m. He looked at Ethan's side of the table, not accusatory, just aligning facts. The room held its breath. My mother closed her eyes for a second, the way a person prays without words. When she opened them, she looked at me, not pleading, not defending, but steady. Do what you need to do, she said quietly. I stood. Not a performance, a posture. Adam, I said, please reassign Suite 506 and coordinate maintenance. Manager, thank you. Marisol, if you need anything from me, you have it. Security will escort whoever is moving to their temporary rooms and help with bags. I turned back to the table. Cards on file by midnight. That isn't a threat, it's a requirement. If anyone needs time to sort their accounts, the front desk can hold a cash deposit or process a different card. But it has to be handled tonight. Aunt Linda's face was very still now, the way stillness sometimes disguises a wild flurry beneath. You're humiliating us, she whispered. In front of strangers. I shook my head. I'm asking you to be guests, I said. Same as anyone else. That's the only way this works. My father pushed back his chair an inch, the sound louder than any of our voices. You've made your point, he said, rising just enough to feel taller. We'll decide what we're doing. We'll let you know. He reached for his coat, then realized he had none. The gesture looked strange without the weight of it. The manager gestured gently toward the hall. "We can show you to your reassigned room, sir," she said. She did not soften the sir. Ethan rolled his eyes and stood. "Let's go," he told Brooke, who hadn't moved. She looked at me, then at our mother, then at the staff, and I saw a map unfold in her expression. How this could go in two directions, how either one would be a story we told for years. She stood, finally, but didn't take a step. In the doorway, the security team made a small space for movement. The hotel hummed in the background, the way good hotels do, a choreography of 100 small kindnesses no one notices until they're gone. Adam waited for my cue and for the family's choice to catch up to the reality already in motion. For a long second, the room was a held breath, the kind you take before stepping into cold water, the kind you take before saying something that cannot be unsaid. Then a knock came at the dining room door. 1, 2, 3, firm and measured. The night auditor leaned in, a folder in his hands, concern in his eyes. "Excuse me," he said. "Mr. Anderson, there's an additional matter related to the group booking I think you'll want to see before we proceed." He held the folder just inside the threshold, not crossing, waiting for permission to bring the next truth into the room. Adam's eyes met mine. The manager's posture shifted barely, ready for whatever line we were about to cross. My family watched me like a jury that had suddenly realized the verdict wasn't the ending, but the start of something else entirely. I walked toward the door to take the folder, the room's quiet following me like a tide, and as my hand closed around the cardstock, I heard Ethan exhale a small laugh and say, to no one and to everyone, "What now?" The folder the night auditor handed me was slim but heavy with weight. Inside was a printout of the group booking details, the kind of paperwork most guests never see. At the top, under Purpose of Stay, Aunt Linda had written in her neat, looping script, "Charity Retreat, Verified Nonprofit, Tax-Exempt Group." Attached was a scanned form, her signature at the bottom, claiming we were hosting an educational seminar. It was the kind of form that grants a discounted block of rooms and exempts certain fees. Except I knew without looking too hard that it was fiction. There was no charity registered under the name she scribbled. I handed the page to Adam, who had already guessed its contents. His eyes met mine, calm and ready. My father craned his neck to read. "That's standard," he said quickly, as if filling the silence before anyone else could. "We're a large family. Families are charitable." He forced a smile at the manager. "It's all the same in spirit." The manager did not return the smile. "Fraudulent use of tax-exempt status is not permitted," she said evenly. "We would normally assess full charges immediately and terminate the booking." Aunt Linda's face flushed pink. "It's just paperwork," she protested. "I've been arranging family trips for years. No one cares about the fine print. Everyone bends the truth a little." "You can't expect me to," she trailed off, realizing the sentence had no safe end. Ethan leaned forward. "Come on, Lucas. You're really going to throw us out? Over paperwork?" He laughed, too sharp. "You own the place. Just make it disappear. Who's going to know?" I looked at him for a long moment. Years of being the quiet one had given me the ability to watch without flinching. "I'll know," I said softly. The weight of the room shifted again. My mother's fork slipped against her plate, the sound small but final. Brooke pressed her lips together, then spoke for the first time with something close to steel. "We're embarrassing ourselves," she said. Her voice cut through Aunt Linda's sputtering and Ethan's grins. "This isn't about a balcony or a room. It's about us thinking we can do whatever we want and expecting Lucas to carry it." For a moment, I thought she might side with them, soften the edges, propose another compromise. But she stayed quiet after that, and the quiet carried more truth than any toast. Adam cleared his throat gently. "Per policy, Mr. Anderson, we'll need to resolve the charges tonight. Would you like us to proceed with checkouts?" I took a breath. I remembered every small slight, every whispered laugh when I wasn't meant to hear, every time I had nodded along to keep the peace. I thought about the crooked towel rack, how even small things mattered if you wanted a place to feel right. "Yes," I said. "Process the checkouts." Effective immediately. The words did not come out with anger. They came out with clarity. The reaction was immediate. Aunt Linda slapped her napkin on the table, sputtering about betrayal. My father pushed back his chair so hard it nearly toppled, insisting he wouldn't be humiliated in front of strangers. Ethan muttered something about power trips and started gathering his phone and keys with jerky movements. Brooke just stayed seated, her hands folded. My mother's eyes glistened, not with tears, but with something heavier, recognition, maybe, of the years she hadn't seen me fully. Security stepped forward, not forceful, just steady, professional. They guided my relatives toward the hallway, offering assistance with bags. Aunt Linda refused with a hiss. Ethan made a show of dragging his feet. My father walked with stiff dignity, as if he could still make the corridor his stage. The dining room grew quiet again. Guests at nearby tables glanced over, then looked away. Adam remained by the door, giving them space but not yielding an inch. The manager stood tall, clipboard in hand, documenting as we had trained. When the last of them was escorted out, I sat back down at the long table. The plates were half cleared, the wine glasses half full. Brooke was the only one still seated across from me. "You didn't have to do that," she said quietly. "Yes, I did." She nodded slowly. "I think you're right." Then she pushed her chair back, stood, and left, not with the bluster of the others, but with the silence of someone who wasn't ready to bridge the gap yet. I was alone in the dining room. For the first time all weekend, I felt at ease. Not triumphant, just steady. The kind of steady that comes when you stop apologizing for the space you take up. The manager stepped closer. "Would you like us to block their names in the system for future stays?" she asked. "Yes," I said. "Do that. No future bookings under their names or under my card. If they want to stay, they'll have to come as guests, not as family demanding favors." Adam nodded. "Understood." That night, after the paperwork was processed and the staff dismissed, I walked the quiet hallways of the hotel. I checked the stairwell room where I'd been placed. I adjusted the towel rack with my own hands, tightening it so it wouldn't wobble. I looked out the small window at the rooftop, and I smiled. This room was mine too, in its way, just as much as the ocean suite, just as much as the lobby. The next morning, as sunlight spread over the water, guests came down for breakfast. Families laughed over waffles, couples leaned close over coffee, children pointed at gulls outside. The place hummed with the quiet joy I had built into it. My phone buzzed with a message from Brooke. "I'm sorry for the things I said before. Call me when you're ready." I put the phone back in my pocket and stepped into the dining room. The staff greeted me not with surprise, not with hesitation, but with the same warmth they gave every guest. I belonged here, not because of my last name, not because of any title, but because I had built it with care. And when I looked out over the tables, hearing the low music and the clink of dishes, I felt something I hadn't in years. Not anger, not vindication, just peace. That was enough. I'm Nolan, 32, and the responsible one in the family, which is code for the one who gets walked all over until he doesn't. I've always been the one people call when their car won't start, when they need help moving, when someone's late on rent, just this once. The one who's expected to step up without being asked. And for a long time, I did. I stepped up. I swallowed the small slights. I lent the money and never chased it. I smiled through the backhanded comments, the unfair expectations, and the quiet assumption that I had less need for kindness because I had more discipline. But what happened this Christmas finally pushed me past that silent line I didn't even know I had drawn. Hosting Christmas was something I volunteered for this year. My house is the biggest since I bought it last spring, and despite some hesitation, I thought, why not? I cooked. I decorated. I even set up a cocoa station my mom would rave about for weeks to come. My younger sister, Tara, 29, newly married and freshly pregnant, arrived with her husband and a laundry list of dietary restrictions that somehow applied only to my cooking. Still, I kept my cool. I handed out gifts with a genuine smile, even when hers to me was clearly a re-wrapped candle I'd given her last year. I was exhausted but satisfied by the time the last guest left, plates cleared, lights dimmed, and the fireplace slowly dying down. It wasn't until the next morning, when I opened my bedroom closet to put away the spare linens, that I noticed the safe had been moved. Not opened, just slightly shifted, like someone had tried to be discreet but didn't quite know the original position. My stomach tightened. I walked over, unlocked it, and felt the breath leave my body like a punch to the ribs. The emergency cash I had been saving, $18,000, was gone. Not all at once, either. Someone had taken the time to leave behind a couple hundred, just enough to make me doubt myself at first glance. But I knew the count by heart. I didn't even need to recount it. It was missing. Gone. I sat on the edge of the bed for a long while, gripping the edge of the mattress like I might fly off the planet. I kept thinking it had to be a mistake. Maybe I had moved it and forgotten. Maybe I'd loaned it to someone and didn't write it down. But no, I don't loan money from that stash. That was the money I never touch unless something terrible happens. Medical emergency, job loss, car totaled. It was the only kind of safety net I ever trusted. Still numb, I waited until everyone was awake. My parents were still in the guest room, having stayed over for the first time since I moved into this house. I made coffee like it was a normal day, heart pounding, while my dad scrolled through his phone and my mom casually asked if I had any leftovers they could bring home. Then I asked them if anyone had been in my room. Just casually, a tossed-out question like it didn't mean anything. My dad didn't even blink. "We opened the safe," he said. Just like that. "We gave the cash to your sister. You weren't going to use it anytime soon, and Tara and Jake need it more than you do. Starting a family's expensive." My mom nodded, as if this made perfect sense. My hand tightened around the mug, and I couldn't tell if I wanted to throw it or crush it. But I didn't do either. I just asked, "You what?" My voice cracked a little, but I didn't raise it. I wasn't angry, not yet. I was stunned. It was like hearing someone calmly admit to arson while roasting marshmallows on the ashes. Dad shrugged. "We didn't think you'd mind. You're always so put together. Your sister needs help. We're all family, Nolan." Tara wasn't even in the room. She'd left early that morning. Left. As in, she'd walked out of my house after taking 18 grand out of a safe that wasn't hers, with help from my own father. And they just expected me to accept it. I sat down slowly. "That money wasn't just lying around," I said quietly. "It was my emergency fund." Mom reached over like she was comforting me. "And this is an emergency, sweetie. Tara's baby." I didn't let her finish. I stood up, told them I needed to clear my head, and stepped outside onto the porch. I could hear my dad muttering something about me being overdramatic. That's when the anger finally bloomed. Not the hot kind, but the cold, patient kind. The kind that makes you move slowly and see everything too clearly. That night, I didn't scream. I didn't call anyone out. I didn't even send a passive-aggressive message to the family group chat. What I did was simpler. I went upstairs, opened my laptop, and pulled up my home security feed. Every room in the house had a camera, not for spying, but because I travel for work sometimes and like knowing the place is secure. I rewound to the time I guessed they might have gone into my room. Sure enough, there they were. My dad using the spare key I kept hidden in the closet drawer, leading Tara in like it was no big deal. She had a purse with her, oversized, empty-looking. My heart rate picked up as I watched her crouch by the safe, her hands trembling slightly before she stuffed envelope after envelope inside her bag. She didn't even hesitate. And worse, my dad stood there like a security guard, arms crossed, nodding along. I watched it twice, then 3 times. Then I made 3 copies. 1 digital, 2 USB. One went into my fireproof lockbox, the other into my desk at work. The third, well, I'd have a use for that very soon. The next morning, I got up early and made some quiet calls. I reached out to a friend of mine in corporate compliance, another friend in HR at the company where Tara works. We'd gone to college together, and she owed me a favor from years ago. I didn't ask them to break any laws or share confidential info. I just asked for a general understanding of the company's stance on employee conduct and theft, even theft outside work, if it could indicate a breach of ethics or trust. What I learned made me think, then plan, then act. By noon, my phone buzzed with a call from Tara. I hadn't heard her voice since she'd left my house with a purse full of stolen money. She didn't even say hello. "Why would you do this?" she shrieked. I didn't answer immediately. I looked out the window and watched a squirrel hop across my deck railing. "Hello," she snapped. "Answer me." I leaned back in my chair. "You might want to talk to HR before 5 p.m. Dead silence. Then a gasp. A choke breath. "You didn't." I didn't hang up. I just let the silence drag long enough to say everything I needed to. Because this was just the beginning, and she had no idea how far I was willing to go. There was something incredibly quiet about her silence on the other end of the call. For once in our lives, Tara didn't have a comeback. No whining, no excuses, no twisting of the story. Just the sound of her realizing that this time, I wasn't going to be her doormat. I didn't need to say another word. I hung up, dropped my phone gently on the desk, and exhaled for the first time in what felt like days. I wasn't finished, of course. Not by a long shot. The call was just the first domino. I knew how my sister operated. Impulsive, entitled, and dangerously confident that she could always cry her way out of a mess. I gave her until 4:57 p.m. to do the smart thing and walk into HR with a trembling apology and some kind of excuse. Maybe even try to spin it into a mental health leave. But I also knew Tara had never been that strategic. Her specialty was damage control through manipulation, not accountability. And sure enough, at 3:46 p.m., my friend in HR texted me a screenshot of a message Tara had just sent her. "Hey, I heard from someone that there's a weird rumor about me. Can we talk?" That's when I knew she was panicking. By 5 o'clock, it was in motion. I didn't need to interfere again. The system would handle it. Her company had strict ethical guidelines, especially for employees in financial roles, which Tara was. She wasn't just an assistant. She managed internal accounts and petty cash. Not massive sums, but enough that her judgment had to be above reproach. And now, there was high-definition footage of her entering someone else's private property, opening a personal safe, and taking $18,000. Whether or not it led to formal charges didn't even matter at this point. The trust was broken. And once that trust is gone, in companies like hers, your career doesn't just stall, it collapses. But that was just the beginning of the fallout. My parents were still clueless. They had no idea what had just been set in motion. In fact, later that night, they sent a cheerful group text thanking me for another beautiful Christmas. I stared at the screen for a while. They still didn't get it. In their eyes, they hadn't stolen anything. They were just redistributing resources, like some twisted version of Robin Hood where Robin is a middle-aged dad with a savior complex, and the rich is his own son who worked overtime for 5 years to build an emergency fund. I didn't reply. Instead, I scheduled a meeting with my estate lawyer. I wasn't rich by any means, but I had enough to protect. I'd worked hard for what I had, and this wasn't the first time my family blurred the line between support and entitlement. I had let them in too far, too easily, and now they thought my money was community property. That had to stop. So I changed the locks. I moved my emergency funds to a high-security bank account. I updated all my passwords. And most importantly, I amended my will and trust, legally barring my parents and sister from any future claim to my estate, assets, or life insurance. Everything, should something happen to me, would go to charity and a close friend who had always treated me with real respect. 3 days later, the real storm hit. I was on my lunch break when my phone exploded with messages. My mom, my dad, even distant relatives who hadn't texted me in months. Every single one asking, "What happened to Tara?" Or, "Is it true she got fired?" Or, "Why didn't you come to us first?" That last one made me laugh out loud in my car. Come to them first? Like they hadn't gone behind my back, opened my safe, handed over 18 grand, and expected me to just smile through it? I let the messages pile up. I didn't answer. Not yet. I knew the second I replied, they'd spin it. So I waited. Sure enough, that evening, Tara herself finally showed up, pounding on my door with mascara running down her face, and Jake, her husband, waiting awkwardly at the foot of my driveway like he wasn't sure if he should come up too. "Nolan," she shouted through the door. "I need to talk to you." I didn't open the door right away. I stood on the other side, breathing slowly, forcing myself to feel the weight of everything. Not just the betrayal, but the years of being overlooked, used, and blamed. The holidays where I got everyone gifts but was told I didn't get the spirit. The times I lent money and never saw a dollar back. The way Tara always found a way to be the victim, no matter what she'd done. When I finally opened the door, I didn't say anything. I just stood there. Her eyes were wild. "They fired me," she said, voice shaking. "They said they had proof, like actual video footage of me stealing from you." I tilted my head. "Interesting. Nolan," she said, stepping forward. "You know I didn't mean to hurt you. I didn't even take it for me. It was for the baby. For our future. Dad said it was okay. I thought you knew. I thought you would understand." "You didn't even ask," I said, my voice low and calm. "You didn't leave a note. You didn't tell me later. You just took it and left. Like a thief." Her face crumpled. "You're my brother." "Exactly." She started crying. Real or fake, I couldn't tell. Probably both. "Do you know what people at work are saying? Do you know how this is going to ruin everything? I'm pregnant, Nolan. I have nothing now. I didn't move. You still have mom and dad." She laughed bitterly. "They're furious. They said I should have kept quiet. That I embarrassed them. That you made them look like criminals." I raised an eyebrow. Didn't they steal from me too? That shut her up. For a long moment, she didn't say anything. Then her voice dropped to a whisper. You ruined my life. I didn't respond. Not because I didn't have anything to say, but because that lie didn't even deserve a reply. She stood there for a few more seconds, waiting for me to break, to fold, to say something comforting. But when I didn't, she finally turned around and walked down the steps, past her silent husband, and into the cold evening air. I watched until they got in the car and drove off. And that's when I finally closed the door and locked it behind me. It took about 24 hours before the next wave hit. My parents, unsurprisingly, couldn't let things lie. I knew them too well. They weren't just upset that Tara had lost her job, they were embarrassed. And when my parents get embarrassed, they don't apologize. They strategize. The first clue was the unexpected text from my mom the next morning. Just 5 words. Can we come by today? No emojis. No context. Just the kind of message that pretends to be neutral while carrying 1,000 pounds of loaded emotion. I didn't respond. 10 minutes later, my dad tried calling. I let it go to voicemail. Then the group chat pinged. Let's talk as a family. We've always worked things out before. As if I'd misplaced my keys, not been robbed in my own home by the people who raised me. By noon, they were on my doorstep. I didn't have to open the door. I saw them through the security cam. Dad standing with his arms crossed like a disappointed CEO. Mom holding a Tupperware of something warm, like a bribe. I waited a solid minute before opening the door. Not to be dramatic, just to make it clear they were stepping into my house, not the other way around. Nolan, Mom said with a strained smile. We just want to talk. I let them in, but I didn't offer coffee. Didn't invite them to sit. I stood by the wall while they hovered awkwardly in the foyer. Dad cleared his throat. Your sister's a wreck. She's sick over this. She should be, I said plainly. My mom pressed the Tupperware into my hands like that would soften me. We didn't mean for things to spiral. We thought, if we could just help Tara through a rough patch. She's having a baby, Nolan. I nodded slowly, set the Tupperware on a table without looking at it. And that justified stealing? Dad shifted his weight. It wasn't stealing. Not like that. Your family. You're her family. We thought you'd understand. I walked to the middle of the room, letting the silence stretch. What you thought, I said finally, was that I wouldn't notice. Or if I did, I'd just roll over. That I'd take the hit like I always do. That's what you really counted on. Neither of them answered. I continued. When you say things like, we're family, it sounds like unity. But it's not. It's code for, you're responsible for everyone else, and we're not responsible for you. It's not love. It's leverage. Mom's face crumpled a little, but Dad, he doubled down, as always. You think we wanted to be put in this situation? You think this was easy for us? I think you broke into my safe, I replied coolly, and enabled your daughter to walk out with more cash than most people make in 4 months. That shut him up. Then Mom, soft as ever, tried her usual script. We raised you to be strong, to protect your siblings. And what about me? I asked, my voice steady but sharp. Who protects me? The silence that followed was probably the most honest moment we'd had in years. After a long pause, my dad finally said, this isn't how we handle things in this family. I smiled, but there was no humor in it. Maybe that's the problem. He opened his mouth, closed it again, and then shook his head. Look, let's be realistic. You've made your point. She lost her job. She's miserable. Can we please just put this behind us? There it was. Let's pretend this never happened. That was always their solution. Brush it under the rug, pretend everything was fine, and act shocked when it rots from underneath. No, I said simply. My mom blinked. What do you mean? I mean there's no going back, I said. This doesn't just get erased because she's upset. Because you're upset. Actions have consequences. And it's time our family learned that. Dad took a step forward, lowering his voice. What exactly are you trying to do here, Nolan? Ruin your sister's life? Tear this family apart? I stared him down. You already did that when you chose her over me, and didn't even have the decency to tell me. There was a long silence. My mom looked like she might cry. My dad's face was hard as stone. You're being petty, he muttered. You could have handled this quietly. I did, I said. You're just upset that I didn't handle it your way. The way that protects everyone but me. They didn't say anything after that. Just stood there, looking smaller than I'd ever seen them. I opened the door. You should go, I said. I have things to do. My dad muttered something under his breath as he walked past me. I didn't catch it, and I didn't care. My mom lingered in the doorway. "You were always the good one," she said softly. "Don't let this harden you." I met her eyes. Maybe being the good one was the problem. Then I closed the door. I stood there for a long moment, not moving. Not angry. Just done. Something inside me had shifted. I wasn't waiting for apologies anymore. I wasn't explaining myself to people who never listened. I wasn't the good one they could quietly bleed dry and then call ungrateful when I finally said no. This was my line, and I had finally drawn it in ink. I thought closing that door would be the end of it, that I'd drawn a hard enough boundary, made my point, and the rest of the family would back off once they realized I wasn't bluffing. But families like mine, the kind where guilt is passed down like heirlooms, never make anything simple. And the problem with doing the right thing in a dysfunctional system is that the moment you step out of line, you become the villain. Not the person who was wronged, not the one who got stolen from, just the one who disrupted the performance. It started small. A message from my Aunt Vivian, who never once called to wish me a happy birthday, but now apparently had time to send a paragraph at 1:37 a.m. about how sad it is to see a family torn apart. Then came Uncle Greg with his classic tactic, the 5-paragraph lecture disguised as concern. "I understand you're upset," he wrote, "but family means sacrifice. You're the stable one. That's a gift. Don't punish others for not having what you do." I didn't reply to either of them. I didn't delete the messages, either. I kept them, like exhibits in a case I never wanted to build. The final straw came when my cousin Elise, who I hadn't spoken to in nearly a decade, tagged me in a long-winded Facebook post about forgiveness and how babies are blessings and how we all need to be bigger than our pain. That one had 34 likes and 6 comments within 2 hours. I read it twice before realizing she was never talking about forgiveness. She was talking about silence, about compliance, about going back to the way things were. That afternoon, I sat down and wrote a message. Not to Elise, not to my aunts or uncles, or even to Tara. I wrote it to the entire family group chat, the one where we usually shared photos of holiday pies and reminders about Grandma's birthday dinner. I kept it short. Since there seems to be some confusion, let me clarify. On Christmas, Dad and Tara entered my private room, opened my locked safe, and stole $18,000. It wasn't borrowed. It wasn't discussed. It was stolen. When I confronted them, they justified it. When Tara lost her job due to evidence I had, they blamed me instead of the person who committed the theft. If your response to this is to tell me I should have been quieter, kinder, or more forgiving, you are not someone I want in my life. I'm done protecting people who harm me. I'm done with family being used as a shield for abuse. Do not contact me again unless it's to apologize. This includes passive-aggressive posts, third-party guilt trips, or attempts to mediate. I have nothing left to discuss. I hit send. Then I silenced the chat. What followed was quiet. For 2 days. No calls. No texts. No drive-by guilt drops. The silence was so foreign it almost made me anxious. But then it hit me. That feeling in my chest wasn't anxiety. It was peace. The kind of peace that comes when you stop waiting for people to be who they're not. But peace doesn't pay the bills. And despite the satisfaction of cutting them off, I was still out 18 grand. So I contacted my lawyer again. We reviewed the footage, the messages, and everything in between. I didn't want to press criminal charges, not yet. But I did want it on the record. So we filed a formal police report. The detective who took my statement was calm, professional, and surprisingly sympathetic. "They think this kind of thing doesn't count," he said as he watched the video of Tara stuffing the envelopes into her purse. "But it's theft. Plain and simple. Doesn't matter if it's your sister or a stranger." It felt strange, surreal, hearing someone name it so plainly. Theft. A word my family had tiptoed around like it might bite them. But there it was. In ink. On file. Meanwhile, Tara was spiraling. Apparently, after she was let go from her job, Jake had started to see her in a different light. I heard through the grapevine, because of course the gossip still flowed freely, that he'd moved out temporarily. Said he needed space to process. Which was code for, I didn't sign up for this kind of drama. My parents were footing her bills now, but even their patience had limits. Especially when they realized that not only was I serious, but I had receipts. Real ones. Digital ones. Legal ones. A week later, I got a certified letter at my office. From my parents' lawyer. Inside was a request, not a lawsuit, not a demand. Just a proposal. They wanted to open a dialogue about the money. They were willing, the letter said, to reimburse part of it. Not the full amount, of course, just $10,000. Enough to show good faith and move forward. The letter dripped with carefully chosen language. You could practically see the panic between the lines. I didn't respond immediately. I went home, poured a drink, sat by the window, and thought about all the Christmases I'd spent making sure everyone else was comfortable. About all the times I'd been called ungrateful for not letting myself be drained dry. About the look on Tara's face when she said you ruined my life, as if I was the villain for protecting what was mine. And then I wrote a letter of my own. Sent it through my attorney the next day. It said simply, "Thank you for your offer. Unfortunately, I am not interested in settling." The full amount was taken without my knowledge or consent, and anything less than full restitution is unacceptable. If this is not received within 30 days, I will pursue civil charges. I suggest you advise your daughter to return the funds in full. And this time, ask permission. 2 weeks passed. I received no reply. Then, without warning, a check arrived. $18,000. Signed not by Tara, but by my father. No note. No apology. Just the check. I deposited it the same day. Then I sent one final message to the family group chat. Short, blunt, final. The matter is settled. I don't want to hear from any of you again. And I meant it. That was 3 months ago. Tara hasn't called. My parents haven't visited. Christmas decorations are still boxed in the garage, and I don't plan on unboxing them next year. Or the year after. My house feels different now. Quieter. Safer. There's no more fear when I walk into a room I used to lock. No more pressure to entertain people who only see me as a bank account with a beating heart. I've started spending more time with people who actually respect me. Co-workers. Neighbors. A friend from the gym who invited me over for dinner just last weekend. No guilt, no expectations, just food and conversation. It was the most relaxed I've felt in years. And as for my family, they're still out there. Still spinning the story. I'm sure in their version, I'm cold, heartless, ungrateful. But I don't care anymore. I don't need to defend the truth to people who prefer the lie. Because the truth is this. I didn't ruin anything. They did. I just finally stopped cleaning up after them.